ba ba doo 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 boo bop ski bop ba doo doo boo bop bop ba dee bop 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 ba skidly be bop bop ba doo skidly bop 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 ba doo bop shibbly boo bop ba doo. You heard me. Shibbly boo bop ba doo. I said boo boo doo 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 boo doo boo doo doo boo doo 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 doo. Hey, is anybody there? Hello? Hello, my friends in chat. Can you hear me? The ones that aren't delayed by like 10 minutes, because YouTube seems to delay everybody in different areas and stuff and things and stuff. Oh, I forgot to click that button again that says connect a vertical stream to your encoder. Automatically generate a vertically cropped version of the show for the short feeds. Could have done that today, since I think I'm solo. I think Mr. Ox slept through his alarm and his phone ringer is off. So, hey, wouldn't be the first time I've done it. Let me tell you, some shows have been canceled before because I've slept through mine, so no shade. Bro definitely needed some sleep. But whatevs. I can handle it. I've soloed once, I can do it again. Y'all good with just me doing the show today? I know it's usually me and Ox together, I know. But sometimes when you know he can't show up, the show must go on. Especially when I didn't stream on Twitch since that Monday disaster stream. If you guys didn't see it, don't bother watching. It's not worth it. Yeah, sorry guys. This week I just emotionally broke down. I lost it on Monday. That's why I had to end the stream early. And I didn't stream the next day like I thought I was gonna. But you know what? Waking up today, because of TikTok gets me up. Knowing that Ox is going to be on here gets me up. And apparently even when he's not on here, he still gets me up subconsciously because I got to do the show. It's like in my head. It's like, I don't know why the Twitch show, which is the show that's supposed to be to make my living, and this show is supposed to be the fun show. And yet for some reason this show, I'm like way more afraid of missing a show than I am on Twitch. It's weird. My brain works like, anybody else have that problem in here? Where your brain seems to value the least valuable things, it's weird. Macman said that's a short 15 minutes. I mean, I could stop the stream and restart again in 10, but I figured I already took a piss. I already took my drink of coffee. I called Ox, he didn't answer. So I'm thinking he's probably not going to wake up until he naturally wakes up. And both me and him have issues with forgetting the day. It happens, not super frequently, but somewhat frequently, where we just forget about what day it is until the last minute. Now, I have a wife that reminds me every Friday. She's like, set your alarms. Remember, you got TikTok tomorrow. I'm like, wait a second, isn't it Wednesday? So I got a little help. So it's not really fair for him. But hopefully, if he's missing his alarm and he's got his ringer off on his phone and he's crashed out, hopefully that means he had an amazing time last night. Hopefully that means he had an amazing Friday night out partying with friends and just having a good old time, because that's what people need to be doing right now. They need to be enjoying what little time we have left before our AI overlords destroy us or World War III kicks off, whichever comes first. Because the energy between you two, it's true. It's true. I really do look forward to TikTok. Even when I feel like absolute garbage, I drag my ass up and do TikTok because I really do love hanging out with Ox. He's good people. He's legit my brother from another mother. I value any time we get to hang out and shoot the shit with. Let's see here. Oh, Macman, I just saw your DMs. I didn't see. Oh, by the way, everybody welcome Macman. He's our newest mod. I need to mod him over here on YouTube. But hey, Macman, can you confirm on Discord via DM to me that you are in fact the Macman 2034 account on YouTube? I just want to make sure somebody's not being cheeky and impersonating you, knowing that you just recently got moderator status. That's happened before. So surprisingly, there's some devious folks out there that do catch on to little things and figure out, oh, maybe they won't check. Maybe they'll just click on this and say mod me. But once I have confirmation that your YouTube account with no profile image and a default M is in fact you, I shall mod you here. Hey, network guy, what's up, dude? What's up, my brother? Macman, run away, far, far away. I know. Actually, you probably should listen to networking guy. wanting to be a mod on this channel is like playing Russian roulette and shooting yourself, just for the fun of it. When it's your turn, you click the trigger 6 times, if you know what I'm saying. That's what kind of job you're asking for here. And by job, I mean unpaid internship. And by unpaid internship, I mean just turn up when you want to and do whatever. As long as you don't ban all my viewers, we're good. There was a time, once upon a time, though, where we were a little more ban happy than usual, and like so many people got banned, it was like I'd log in and I'd be like, wow, man, that's another regular down. I was actually shocked at how many people that used to follow me ended up just being total assholes. Like, at the end of the day, they just needed somebody to make it okay for them to wear their shit on their sleeve. And then it's the one good thing Donald Trump's good for, folks. The one good thing he is good for is motivating people to show their dark side that they used to keep hidden. And that's actually been incredibly useful. It's helped me get a lot of people out of my life that, as it turns out, were just big time manipulators and liars and pieces of shit. But I'm sure a lot of you guys have had that same experience. It's not exactly a unique one, if you know what I'm saying. All right, I have confirmation from the Maxter that he is, in fact, who he says he is. So I'm going to go ahead and hook him up with the mod status. MacMan, you are about to be crowned. I'm about to add you as moderator. You are going to be can manage blocked words and change chat modes in live, and also has capability of standard moderators, or standard moderator can review and remove chat messages and hide and put users in timeout. Okay, you are a standard moderator. There you go. Everybody welcome MacMan2034 in chat to the moderator crew. He's already a mod on Twitch and a mod on Discord. So this is him now, a mod on YouTube. MacMan's been around for a really long time. He's also modded for my friends and their live streams, including Gina, aka Trinity876. Hey, speaking of which, I haven't seen Trinity go live in a while. Now I don't really get notifications for shit. Has she been streaming again, or is she still out running around the world having the best time ever? Because actually, I haven't talked to her in a while. I gotta hit her up, see what's going on, and get the deets. She's cool. Anytime I've ever messaged her, she always gets right back to me. It's really cool. I love that. Hey, what's up, Caillou Dawn? Mr. Dawn of Cailloux. I knight thee, Sir MacMan, Anthony says. Hey, could somebody tip $7,000 so we can test and make sure the bot's working? I mean, I just want to make sure that the bot's working and is actually reporting super chats. That's all. It's not because I want or need the money at all. Make Believe TV said, how old is AI and when was the first time you remember it? Ooh, that's a great question, actually. If you're talking about AI is a term that gets thrown around a lot, like people saying that, Facebook and Google were the internet. If you're talking about AI in the form of LLMs, or large language models, which came before the generative AI that's of a similar technology. But if you're talking about large language models, the first time I fucked with one, I believe, was back in 2018. It was a pre-release of ChatGPT. I believe it was ChatGPT 2.0. I don't think ChatGPT 1 ever went public. But ChatGPT 2.0, if I remember right, released. Or maybe it was 1.5. But it was one of the pre-releases of GPT. I got early access to it, and I started playing with it. And I was like, at that moment, I immediately just was like, holy shit. Keep in mind, it wasn't even remotely capable back then as it is today. It's like, you can't even compare the technology to what it is today. But I remember the first time I fucked with it and started talking with it a little bit, even as bad as it was back then, at hallucinating and screwing up and making up nonsense and stuff, I was like, holy shit, this is going to change the world. And sadly, I was right. It changed the world in all the scary wrong ways. However, it is here to say, love it or hate it, or both. In my case, I love it and hate it. There's no way to put the genie back in the bottle. It's like a nuclear weapon. It's like once somebody figured out how to do it, everybody else is figuring out how to do it, and now it's just a race to mutually assured destruction. The only thing we can hope is, just like with nukes, everybody creates sufficient technology to threaten everybody else equally, and the AIs themselves can keep each other at bay if they are one is sicked on the other. I'm talking about, like, enemy nations. As long as they stay at a relatively equal level where they can basically just keep each other lockstepped in limbo, it's going to fuck up the economy of the world. We're driving up the price of hardware like crazy, and the prices are never going to come back down. However, humanity may not be destroyed. And who knows, capitalism may even be wiped out, and the machines may even be helpful to us. There's about a 10% chance of that happening. But as long as capitalism stays the number one mantra of nations that are developing AI, it's inevitably going to just be used for more evil to make corporations money and consolidate their power more and more and more than it is helping anybody else. But I like to be a little optimistic, so I'm hoping that 10% is more true. Hey, Blue Varo, thank you for the $2. Yeah, that's fine. $7,000, $2. It's all the same to me, brother. Hey, thank you for testing that. He said, how about this? $5. You just proved that it is not working. God damn it. So thank you for the test, though. That's really good, because now that means I can remove the bot from chat again. So I'm clicking remove the bot. I have to leave it gone for a little while longer. Stream Elements sucks. By the way, Razer, if you guys didn't hear Razer, you know, the peripheral manufacturer, they purchased Stream Elements. So Razer now owns Stream Elements. And at first I was like, my first response was, gag me. Like, I really don't want that. And I was already planning on leaving Stream Elements. But at the same time, I was thinking to myself, I was like, yeah, Razer isn't the greatest company in the world. They fuck up a lot of stuff. They're a little devious. They did that whole crypto thing, which was a total nightmare. But at the same time, Stream Elements was so bad that I was ready to pull the plug and just leave anyways. So maybe now that Razer bought them, they'll put some resources into Stream Elements. Maybe give them a little bit of money they didn't have before. And maybe they can finally fix some bugs and start acting like a real, you know, streaming platform or streaming support platform. That's what I'm hopeful. So I'm going to be a little bit more hopeful. And but sadly, knowing Razer, it's more than likely that they just bought the company and now they're just going to pump a bunch of AI technology all over the place into it. It's going to be completely driven by AI, and it's going to be so goddamn unreliable and broken that nobody will be able to use it for anything. And it'll ultimately leak my social security number to everybody, but whatever. It's not something the dark web hasn't seen before. Yeah, sadly, Pro DVD, I am a solo stream today. That was not the intention. I woke up this morning. I wake up about an hour before the stream, hour and a half before the stream, and I usually message Aux and David with the obligatory morning, followed by, hey, I'm getting ready to head up and set up the stream, and I didn't get any response. And then I jumped. Usually David, I don't get a response because he's been really, really busy with family stuff lately. He usually responds to me later in the day, like when he's done, wraps everything up. I think he's been trying to stay off his phone. And then I didn't get anything back from Aux, so I waited until 11, which is usually when we like start setting up instead of when we go live like we're supposed to. And so I gave him a couple minutes, and then I decided to call him on the phone. And usually when I call him on the phone, if he's sleeping through his alarm, he just wakes up to his phone ringing. And he didn't answer. So, and I still haven't had an answer. I still haven't had a message back. So either he has his alarm off, his phone is dead, and he's sleeping through. I hope that's the case. I hope he just slept through the stream. I hope that nothing bad happened. There wasn't some kind of family emergency or something happened that just like completely took his attention off everything. I hope he's just sleeping off, you know, a bad hangover from a really fun night last night. That's what I'm hoping for. I have no indication either way, but that's what I'm hoping for, is that he just had a really, really badass Friday night and he's just sawing logs like a motherfucker right now, and he just forgot it's Saturday. He does lose track of the day pretty easily, and he doesn't have a wife like mine that reminds me every Friday, set your alarms, because I swear every Friday, I think it's Wednesday or Thursday. Time flies by so much faster than what I think I'm perceiving that I lose track of the day. Is so freaking easy. James Campbell said, who knew Skynet was going to be a potato computer run by idiots instead of a super intelligent machine? I know, right? Right? We didn't get a Miles Bennett Dyson. We got an Elon Musk. But to be fair, Elon Musk isn't the genius, the brilliant genius developing the AI that's going to rule the world. He'd like to think he is. But the truth is, Grok is so hopelessly behind all the other leaders. Like Anthropic and ChatGPT are like on a whole nother level above it. You know, Elon tries to advertise Grok as, oh, it's the best AI in the world because it's so uncensored and it's so edgelordy and it can make CSAM material for predators. But the truth is, no, when you look at the actual results coming out of it and everything, it's actually a quite weak AI by comparison to the leaders. Doesn't mean it's useless. It actually does have some use and does do some interesting things that the other AIs don't. But I'm just saying, if I had to pick any AI, like one AI, I like to use them like golf clubs. So there is a place in my golf set, like literally I'd call Grok like the chipper that I use every once in a while, right? There is good use of it for very specific things. But I like to use Claude, the Opus models and the Sonnet model. Those are really good. ChatGPT Codex is actually, so ChatGPT 5.4 is really, really good Codex for coding and stuff like that. For non-coding stuff, like just doing like Windows commands and Linux commands, surprisingly, the free AIs like Gemini and Copilot are more than enough. As a matter of fact, quantization and local model engines are getting so good right now that most local AIs, you can download local AIs that are only 5 GB that can run on a low-end GPU that are perfectly well suited to creating complex command lines. So like if you're mostly using an AI to like figure out what commands to run on your operating system, be it Linux, Mac OS, or Windows, to control the system and do like low level shit, even those local AIs are more than enough to crap out the command prompts and stuff that you need. Even like limited scripting capability. Like if you need to whip up a quick Python script or something like that to do stuff that's not too much heavy lifting, they're actually pretty decent at it. Hey, what's up, Colin B? How's it going, my man? Ian Scott Johnson said just started using Claude Code after using ChatGPT, blown away. Dude, Claude Code is on a whole different level. Here's the thing. There are different pairs of like AI and tool that make all the difference in the world. Like when you hear anything said like agentic AI, agentic isn't referring to the AI. The LLM itself is the LLM. The agentic part of the LLM with an S on there, you can use a single one, but you can also do multiple sessions with a single one, or use multiple AIs inside of one agentic harness. But the agentic side is the tool. So think of the agentics is like the scheduler and the coordinator that talks to the AI, and the LLM is the thing it talks to, and together they have a conversation, forming a team to carry out what you want. So instead of you having to figure out every single prompt that you want to ask, copying the result, and then sending the counter questions, and then copying the result, sending the counter questions, testing and doing that. The agentic AI does all of that until it hits your goal. So the idea is just let that shit run in the background. Now, the problem with agentics is they eat up a lot more tokens than using a conventional method, because a conventional method, you can kind of control the progression of it. You can change out what's more important than what, and kind of like tune it along the way in real time, because you're the one making it into a linear process of ask question, get answer. And you choose what goes to which agent and everything like that. But with agentics, you're just like, if money is no object, or you have your own local model, or you have unlimited access to an API, fuck it, you just throw it to the walls and just let the agentic thing spawn as many threads as it wants, and just let it go whole ham hog trying to figure out shit. And some of the stuff it can figure out is pretty damn scary right now. Some of the, like, just a year ago, the questions and tests for these models was like, create a Tetris clone. Create Pong, something like that, like a game. Now you fast forward to today, and the tests are, can you create an entire embedded operating system that looks and acts just like Windows 11 that runs in HTML5 under a browser? And it does it. Like, we're talking like 3 out of 4 of the top models. You can open up an agentic environment. Usually the one, they test it with the one paired, the agentic model paired with, or the agentic code paired with that model, made by the same people or designed to work with it. But they go through and say, yeah, create this whole operating system, give it this really, really complex task, and just let it rip. Come back a couple hours later, a couple $10, $20 in tokens burned, and boom, you got yourself Windows 11 running under a browser. They're creating super complex simulation stuff. Like pick, and you don't even have to, like, you can let it pick, or you can pick yourself. You can be like, hey, I want you to create a fully optimized, programmed only in C using Unreal Engine. I want you to create this like graphically intense simulation of a tornado. And you just let that thing run off and eat. And its goal, when it's done, ding, fries are done, send you a message if you want. And you come back and you test it, and you're, 80, 90% there. Now, there's always going to be bugs, and you got to follow up and coordinate with the AI to fix the bugs, or fix the bugs manually if you want to, still participate in the coding process a little bit. But it's pretty wild where we're at today versus just a year ago. AI is accelerating, and not just LLMs. We're talking across the board. We're talking generative AI. We're talking music, video, images, 3D models, creating other file formats like PDFs, cloning voices, creating voice fonts and stuff for text-to-speech. We're talking transitioning images into 3D models. 3D models, well, you don't got a 3D models to images, because you can just render it in Blender or something like that. So you don't really need that functionality, but you could. It's pretty wild how much AI has expanded. Like, actually scary. Oh, hold on here. I just got a message. Said, "Ah, crap, I'm alive, but no condition to stream." Oh, no worries. No worries, bro. Already live, and figured you had a fun night. Take it easy, bud, and nurse yourself. back to health. Lovers you long time. Your buddy and fellow live streaming host, Barnacules, quote, big wiener, I'll say big dick, Berg, Jr. Esquire. Oh shit! I just realized that was on the thread with David in there. Oh no! Oh no! I thought he messaged me directly. I just replied to the thread. I just realized that reply went to David too. Lol. Now he knows my real name. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Yeah, so it's confirmed. I am solo today. You guys have me, myself, and I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna chug down some of this wonderful espresso and see if I can't wake these eyes up, because I didn't get to sleep until I think it was 8. So 8 a.m. I went to sleep. I had a hard time getting to sleep, so that took me another hour. Then my sinuses clogged up, waking me up a couple times. So 9 and 10. So I only got really about 2.5 hours of sleep max. And I took a muscle relaxer like 8 hours ago, which those things never leave my system easy, because I had horrible back pain and I couldn't get even remotely comfortable to that's why I was having so much trouble getting to sleep too. And so I took the muscle relaxer. That actually, it didn't hit as hard as it should have. It should have knocked my ass out like 8 hours before the stream, but no, of course it didn't. And, you know, and then Miss Barnacules, she had needs, you know, even though it was like 6 a.m., 7 a.m., but whatever, you know, as a husband, you persevere. Happy wife, happy life, you know. So, and get your heads out of the gutter. It was nothing like that. Just kidding. It was exactly that. But anyways, you know, so then I couldn't get to sleep after that. So it's just, you know, it's just one thing after another. But you know what? I'm here, and we're going to have ourselves a good old ass time is what we're going to do. Let me see. Oh shit, did I forget to get the bot back on the channel? I sure did. All right, well, now the bot has been out of the channel for like, you know, 15 minutes at least. So now that I told the bot to rejoin the channel, it better start reporting properly. Let me go back to the Stream Elements dashboard and see if it logged me back out of YouTube. Nope, it still says I'm logged into YouTube. I hope they fix that bug. I hope the Razer, I don't know if you guys, if you're just joining us, Razer purchased Stream Elements. So hopefully they fix a lot of these bugs, because Stream Elements has had some really severe bugs that I've reported over and over again for over the last 2 years, and they fix nothing. Nothing. They acknowledge the bug. They say, oh, we repoed it. Thank you for the steps. Blah, blah. They can't fix it. Can't fix it. Dryman said, do you still self-host? Self-host depends on what you mean by self-host. Like, are you talking about like self-hosting a beta operating system, self-hosting a web page, self-hosting AI models using LM Studio and agentic harnesses, like the one that starts with an H, that, because I'm too tired, I can't remember what the hell it's called. Hermes. Hermes. Dun, dun, dun. Hermes. Sorry, my brain will wake up here in a little while. Oh, my mother of Jesus C. Mr. Pro DVDI just tipped a denomination I've never heard of. It's literally a P with 2 slashes in it, and he gave me 125 of them. So I don't know what that P is, but I like it. I like it when you pee on the stream. That is awesome. He said, AI news from the Philippines. $330 million data center scrapped after the Norwegian dev couldn't handle local questions and walked out of a town hall swearing. Yay, town halls work. Woo! Dryman said, self-host aka a mini data center in your house. I mean, yeah, sort of. I don't have a lot of really heavy hitting hardware. Like, all my hardware by today's definition, with the exception of maybe my GPU, which is still last gen, the 4090, is all pretty old stuff by today's standards. Now, under current pricing, it's probably worth like, $11 trillion today, and it'll be worth like $22 trillion next week, but it's still old stuff. But yeah, I do have about 90 terabytes of network accessible, network attached storage, aka NAS. I also have internal servers on my local network. I have a Home Assistant server that is actually crashed right now. I need to go figure out why it went offline like weeks ago. I haven't rebooted it even. I got one of those. I've got an 8 GPU server, but they're old 1060s, and the 1060 generate GPUs don't really work well with a lot of the new local AI harnesses. Like a lot of them require tensor cores, which, tensor cores didn't exist in the GTX generation. But I do, between all 8 cards, have 48 gigabytes of RAM, but it's trapped behind a PCI 3 bus. Actually, it might be PCI 4. I'd have to go look at the generation, but seeing as old as it might be 3. And that's not good, because even though each card has 6 gigs, and together that'd be 48 gigs of VRAM, which actually would even beat a 4090 for capacity for loading a model, because you have that bus between them, and that bus has so much lag and so little bandwidth, even if you pool all 8 cards together, the lag between them basically negates any performance gain you really get. So it's still slow as shit is what I'm saying. Sadly, if you want to run AI locally fast, you need either a really OP GPU, which is going up in price at an alarming rate every day, or you need something like a DJI Spark, or like one of the Nvidia Jetson platforms, or ARM-based platforms that use something like LPDDR5, which is still slow, but fast enough because it's all pooled together and it's cached and it's close to the CPU, or like the system on chip stuff that they have where they integrate VRAM, or like mobile VRAM right into the chip. That stuff's really ideal for a model, but you can't upgrade it. So like whatever you get when you buy it is the max capacity of the model you'll ever be able to load. My neighbor bought one back before all the prices shot through the roof. He bought a 128 gigabyte ARM based. I don't know if it's a Jetson, if it's Nvidia Jetson based or not, but it was like this ARM based LLM host. That's what it was advertised as, specifically for running LLMs. It came with a version of Linux on it with Llama CCP or CPP already loaded, and that was optimized for it. And he was able to load models on there that were like 100, 110 gigabytes, and then use the rest of the RAM for context window. And he only got like, I want to say 3 to 7 tokens a second, but that's more than enough to do agentic stuff. If you're just using like Hermes or OpenClaw or one of those things, to just basically let it run 24 hours a day, just computing and figuring things out, and then just going to the cloud when it needs to do like the really heavy hitting shit, like, big coding projects and stuff like that. He said it's actually amazing. He said it because it saves you a lot of money. If you think about it, it's like even 7 tokens a second. If it can do that consistently 24 hours a day across multiple sessions, because it's not linear. It's not like you open up 2 conversations on the same model and it splits your 7 tokens a second into 3.5 tokens a second. No, there's token caching involved, where a lot of the same stuff stays in memory and it doesn't have to duplicate between conversations. So as long as you got the memory for context, with an agentic AI, you might be able to open like 8 sessions and have the token count only drop in half. And so you're actually squeezing a lot more tokens a second out of the model just across multiple conversations, if that makes sense. So you can do some pretty cool shit. Pro DVDI said, I think those use evaporative cooling. Oh, the DJI Spark things? Very cool. Yeah, I haven't played with one yet. I watched a YouTube video the other night where Level 1 Tech, Wendell. I love Wendell. Wendell's amazing. Please, if you ever see him, tell him that I think about him every single day. Not sexually, but as my bro. Because I really do love him. He's a really good dude. Like, when I was having a lot of stress a couple of years ago, I was kind of going through a little nervous breakdown. He actually reached out to me and was like, hey dude, if you want to come to fucking New York and he's like, I got a pad you can just chill at, you can stay as long as you want, just get out of the house and get your head clear and just go somewhere else and reboot. And I was like, I thought that was the nicest offer anybody's ever made to me. Like, seriously, I thought that was like the coolest thing ever that he did. Like, I'll never ever forget that. Even though I was in no shape to travel and I couldn't take him up on it, I just thought that was like the most amazing thing. And then I just recently got invited by someone else. Come on, brain, why are you not working? Jim Browning, the scam baiter guy. Huge fan of him. He has a channel. I think he has like 4 million subs or something on YouTube. He's like one of the OG scam baiters, right? Like, this guy's taken down some big scammers. And he works with a lot of other scam baiters and the community and stuff. He actually reached out to me on Signal. Like, he followed me on Signal and then messaged me and invited me on a fully paid trip by a sponsor to go to Florida to participate in the scam baiting thing, where a bunch of them were getting together and like baiting scammers and doing a bunch of stuff. And I thought that was I told him, I'm in no condition to travel right now, but I thought that was the nicest offer I'd ever gotten. Like, he knows that I'm not super active on YouTube anymore. I don't live stream a whole lot. Like, I'm just struggling to kind of get my shit back together. And I thought that was neat for him to be like, yeah, no, we got a sponsor down here. We'll get, you know, I think it was AnyDesk. He said was sponsoring the event. He's like, oh yeah, they'd totally pay for you to come down here and get your room and everything, fly you down here and everything. No cost out of pocket whatsoever. I was like, damn, man, that's a hell of a nice deal. No, I couldn't go. Rittenhouse, it literally wasn't physically possible. I would not survive an airplane flight right now. I'd literally end up pissing myself. I'd be in so much pain. I wouldn't be able to sit down. I'd have to stand up and sit down constantly during the flight. Whoever was next to me would be going absolutely crazy. It's not in the cards. I've got to get my health a little bit fixed up before I'm traveling. And not only that, it's really difficult for me to go anywhere by myself without having assistance from somebody else to like make sure I'm getting where I need to be in case my back completely goes out, or has the ability to get somebody or help me move around when my back goes out and I can't move. You meant you. Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah, no, that would have been cool. Wait, what is it? What the fuck? Jay's 2 cents is at Micro Center today with Gearling and serve the home. That's awesome, dude. I love Jeff Gearling. I met him in real life, dude. He is that man is a national treasure. Seriously, between him and Scotty from Strange Parts, absolute legends. If you meet these people in person, they are every bit the person that they are online and more. Super, super genuine, super generous. Definitely don't have inflated egos or anything like that. Fucking, I loved it. When I went to LTX a couple of years ago, I had the best time ever just hanging out with those guys in the green room and walking around. Electro Boom, that's another one. Electro Boom, he is fucking hilarious. Was it Maddie? He is hilarious. Holy shit. I thought he was funny in his videos. He restrains himself in his videos. In real life, he is so much more over the top. It's the greatest thing ever. If you ever meet that guy in real life, you'll know exactly what I mean. Within 30 seconds of meeting him, he shocked me with his little wand, his little what is it? Like, it's a ladder of capacitors or whatever. And it's like a handheld shocking wand. And it's like within 30 seconds of meeting him for the first time, he walked up to me, he recognized me, and he zapped me with it. And I was like, holy shit. And he was laughing his ass off. My wife was like, what the hell just happened? It was great. It was glorious. I think he shocked me like another 5 times, but it was getting so dead that it like progressively got weaker and weaker and weaker. Good times though. Absolutely good times. Let's see here. How does one get in contact with you? We met at LTX a year ago, and I would love to just ask for some advice. Honestly, getting a hold of me, like, I don't have a good way to get a hold of me anymore. Like, I've kind of distanced myself a little bit from like the one-on-one stuff for the most part, unless it's in a public setting, just because it was becoming so unmanageable. People were just asking too much and stressing me out with a lot of stuff that was going on in their lives that I was having trouble handling because I'm just such a fucking empathetic guy. And it was just becoming a problem. However, if you want to talk to me or you want to ask me advice or anything, hit me up in general on Discord. If it's stuff you can't talk about publicly because it's too much of a sensitive nature, sadly, I don't really have a good one-on-one communication source right now. Now, I'm hoping that changes. I hope that changes in the future. I really need to revive and start making the jitters on Patreon and start replying to Patreon DMs more often, because I've really, really let that side down. I've had a hard time facing, my biggest and best supporters. Luckily, a lot of them have told me that they don't do the Patreon thing to get anything. They just do it as another means of support. They just enjoy the live streams when I can do them. But I still don't feel good about it. Like, I really want to bring that back. I think that the vlogs need to start up again. The reason I haven't been doing them is because I just haven't been too emotionally stable. Like, that's why most of the live streaming I've done lately has been with Aux. So I have somebody to sound off of that I really trust, who's very close to me. And it's helped me kind of like mask and handle some of my emotion. This last Monday when I tried to stream on Twitch, it was a disaster. I had a complete fucking breakdown at the end over like really stupid shit, over somebody who should have been a mod but wasn't a mod, and just timing of certain things that were said and everything. And it was just compounding and compounding. And again, I kind of let the empathy take over versus just asserting whatever was going on. I have trouble with that because I was in a bad place, and then I just ended up having a complete fucking mental breakdown and had to end the stream. And I hate that. I really, really hate that. But it's, you know, it is what it is. You know, you grow and you try to recover from it. You guys know I don't do a good job hiding anything. It's like if I'm not in a good mood or I'm having mental issues, you're gonna see it. It's just you see me as I am. I'm not here for a performance. I don't like when I'm in a really, really good mood, I'm on really high highs. When I'm in a really bad mood or really depressed or really anxious, which there's a lot in life that has been compounding that has been increasing the anxiety and the fear. And that has really, really, really affected me in a negative way. That's why I'm really, really hopeful that midterms turns things around, because a lot of my stress can be alleviated by a lot of the shit Trump's doing just being undone because of the impact it's having on me directly and my family and my friends. And so I'm hoping that if we can get the midterm things under wrap, at least we can start seeing stuff start shift in a better direction. The economy can start getting a little better. Things can start getting a little stronger. Some regulation for around AI and stuff can start asserting itself. And, you know, maybe that's going to, well, not just maybe, I know that's going to help a lot with it's not going to help everything. It's not going to change everything overnight. It's just that's a big part of what has created a lot of fear for the future for me. It's just seeing how things are going down and comparing them to past events that have happened even before I was alive, you know. It's just, it becomes, the more you learn, the more scary it gets. And I'm not a person that loves ignorant. I'm not an ignorance is bliss kind of guy. I try to assimilate as much information as I possibly can. And sometimes it's to a detriment. James Campbell said, you have a Steam account, don't you? Because I'm allegedly friends with you on Steam. Yes, I do have a Steam account. You could try sending me a friend request on there if you want to talk to me. The problem is I almost never log into Steam myself. It's just the computer in the bedroom that logs into Steam because it runs a program called DSX to control my joystick. Great program, by the way. DSX. Oh, if you use a PlayStation controller, anything other than an Xbox controller with Windows, you need DSX. DSX is the ultimate, like, it does everything that Steam does, like converting PlayStation to emulating Xbox 360 controller, an Xbox controller, Xbox One controller. But this takes it to a whole nother level. This thing, you can actually like take advantage of the haptic triggers on the PS5 controller, take advantage of the touchpad on the PS5 controller, the accelerometer, the audio through the controller, both wirelessly and wired. It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. Can't recommend it enough. There's a free version and a paid version. Just get the paid version. It's like $3 or $4. I don't think it's expensive at all unless they've raised the price. And the paid version is so much more capable than the free version. They give you like this free version that gives you a little taste, but the paid version enables like a whole nother world of shit. It's absolutely amazing. And it's super stable too. I've never had it crash or lock up. It's a really solid piece of software. Let's see here. Problem is there's way too many Dems who are helping the AI bubble too. Yeah, it's not going to stop. Like no, it doesn't matter. Whoever wins in the midterms, it's not going to stop AI. It's just going to be the difference between AI being completely unrestrained to partially being restrained. It's going to be the difference between AI just blindly being able to take everybody's job versus making it a little bit harder for AI to take a job and to try to create some kind of equilibrium to where the human still has some value when we hit that point of, recursive learning. Which, to be fair, we're already there to a degree. We're just not, it's not infinite recursive learning. When we get to infinite recursive learning, or what they call like RSI or something like that, that's different than AGI. AGI is artificial general intelligence. That's a thinking machine that can come up with complete new ideas, invent languages without you asking it to do anything, and completely autonomously just continuously think without any other thing involved. We're not there yet. But RSI... Or this recursive learning, that's a different beast. Like, we're almost there, if not already partially there. And what that means is an AI that can learn from its mistakes and continuously evolve until it's solved all of its mistakes and can literally solve any problem, short of it physically not having access, right? So, like, if I tell it, hey, I want you to create Grand Theft Auto 6, like from scratch, and I just give it some trailers, some footages and some frames from the game, and tell it, I want you to go out and create GTA 6, and I want it to feel like I'm playing a better version of GTA 5. With a recursive learning AI, what it would do is break that down into tasks, create sub-agents internally, create all the sub-agents, call into different experts. It'd take advantage of everything, tool-enabled API, everything. The MCIs, it'd build them in real time to access the internet and to access other programs. or MCPs, sorry, MCPs. It would do all that automatically, and over time it would refine it and get better and better and better. And if you just left it alone, it might consume $500 million worth of tokens over the course of 6 months. But at the end of that 6 months, you will have exactly what you asked for. And it'll hit every goal. It'll be tested. It'll be solid. It'll be ready to ship. We're not there yet by any stretch of the imagination, but we have seen like inklings of it starting. Like now you can get an agentic harness and you can get something like Claude Opus with 1 million token context. And you can say, I want you to create something. Don't come back until you finished it, tested it, did everything. Just, it's your deal. Don't bother me. You have unlimited tokens. And it will make mistakes, iterate, make more mistakes, iterate, test, make more mistakes, iterate. And it'll just keep refining it and fixing it and drilling down onto each area until it's confident that it's done everything it can to meet every single goal. And then you can come back and you're like, wow, it just works. Once we get to that point, like dev jobs are just gone. Because once we get to that point, there's no longer a need for a developer to come in and create the next agentic harness or optimize AI, because you just tell the AI to do it itself. And the AI will just endlessly work towards recursing, learning more, pulling. And when it hits the end where it thinks it can't learn anymore, it goes out to the web, it grabs a bunch more data, it cross-references, it creates a mixture of agents, it creates this democratic process to analyze the data and integrate the data. And it just keeps taking everything that humanity and other AIs are doing online and keeps absorbing that to refine its own ideas, and then just keeps building and improving and building, improving up until it hits your resource limit. And the problem with that is once you hit that point, all the people that have these massive AI infrastructures like Elon Musk, where internally they have access to an AI that the public doesn't have access to, and internally they have access to literally billions of tokens a second capacity, or even trillions of tokens a second capacity across their entire data center. Now you have these people that, like, they don't even need humans to do anything, because they can just say, make a better X. I want X to be 50% faster. Make it happen. And if it's not possible and you can only make it 40%, well, then come back and tell me why. Tell me where the limitations are. Like, if it's the architecture, what do I have to upgrade next to get it to go a little faster? And it'll just do it. It'll just do it. It'll become your team. It can send you, and this is the other thing too with the agentic stuff. It can operate external tools, and it can leave the confines of its process. So it can send emails. It can create web pages. It can create slideshows for you. It can send you the slideshow, have you flip through it and ask questions, and then answer those questions, and then it can react to your answers to the slideshow it created and sent you the presentation. It can ask for updates. It can do check-ins. It can do Scrum. It created an agent that coordinates and meets with the other agents to figure out where their progress is and then bring that progress report to you. It can create estimates of how long it's going to take to hit the projected target based on past iterations. I mean, you can basically replace an entire team of people with AI. It's absolutely crazy. Valley 69, you're more than welcome to unsubscribe, but it's pretty childish to say, oh, I'm unsubscribing. Like, you don't have to announce you're leaving. Just leave. And here's the interesting thing. You say I'm unsubscribing because I hate AI slop. You know, I hate AI slop, and I'm speaking out against the dangers of AI. Do you? So I'm guessing you haven't watched me ever before. So I'm going to guess you were never subscribed in the first place. I'm guessing you're just a rando that popped in here that's trying to puff your chest out and seem more relevant than you really are. Because one, I've never seen your name before in here, so I know you're not a regular. So I know you haven't been subscribed for a decade. You haven't even been subscribed probably for a week. Hell, and you don't even realize that I'm actually advocating against AI taking over humanity. I'm acknowledging that AI can't be put back in the bottle. Sure. I'm acknowledging learning AI to know thy enemy, but no, if you think that I'm an advocate for just blind, unregulated AI, then you're not paying attention at all, and this probably isn't the place for you to be. Like, seriously. And I'm going to guess by the 3 videos uploaded to your channel 2 years, 8 years ago, and 9 years ago that looked like they were all copied from somebody else. Oh, wait, 15 seconds, 29 seconds, 44 seconds? Yeah, you're not serious. Although I didn't expect you'd be that old. Your account was created 9 years ago, which means that you were at least old enough to create. So yeah, you got to be like in your late teens or early 20s at best, and you're still that oblivious to like what I'm saying. That's interesting to me. You know what, though? I think I'm going to help you. I think I'm going to go ahead and do you a favor, because you seem like even if you did stay, you'd just continuously be a problem because you're not paying attention. So I'm going to go ahead and just put you on mute for the channel so you can just scream into the ether and nobody but you will see it. But don't worry, you still will be able to see it yourself, and that's what really matters at the end of the day. He thinks I'm John Connor. He probably does. But that's funny, because he made the biggest mistake you can make, right? He didn't study me at all before just blowing up and, oh, I've been watching you for decades and I'm leaving now. If he even watched from the beginning of the stream, let alone for decades, he'd know that I am not an advocate for unregulated AI growth. He would know that I am against AI taking human jobs. He would know that I see the dangers of AI and even know that AI is going to play a rather critical part in the end of humanity if we don't play our cards right. So my guess is, like I said, he just stumbled in here because I popped up on a screen while he was scrolling. He heard something I said and didn't hear anything else I've ever said because he hasn't been watching me for but 10 minutes. And he decided to just make a wild assumption and say he was leaving. That's funny, man. That's funny. But he's not the first and he won't be the last. There's nothing special about that. My guess is he's probably also MAGA, which is interesting because MAGAs are usually for AI. But he's definitely too stupid to be a Democrat. Like, definitely too stupid to be a Democrat. Not to say there aren't some smart Republicans. There are some very smart Republicans. But those aren't really Republicans anymore. We call those rhinos now, Republican in name only, because Republican was hijacked by MAGA. So you can't say you're a Republican anymore, because the second you say you're a Republican, the majority of them just think, oh, you're MAGA. No, so you have to be like, no, I'm a rhino, or I'm a traditional Republican or a conservative Republican. It's crazy because MAGA is nothing like being a conservative. Like, MAGA is the least conservative thing there is. Like, for massive government spending, massive bloating of the deficit, massive reduction of rights, reductions of freedoms. Like it literally, MAGA is as unconservative as you can possibly be for insane amounts of military spending, for replacing humans with robots as much as humanly possible, unregulating everything so consumer rights don't even exist anymore. Like, that's not what Republicans used to be. I mean, there's always been MAGA-like Republicans, but the vast majority of the party used to be conservative before Trump came along and hijacked it. But if you go back and study World War II and about 9 years before it, you get to see another guy did the same thing where he came in and made a bunch of promises and took control of his conservative party and switched it to something that wasn't conservative at all, and then damn near took over the world. So you got to pay attention. You got to pay attention. You can't just believe every single thing your little echo chamber you lock onto tells you. You have to actually go out and do the work. And you can't ask AI what it thinks either, because the problem is these cloud AIs, they're all programmed to have a bias towards whoever created them. If you go to Grok and try to ask for anything about Elon Musk, it sugarcoats it. Ask Grok about anything about Trump, it sugarcoats most of it. Not all of it, surprisingly, because Elon hates Trump. He just can't say it or do it publicly because he knows Trump controls his life. That one kind of got away from him. He thought that he'd have some control over Trump by buying him the presidency. But nope, that only lasted a couple of months, and then it was like debt repaid, fuck off. So crazy. They've always been the party of robber barons and racists. I mean, racism is something that has ran rampant long before MAGA in the Republican Party. But sadly, that is very closely linked to how MAGA took over the Republican Party. Because if you remember, Trump took over the Republican Party by pretending to be a Christian, knowing that the vast majority of Republicans are evangelical or otherwise Christian or some denomination of Christianity. And the ones that aren't still follow some kind of religion that links back through Christianity. And they bastardize the meaning of everything from any of the books, regardless of, even if it was, there's 20 translations, they pick the one that is the worst for everybody but themselves. So sadly, religion is the back door to take over an entire group in politics and just brainwash the shit out of them. It's been done before multiple times. I mean, Putin did the same thing. Putin was an atheist when he was a KGB agent. And then in 2000, when power started transitioning, he had to embrace Catholicism, or their version of Christianity that they have there. I forget what it's called, but anyway, Orthodox or whatever. Orthodox. Was it Catholic Orthodox? Shit, I'd have to look it up. But yeah, he had to basically embrace that and pretend to be that so that the people would be comfortable ceding him more and more power. Because he would be more and more like, oh, obviously I'm the chosen one. Kim Jong-un, pretends to be, just skips the middleman, just pretends to be a god, right? Just presents as the god. He is the de facto god. And everybody's brainwashed as a child to believe that, instead of the traditional brainwash them into another religion and then just hijack that religion, was what most other people did, like Hitler. So it's very weird. And that's why Trump was always a Democrat. His entire life he was a Democrat. The only reason that Trump, and he said this on camera, like when he started campaign, he said, is there any way for me to be nominated in the Democrat Party? And they said, no, you're not going to get the nomination for the Democratic Party. The Republican Party is like, you're probably not going to, but there's a chance. And he's like, okay, well, I'm going to run as a Republican, even though I'm a Democrat. And he's like, well, you have to switch parties. Like, you can't run as a Republican and get the nomination if you're still a Democrat. So he said, okay, I'm only switching to the Republican Party because I need the nomination. I can't get it through the Democrats. So he was always a Democrat. He always greased Democrats. He always found the corrupt Democrats, and he worked within that corrupt Democratic system. But he's only switched to Republican because he needed a group of people that he could control and trick into giving him power. And he knew just by embracing Jesus in general, no specific denomination of Christianity, as long as he embraced that, he could gain access to the indoctrination of most of those people. And it worked like a fucking dream. Worked just like it did for Hitler. Worked just like it did for Putin. Worked just like it did. Well, Kim Jong-un's a little bit different. We'll make him an odd man out, because it's not like those people had a choice to begin with. Like, they were indoctrinated and brainwashed into believing this guy was literally a god that didn't pee, didn't shit, like could fucking fly if he wanted to, could read people's minds. Like, they legitimately believe it too. It's like, it's not something that they just pretend to believe. The vast majority of them absolutely believe it. Because anytime anybody said something contrary to it, they've been horribly, brutally tortured and killed in front of them, which has reinforced that. Because at the end of the day, brainwashing is your body trying to protect itself. Your body and brain is trying to protect itself by any means possible. And brainwashing is you being made to believe something that isn't true, but fully well committing and believing it because you need to protect yourself. If you have to truly believe the sky is purple, you will believe the sky is purple if the alternative is you get tortured and die. Turns out humans have a survival instinct just like every other fucking mammal. Let's see here. Mr. DLT8 said, "Hey mate, how are things? How are you? Are you feeling okay? I'm a little rough today. Not gonna lie, I am a little rough. I only slept for about 2.5 hours. And it was a rough sleep with a lot of nightmares. And lately I've been dealing with a lot more pain in my hips, my SI joints and my hips. And that steroid shot is long worn off. So, and I can't get another one because of insurance and the price hikes. It went from $250 a shot up to $1,250 a shot. Yeah. So not accessible anywhere. Yeah. Eastern Orthodox. Thank you, James Campbell. I appreciate it, brother. Oh, it's the GOP, but it's the darkest and what used to be the lunatic fringe. Yeah, exactly. 100%. 100%. Mega used to be the minority of the GOP, but now it's flipped. Now they're the majority because Trump made it so you can't identify as you cannot identify as Republican without being torn down unless you pledge full fealty and allegiance to Donald Trump over everything. Like, he's literally the chosen one from Jesus. Like, that's why all these evangelical for-profit churches that run these scams, like Joel Osteen, that fucking weird lady, I forget her name is, Paula White, who he made his chief spiritual advisor, and she's like literally a scammer. Like, from the very first day that she started preaching, it was a scam. Kenneth Copeland, Jerry Falwell Jr. I mean, all of these people are staunch Trump supporters. And they're also all very, very corrupt, wealthy people that have used God, to the indoctrination of God into people from children and their fear of God against them, to fleece them and take all their resources and to trick them into voting in their favor against their own rights and their own futures, to keep transferring more wealth, resources, and power to the person that's claiming to be representing God. But clearly, how can all these different people represent the same God when they all have different ideals? And they have different things that they want personally that are fringe and off from the rest of the pack. Now, there's things that they agree on, obviously, and things that they say even though they don't agree on, to gain access to the things that they do through the power structure that they support. But at the same time, it's like, how can all these people that wildly preach very, very different things, like Joel Osteen versus Paula White, Kenneth Copeland versus Jerry Falwell Jr., if you look at it, they all have discrepancies in what they preach and how they interpret things. So If these were truly God's one interpreters, why would there be all these hundreds of religions? Why would there be all these people within the exact same religion saying completely different things? Why would these people chosen by God, supposedly with these really fancy white suits and $1 million complexes and helicopters because God paid them to be their emissary on earth? Why the fuck are they all saying something different and everything they say just happens to align with what makes them money and gives them power versus everybody else? It's like, if you just take a second back up and look at the big picture instead of having the tunnel vision, it all becomes so clear. But the problem is, with indoctrination, that tunnel vision is hard to escape. You're not allowed to back up. Like, built into the indoctrination is do not step away, do not question things. Therefore, otherwise you're violating your faith and you could be punished eternally, and you could really never see your family again in the afterlife. That's the rub. It's like every time you read in the Bible, God loves, loves, loves. If you look at the actual actions and intents and consequences, every time it says love, what it really means is hates. Because they're not loving actions. It's like, oh, he does this because he loves you, or he died on the cross because he loved you. You'd die on the cross too if you got resurrected the next day, had superpowers and immortality, can move flawlessly between heaven and the earth. Like, everybody would do that. That's not, and again, why would he have to die for anybody's sins? He's the one that picked that. Nobody picked that for him. Oh, blood must be spilled. Oh, well, there's plenty of animals around here. Just keep butchering them. Why does he have to? Why does he have to die? Anyways, I could go on and again, but there's a reason why I'm an atheist now. Or I'll even say agnostic, because I don't know. Like, there could be a God. It's just, I know for a fact it's not Jesus. It's not the Holy Trinity. It's not Allah. It's not fucking Vishnu. It's not any of the Greek gods long gone. It's not the Sumerian gods long gone. The Egyptian gods. It's not fucking Ra. It's not the sun god. It's not Yahweh. I know it's not that. But I also know that I've always existed before I was born, and I'll always exist after I die, as some arrangement of matter and energy. Because you can't destroy matter and energy. The laws of thermodynamics, it's like you can convert one to the other, but you can't destroy it. It has to exist. So the molecules that make me up in this arrangement give me the abilities that I have right now, and later on down the road, they'll give me the abilities to be some dirt and then a rock, and then maybe participate in some fission inside of a star, maybe be adrift in space for 1 billion years, but I'll have no concept of time, because time is a concept of a brain, which I will not have. Therefore, I won't experience it until I come around and I become another creature somewhere else, or some other kind of being. If it happened once, it could happen again. I don't think it's that rare of a thing when you factor in infinity time. Like, it took me this long to become this. Is like, oh wow, what had to happen to make you at this very blip in time, which is just like a micro flash in the history of the universe. It's like, even if Big Bang's true, the universe still existed. It's just the matter in the universe and the antimatter became separated and dispersed. And I'm not even saying Big Bang's right or wrong. It's just it's a theory that's now being questioned. But the one thing we do know for sure is that all of the matter and the energy in the universe existed in perpetuity forever in some form or another, whether it contracted, whether it expanded infinitely. This has always been here. It's like the immortal thing is the universe. The universe is timeless. And again, what is time anyways? We experience time, but it's like time is experienced differently between different creatures. Does a rock experience time? Not consciously, no. It doesn't know the difference between a second and 1 billion years. But does that rock eventually keep degrading and transitioning and losing energy and not losing, but transitioning energy off into its environment and decaying into something else? What happens when it decays down to the lightest possible element? Well, then it probably stays that lightest possible element until it participates in some kind of reaction later on that either converts it back into matter or some other type of energy. So my thing is, the thing that tracks the most with me is I believe that there's absolutely an afterlife, and I believe there was already a before life. We just don't remember it because we didn't have the arrangement to store the memories. It's like, think of this hard drive. Like, a great example is like, look at a hard drive, right? This hard drive collects data over its life, and it keeps getting more and more and more data. And you can look at that data, and you can see the timestamp on that data when it was put on the hard drive as it accumulates. And the more data that's on the hard drive, the more that somebody else can see and learn from it and put on their hard drive. But at some point, this hard drive is going to do the click of doom. Click, 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 click. It's dead. It's gone. The data is no longer accessible on that drive. The drive doesn't even understand the data. It doesn't exist. But does that mean that this hard drive at some point isn't going to be recycled into another hard drive? Does that mean this hard drive isn't going to eventually just like sit in a landfill, break down, the elements inside of it are going to decay and change into other elements, and those elements are going to participate and interact with other elements around them as everything ultimately just gets encompassed by its star that it's around? If there is a star around, it gets sucked into it and then participates into that massive fusion event that then fuses it back into heavy elements. And then 1 trillion years later, what do you know? Now it's stardust floating around on a planet or stuck in a black hole or something, but it always exists. Until it was put together into a hard drive, it always existed as the elements in the ground, and once it dies, it'll exist as its next transition of matter and energy. So, and people are like, oh yeah, but like, what about infinite darkness? There is no infinite darkness, because for you to have darkness, you have to have eyeballs to begin with. You have to know what light is. It's like when you're dead, your neurons don't talk anymore. It's like, have you ever seen somebody who has a loss of memory because they have brain damage? How would that be possible if you had a soul? Your soul would be your defining trait and you at your apex of your human life. If you have brain damage and you don't know who anybody else is around you, you don't understand your environment, or you're somebody who is, severely mentally handicapped, where you can't speak, you can't interact with your environment, to you, you're exactly what you're supposed to be. You're experiencing everything exactly how it should be for the arrangement that you're in. It's everybody else that's observing you and thinking, ooh, something's off, something's weird, something's different, right? But that's you. That's you. Does that mean that like the person that's born who's literally like brain dead and just has enough brain support to keep their heart and lungs going, but they just stare off into oblivion, like just not a thought going through their brain, no not even a blip on the EKG other than just running their organs? Does that mean when that person dies, like what does that soul look like in heaven, right? It's like you have to bend all logic and suspend everything and just 100% all in on faith to believe this like one explanation out of a billion different explanations, that yours is somehow the right one, even though none of it makes any sense. However, there's a perfectly logical explanation right in front of you that we've all experienced, which is you were born, right? Do you remember what it was like before you were born? Do you remember what it was like inside of your mother's womb? Like what about before you were a sperm? What about when you were the minerals in the sandwich that participated in the production of that sperm? It's like, do you remember any of that? No, because when you were that entity, you didn't have the capability to store memories or track time. You weren't what we would consider sentient. You still existed. You 100% existed as a lot of different dispersed matter that just came together and then grew. But it didn't just grow from nothing. It grew from plans and from the combination of two different DNAs and chromosomes coming together, and the building blocks. Sometimes those building blocks go horribly wrong and don't build the thing up to spec, so to speak. So I'm not saying don't have faith. I'm not saying don't have hope. Dream for whatever you want to dream. And is it possible? Yeah, sure. I'll even admit anything's possible. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I'm just going with what the most plausible scientific explanation is based on the information I have right now. And that information is quite easy for me to process in the form of, do I remember what the billion trillion years was in the universe before the Earth, before the sun formed, before it pulled in the particulate matter around it to create the planets that I ultimately evolved into a human on? Like what was all that time like? I don't remember a single millisecond of it. I could have been 1,000 different creatures along the lines up until now. And I just don't remember it because there was no transition of memory, because they were completely different creatures created from matter that was otherwise like inert or didn't have a biological memory, that was transitionable, that was compatible. So why would I be afraid of death? People are like, doesn't that make you afraid of death and not have an afterlife? It's like, well, but I don't remember anything before I was born. I don't remember anything before I don't even know what time felt like until my long-term memory came online, which doesn't come online until, a year or so after a year or two after you're born. So it's like, I don't remember any of that. So why would I be worried about after that? So in a way, I find it comforting. I don't find it stressful at all. I think it's absolutely comforting. I would rather think that my relatives are off on their next journey, becoming their new things when they pass away, and my friends are off on their new adventure, heading towards their new adventure, instead of thinking that, you know what, they're either burning in this place down here with a bunch of people, or they're up there flying around with a bunch of rules, and they're not allowed to have sex, they're not allowed to have nudity, they're not allowed to swear, they're not allowed to have comedy, they have to basically just live to worship this one guy till the end of eternity, or have pineapple shoved up their ass and be set on fire every single day as a punishment for not believing or acknowledging them, even though they made no effort to try to get your attention, among a million, no more effort than the million other things that were made up. So I would say don't fear, like you're like, oh man, I really want to go to the good place. It's like, trust me, if that God exists that you read about, you're not going to like what heaven is. You're not. If you see the rules that were imparted on his creation, you're not going to like, heaven is not going to be the place you're going to want to be. Not even close. A lot of people think it's like this idealistic thing. Like, it's like, have you read your own book, for crying out loud? Have you read Old Testament? Let alone New Testament, like before the Holy Trinity? Like, do you realize that even though Jesus died, it's like, it's still God, that Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and God are all the same entity, just different personage, which means that he created that thing just to be raised and slaughtered, just because he thought that was fun to relieve sin from people, when he could have just done it anyways. Like, no death had to occur at all. He could have done the exact same thing. Nobody had to die for anything, yet he busted off a piece of himself, had it raised and killed among man, and then just gave it omnipotence, which it already had, because it's a piece of him. It's the same entity, different personage. And you're like, well, okay, that'd be like me saying, listen, I owe you $500. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull out a piece of paper and write $500 on it. And then I'm going to burn it. And then by me burning it, I'm relieving my debt to you of the $500. You're like, well, how does that make any sense? Exactly. It's like, I created the IOU for the $500 to pay the debt. I decided that that's going to be what pays the debt, whether you like it or not. And then I burn it up because it's of no use to me. And now I just made up some rule that makes me never have to give you anything. Like, I don't have to do anything. I just communicated myself out of whatever. You're already in the good place. I mean, it's for now. And I am grateful right now for the human experience. Even with all the pain, even with all the bullshit, all the suffering I see and everything, it's like, I still think that the human experience is awesome. I think being the apex mammal on the planet, that its intellect allowed it to become the apex creature, even over those that are much more powerful. I think that's amazing. I think that's really cool. But let's be clear, in any evolution, there's a hierarchy of creatures, and there's creatures that are at the top of each of those pyramids that don't have predators. Humans had predators. We just learned fancy ways to defeat them. We use our intellect and technology and numbers to defeat them, right? So that's what gives us our edge. But at the same time, it's not like other animals don't have survival instincts. It's not like other animals haven't created strategies to survive. The survival instinct is universal throughout all mammals. Because if a creature did not have a survival instinct, it would not be able to procreate and survive. Like, that's literally got to be built in. That's got to be like feature number one, right? It's like, you have to stay alive long enough to procreate to keep the species growing. Because your biological imperative, just like a virus, just like bacteria, it's to consume, grow, and multiply. We're just really, really fancy bacterias. It's like, if we did not have a fear of death built in as an instinct, we would all yeet lemming ourselves off of the first bridge we see, just because we'd be so curious how it feels to fly. We wouldn't care about the consequences because there'd be no fear of death. It's like, it's the same instinct that you have to breathe, to take a breath before you pass out. It's the same instinct you have to eat when you're hungry. It's like, these aren't learned behaviors. These are things that these are the instincts that are automatically built in. So every animal has them. Just some animals have more storage than others, and faster storage. Oh my gosh. You no longer stream on Twitch? No, Willow Below, I streamed last Monday. I've only been streaming about once a week the last couple of weeks. I need to change that though. That's like, it's not supposed to be that way. I've just been having a rough go. Today, because Aux didn't show up, I'm basically just trauma dumping on you guys for Tech Talk. But, you know, it's what I feel like talking about. So that's what I'm talking about. We will get to the topics, though. We'll absolutely get the topics, because I picked the topics today since I was soloing. So I do want to talk about those things for sure. But, well, everybody was coming in, and everybody's just, I don't know. How many people are in here? I'm curious. Let me go look. Analytics, I know you watch. 137 people are in here right now. I did tweet out the stream, but I said it'll be starting in 15 minutes. And in hindsight, I probably should have waited until the stream was actually running and then send it out, because a lot of people have really short memories and they see that and they're like, 15 minutes, and they're already off doing something else by then. So, which is totally fine, by the way. Everybody should do whatever they want. Hey, Pele, my man, I love you, brother. Seriously, dude. Woo! Thank you for those 200 sexes. He says, Jerry, say hello to Ox in his hangover. I will. Actually, I'll tell him right now. I'll say, hey, Ox. I'm telling him on DM right now. Pele says, hello, and to get better soon. Because I haven't seen him in chat. I doubt he's watching the stream. I think he went back to sleep. It sounded like he was going back to sleep. Let's see here. Imru Gamer said, hope you all the best, sir. Where's Houston day? Yeah, he's out. He had a rough day yesterday, I'm guessing. He said he was feeling sick today, so he needed to sleep. He missed his alarm. He just messaged me after I think I already started the stream. And he messaged me and said, hey, I think I got to be out today. I'm not feeling well. So yeah, he slept through his alarm. He probably had a great night last night, though. I hope that's the case. I hope he didn't just get sick randomly. I hope he had a badass night last night. He was out hanging out with friends, getting trashed, doing what young people can do. Actually, it's funny. It's like I consider him young compared to me, but it's like we're both like old men compared to like all the people in their 20s or teens. But anyways, it's like, I hope he went out and had a blast, because, he's still in the prime of his life. He's got a lot of, that's what I'm going to urge you all to do that. If you're not having to deal with constant chronic pain, and you're not having to deal with, not being able to have a lot of fun or do a lot of things that you want to do because of the physical and mental issues involved, get out there and do shit. Like, it doesn't even matter what it is. Like, go out there, make good decisions, make bad decisions, just do something, have fun. Like, I think what the kids called is touching grass or whatever. It's like, just go do something, because once you can't anymore, and this will happen, it could happen in your 80s, could happen in your 40s, could happen in your 20s, just depends on what cards you're dealt and what events happen in life. There's a lot of random things out of your control that can like completely fucking tank and slow your life down. But do whatever you're capable of doing whenever you get the possibility. Like, really do it, because those memories will sustain you when you can't. Because I can tell you right now, there's so many days where I have so much stress thinking, oh man, I can't do that anymore. I can't do that anymore. I can't do that anymore. Oh, I used to love that so much. Like, snowboarding was like my absolute thing I looked forward to every season. I just snowboarded as much as I possibly could between my busy schedule and everything. I'm glad I did that, because those memories sustain me now that I can't snowboard anymore, because my back would not even handle going down half a run before I collapsed and I'd be out. And at least not now. There's no operation for my SI joints, so that's something that maybe one day they'll develop a safe operation that can do that, and I can get it, and maybe that'll be within a time where I can get rehabbed and go do those things I love again. But if that doesn't happen, at least I have the memories of doing it once. I have a memory of flying an airplane. I have a memory of driving rally cars. I have memories of being in the passenger seat of rally cars, going off 50-foot jumps. I have all these great memories that sustain me through the times where I can't do those things anymore. It's like there's still alternatives, though. Like, even me, it's like I might not be able to be a race car driver anymore, but I can go jump on my sim and turn as many laps as I want in GT7, right, in VR. And I absolutely love that technology enables that. But I absolutely hate that the current, political situation is driving the price of everything up, including gaming consoles. Because it turns out every piece of technology we own, all the way down to our little, Echoes and Alexas and Google Assistants and everything, our phones, all of that shit contains memory. And right now, every memory fab on Earth is retooling to crank out VRAM, basically, and high volumes for the AI machine. And the AI machine is insatiable. They're building data. The only thing that even remotely allows for a market for consumer stuff right now is stock that's already created, and capacity of expansion being limited by power and resources. If AI could just instantly pop up a data center every day, like they could put enough people on it just to they'd do it in a heartbeat. If there was the power and they'd do it. And they would pay a premium. They'd pay 10x the cost of memory just to secure that memory out from underneath their competition. And this is worldwide. This is like the whole world. And you have to think of, there's only so many memory fabs. And the chips that those memory fabs need to build out the larger product, which is the DIMM or the SIM or the integration into the larger chip, all of that is created by a handful of machines from ASML and a couple of other companies that have ultralithography technology. And I don't know if you've watched any of the documentaries on how the EUV stuff works, like the ultralithography process they use for creating these chips. They're like sub 8 and sub 5 nanometer. Like, the technology to do that is almost alien. That's why there's only like 3, maybe 4 now with Intel. There's only like 4 companies on planet Earth that are capable of creating anything under like 14 nanometer. So like all the chips for all this technology and memory and everything is all created on in volume 24/7. These machines are cranking, but nonetheless, it's like there's very few of these machines because they're like $400 million a pop, and they can only create like a couple of hundred dies every hour. So you need many of them. So there's very few fabs that have this technology. And then you'd think, well, okay, maybe other companies would reverse engineer it. China has been trying to reverse engineer this ultralithography technology through every means at their disposal, being able to reverse engineer and copy literally everything else on Earth. They are still unable to reproduce this technology. That shows you not, and it's not like it is heavily protected and it is heavily, prevented. There's a lot of prevention for reverse engineering built into this stuff. But that's not even it. The entire process of how ultralithography works is like published. The science behind it is really well known. Like, but producing the things necessary and putting them together in the right order is the secret sauce. It's almost fucking impossible. And yet there's a couple companies that figured out how to do it, and they can write their own check. And do you think those fabs, those ultralithography machines that cost $400 million a year ago are still going to be $400 million? No, with the demand going up and every one of these fabs needing to order more and more of these machines, backing it up when they can only produce them in very, very low volumes, you can bet your ass those machines are going to go up to 800 million, a billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, which means now every die that comes off of that fab moving forward, that cost has to be passed on to the customer. And not only that, but for the profit margin to stay baked in, all the tariffs and all the increased prices and supply and demand, that all factors into it. And that price is just going to, and since everything depends on storage, everything depends on memory, the crazy thing is the GPU, the chip, the tensor cores on the chip, that's not the thing that's being attacked. It's the memory. Don't get me wrong. The tensor cores are going to become equally important as time goes on, unless we get the MPU game going, which still requires those fabs, by the way. Those fabs have to make the conscious decision to retool to make neural processing units, which are basically just more efficient, less power-hungry versions of doing AI inference. They're still going to, for the training and stuff, they're still going to use the GPUs. Those are still going to be necessary for building and advancing the AI. But for the inference, the MPUs are way more cost-effective. But you have to find them. You have to buy them. They're not built in huge volumes yet, so the price is really high. So, but we'll have to see... We'll have to see, as things go on. Have you ever used a Chinese phone? They are good. That Chinese phone is only good because it's using a chip from Taiwan. like no joke. Like, if just because something was made in China doesn't mean all the components were made in China. China does not have the ability to, that's why do you think China wants Taiwan so fucking bad? Taiwan literally controls like 1/3 of the world's production of like these chips. Like, they're not going to take over South Korea. South Korea is off the table for them. But Taiwan, they're one of the biggest producers of these chips. And if China gets Taiwan, they get access to those fabs, and now China can cut out the middleman. There is no more blocking Nvidia from getting to China if they take Taiwan, because they'll just build their own chips. They'll just knock off and reverse engineer, and now they have the technology to actually build it. That's where we got to make goddamn sure that Taiwan never falls into China's hands. Oh yeah, TSMC makes the best chips. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. TSMC is like the OG too. I think they were the first. I think in 2011 or 2012, they were the first company to perfect the ultralithography process. That was then figured out by the other two. So, and I think as Intel successfully built a fab, I know they were building a fab, but does Intel have a fab online right now? If China has its own chip that goes inside of its phone, it's not under 14 nanometer, which means no, it's not competitive with the things that are out there. If it's competitive with the things out there, China did not make that chip. But Alan, does China manufacture really good phones? Yeah. Like this one. That's an iPhone. You know where it's manufactured? China. But the chip inside of it is not. The processor inside of it is not. China has the ability to take the die and build it into the greater chip, but it doesn't make the dies. It doesn't make the most important part of the chip. Can they make chips? Yes, they do. Does China make chips? Yeah, they make a shitload of chips, but it's older technology. It's not sub 14 nanometer. Intel and Samsung just can't make the same quality chips as TSMC. If I remember right, TSMC recently, within the last couple of years, perfected a 5 nanometer processor, a 4 or 5 nanometer processor. Now you see chips that are like sub nanometer. They're using tricks with like layer shifting and stuff to achieve that. It's not true sub nanometer. But for like true layer features at a nanometer, I think TSMC is the only one that can do the 5 nanometer. Using their crazy ass machine that can shoot like 100,000 droplets of tin, generates 500 watts of of UV light. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. If you go and look at how an ultralithography machine works, you will shit your pants. It seems like alien tech. It seems like something you could only find on an alien ship in Roswell. Think about this. Just to create the light, we're not even talking about the other process. We're not talking about the optics and the alignment necessary all the way down to like a half a degree of temperature, throwing the whole thing off. We're just talking about the light source. We're talking about the fucking bulb in the ultralithography machine. Is roughly the size of a single wide mobile home trailer, and has a fucking millions of components in it. And the way that it creates the light, no shit, it fires a super high powered laser, like the size, like less than the size of a human hair, to hit a droplet in flight going horizontally of molten tin 3 times. Once to flatten it like a pancake, a second time to turn it into a transitional state where it's almost a gas, and then a third time to actually blow it apart, creating so it releases the ultra UV light that then reflects off of a dish behind it, a parabolic dish that reflects it down to a point that then travels through the optical path of the machine. And it's doing this 100,000 times a second. 100,000 tiny tin droplets, all perfectly spaced apart, moving flawless in a chamber with 300-mile-an-hour hydrogen, low-pressure hydrogen, circulating it to keep the mirror clean and to keep spatter off the mirror. And they're able to know when that droplet hits the exact spot, fire a high-intensity laser 3 times at it while it's in flight, vaporize it, and then move to the next drop in the path and do that continuously for weeks, months on end. That's fucking insane to me. When you look at that, you're like, who the fuck came up with that, and how is that even possible? That's fucking crazy if you think about it. And that's just a light source. That's not even the machine that fucking like takes that light and puts it through like an optical package that pulls minimal power away from it and puts it through a photo mask that takes it from a large picture down to an ultra tiny little picture with flawless features. It's like, you're like, whoa. And that's why these machines are so huge. I mean, they're literally like, I want to say the machines are like, 80 or 100 feet long. They're roughly 2 stories tall. They're wide enough that you could drive down the road with, like, specifically design it so it's wide enough that you can break it into modules and transport it by truck and by plane. But I want to say it's like 120 truckloads of materials. Like if you buy one of these machines, 120 truckloads of shit show up separately. Various different sizes and everything. Like the big parts go on sections of one truck, then all the tubing and all the wiring that's needed to hook it all up. It's like 125 trucks where the shit shows up. It's like, think of like one of those concerts where they set it up and tear it down. It's like, it's one of those to build an ultralithography machine. It's fucking crazy, man. Dav said, I don't think your super chat banner is working today. Just wanted to let you know. I appreciate it, Dav. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's working. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to try refreshing it. Let me drop out of ground control. I'm going to reopen it. I don't think that's going to help because it looks like this is a server-side problem. And I'm going to kick the bot out one more time and have it come back in. Oh, yep, it says YouTube connection is expired or revoked. Yep, it does this to me. So let me reattach it. I don't know why YouTube... So on Stream Elements, it kicks me out like every hour. It kicks me out for some reason. But it wasn't working even when I wasn't kicked out. Okay, so it says the bot's in the chat, so I'm going to remove the bot from chat. Okay, successfully parted your channel. The fact that it said that so quick tells me it's not actually checking. It's just running the code and then telling you it succeeded before even checking. That's really, really bad. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and fire it back up. All right, it says the bot has successfully joined your channel. And the activity feed still shows the last one that it detected was 5 days ago, which is total bullshit. We know that's bullshit because we can see it in the YouTube activity feed. Yeah, that definitely needs to be fixed. That's why I wanted to move away from Stream Elements. Like, mainly I was using Stream Elements for the overlays and for the SE Pay, but now I can do everything with StreamerBot and just a direct PayPal link. Or for super chats through YouTube, I can hook the YouTube API. Like, Google actually exposes the YouTube API v3 or whatever, so I can actually directly hook the same events the same way Stream Elements does. Like, I could just cut out the middleman entirely because they don't do SE Pay anymore. The whole reason I was using them was for SE Pay, so that people that didn't like PayPal had a way to do super chats with just credit cards or whatever. And they dropped that. They dropped SE Pay. So I'm starting to wonder. Hold on, I got to check Alan out here. The way he's talking a lot like Daniel, and he does have the account name that fits the quick creation Daniel. Let's check and see when it was created. It says 3 years ago. 3 years ago. No, actually, no, it's not. It's definitely not Daniel. Interesting. All right, I guess he's just having some fun today. The way he's spelling China, I'm guessing that he's just joking and trolling. Which is fine as long as you don't, like, you know, spam every single page. Don't you think if they can reverse engineer the F-35, they can't do a chip? Dude, an F-35 is infinitely easier to build than a chip. If you look at the technology required to build both, it's fucking like Legos versus, you know, microbiology. Not even in the same world. But also, they didn't reverse engineer the F-35 very well because their variant of it is not performing well. The military already said they looked at it and it has tons of fucking problems. Like, it is very, very vulnerable. However, I'm not going to say it isn't an achievement. Like, they are good at copying shit, but then again, so is the Russians. I mean, the Russians were able to duplicate a lot of the American aircraft for a very, very long time when they actually had the resources to do it. So it's not really hard to reverse engineer stuff like that because it's like the technology is well known. Now, that's a different story when you come to the electronics package and the radar, and that's where it's weak. It's not the airframe that's weak. It's the technology inside of it that's weak. And that's why, because they don't have access to that level of technology. Why do you think we didn't allow China until Trump, you know, was a fucking bonehead and started letting them do it directly? Why do you think we stopped China from being able to buy Nvidia chips? If they could make chips just as good as Nvidia's, then why would they need those chips? And why are they paying such a premium to import them through a third party only to tear them apart and add more VRAM to them instead of just building their own graphics cards from scratch? And that's just a graphics card. China tried to build a couple of graphics cards and they completely flopped. I think Linus did a review of a couple of them. They were absolute hot garbage. The problem is China does not have, that's one of the things that holds China back, actually. China is in a great position with establishing itself as the trade hub of the world and creating massive debt with all these countries and everything that basically prevent us from going to war with them very easily. This debt that they hold over our heads now, that's a great strategy. Because they basically want to be the store to the world, right? They want to build their economy exponentially, but then use those resources to compete militarily and compete on all the other levels later on. That's what they're doing right now. China's amazing for that. Like, China has locked us all down and has us all by the nuts in that department. But that also means we have very few things to have them by the nuts, especially with their military growing at the rate it is. And technologically, where their military's at. They still suck at building submarines, but they've figured out a lot of stuff. The aircraft carriers, submarines, not so much, but they have figured out a lot of the technology, reverse engineered a lot of it, at least somewhat competently. So we do have to worry about them militarily. Like, China is a legit threat, not just the United States militarily if something went down, but like especially Europe. And so scary times to live in. But does China want to attack anything but Taiwan? Not really. Not really, because they want those people to keep buying their shit and keep building up more debt. I mean, it gives them a lot of global control. It's like you don't need to be the biggest power in the world when all the biggest powers in the world need you and are dependent on you. But I'll tell you what, if they can manufacture chips, if they gain access to TSMC's technology and they can just build their own chips, the world is fucked in more ways than one. Not only will that bolster the AI program and increase its trajectory tenfold, they'll also be able to tariff all of the chips manufactured and TSMC's capabilities in Taiwan itself. They'll be able to cut that off, produce all the chips, and give themselves all that capacity while charging the world an enormous premium to gain access to just a tiny fraction of it. They can basically position themselves to win the AI race. All they need is Taiwan. And keep in mind, that's just one technology that Taiwan had. Taiwan has a lot of other technologies China doesn't have either, but the ultralithography is what they want. For AI, the most critical thing that they need is cutting-edge chips. And those cutting-edge chips come from TSMC. And TSMC is China, or is Taiwan. So we can't let them have it. And that's why it fucking sucks that Trump keeps saying publicly, "Oh, we're not going to defend Taiwan. No, we're not going to honor our deal with Taiwan." You're basically just nodding to China, like now's a good time for you guys to surround them and just attack now, because Trump's in power. He says he's not going to protect them. Now, is he just saying that publicly just because he likes to act like he's got the biggest cock and whatever he says goes? Possibly. China can't risk that, because if they start attacking Taiwan and we decide all of a sudden, somebody goes and whispers to Trump, "Listen, if they gain control of this, you will lose in the end. Like, you will 100% lose," and they convince him, he'll be like, "Oh shit," and change his mind in 30 seconds. Then next thing you know, we're sending a bunch of ships over there, and we're sending a bunch of our military capacity, and then next thing you know, we're at World War III. Because if China attacks Taiwan and then we attack China, then China attacks us, Russia attacks us, North Korea attacks us, Iran's already attacking us. but you get my meaning, right? It's like, that's a no-win scenario. And do we have the biggest military in the world as far as like being technologically advanced? Not for numbers of military and unit, not even close. But do we have the superior military? Yes, we actually do still. Not by a lot, but we do. But does that mean that we can tank an attack from both China and Russia at the same time? No. But is China going to want to risk all the losses that would occur in that war? Risk losing the, 20 or 30 trillion dollars that we owe them? Because we're not going to repay that debt if we go to war. If we go to war, it's going to be to completely win and dominate. It's not going to be to stalemate. So, yeah, so we don't want that happening. We don't want that happen. China doesn't want that happen. That's why Taiwan hasn't been attacked yet. And hopefully it stays that way. I really, really hope it stays that way. But if China thinks that they're losing the AI war, which actually, here, I got to say something. This is interesting. So Alan seems like he's a big China buff. Like, he really, really, really loves China. And that's fine. That's okay. He might even be a Chinese citizen using a VPN to get out and watch the stream. But here's the thing. I can give China a lot of credit for a lot of things. And what I can tell you right now is China's open source AI game is fucking unbeatable. The shit that China is developing for like local, small, compact, optimized LLMs, which are critically important to the AI race. It's not just the big iron shit running in the cloud. The stuff that can run locally, that can be distributed on consumer level hardware, is critically important to the AI game. China dominates that space. Like literally dollar and token per result, China is fucking owning it. But here's the funny thing. They're not owning it because of their chips. They're owning it because their data centers filled with fucking Taiwan's chips. Because they paid such extreme costs to import that hardware, because they have so much goddamn money to burn, it doesn't matter. The government can throw trillions of dollars away if it means getting a hold of most of the production Nvidia hardware through back channels. They'll do it. And all you have to do to prove that China has some of the best models is fuck with DeepSeek, LLM, DeepSeek 2.5, fuck with Minimax H3, Minimax Music. These are all open source models that China just dropped and gave to the world. And I still don't understand what their end game is, other than maybe just fucking up the cloud, the cloud AI guys by slowing them down, by taking customers away from them and reducing their ability to one day be profitable. But China is just dropping all this shit open source. Yeah, Quen, that's another one. Quen 3.8, amazing. It almost seems like every single local optimized model that's like good for doing work on consumer level hardware is coming out of China, and it's open source. They're just like giving it to the world. So the one thing China makes up for is where they don't have the chip fab capability, they have the money to get the chips anyways. And they have the money to pay the developers to create top-notch fucking shit that the government just gives away to the world for some goddamn reason I don't understand. Some people have given me some theories why they think they're doing it, and some of them seem like they're plausible. But I honestly do not understand why China is creating all of these models that absolutely kick the ever-living shit out of anything that size from anybody else around the world. And they're just giving it away. I mean, they're giving away free models that beat Nvidia's model. Like, it was a Nemotron, right? Which I don't even think Nemotron's open source. I think it's like partially open source, or at least it's like okay for you to integrate into your projects, but they don't give you 100% of the code. Like, China's like, here's 100% of our model. Like, here's all the weights. Like, you could completely take all the fucking code for the agentic agent, all the weights from the training file, all the quantized version, take it all, stick it in your shit, sell it, make money, whatever. It's all just like the loosest GPL shit ever. It's like, why are they doing that? That's weird, because you'd think that China would take their AI advantage, because they don't have an AI advantage in the cloud. They have an AI advantage on the consumer hardware. You'd think that they'd want to like keep that locked down, but they don't. One of my theories is they know that cloud AI can already reverse engineer everything. You can take a completely closed binary with no private symbols, no public symbols, and you can completely decompile it using something like Ghidra, flush it through an agentic AI harness, and have it completely rewrite the code into human readable code that will compile and run and do the same thing as the original code did. So that's already possible today. It costs a lot of tokens. It's not cheap. You have to have a lot of money and a lot of resources to do these reverse engineering projects. Especially the bigger the project is, the more resources and time it takes, obviously. But you can do it. So maybe China's like, well, we know they can reverse engineer. All these AIs can already reverse engineer our shit. So let's just release it open source so that everybody doesn't have to just reverse and engineer and steal from it. And now if they implement our shit directly instead of trying to reverse engineer it, because now they can, they have to abide by the GPL license, which means now anything that they put China's tech into, they have to also open source. Because if you don't understand how like a GPL open source license works, there's a couple different licenses. GPL is probably the most common. What GPL is I say, hey, listen, I wrote some code. I'm going to give it to the world. It's free for anybody to use. You can put it in your projects. You can sell it. I mean, they alter the agreements in different ones, but most of them are like you can sell it. You can give it away. You can put it in your project. You can alter it. You can do whatever the fuck you want with that code. You can literally do anything. However, the gotcha is if you use anything, even a single fucking line of code from that project and your project, you now have to open source your entire project. Now, there's companies like Bamboo Labs in China that fucking breaks these rules all the time. There's lots of companies that break these rules and just implement the shit, lie about it to the public, keep it under behind closed doors, refuse to let anybody audit when it's clear that they stole the code, and it even shows up literally, showing that they stole the code because they missed a line that said the product they stole from. But as a general practice, if you abide by GPL, which in the United States we take a lot more seriously than they do in China, just like we do with a lot of other stuff like copyright and trademark, you can kind of force that. Like you can say, hey, listen, if you implement this GPL code, you have to release your code too. And now everybody can see your cards. So a lot of these models like Grok and ChatGPT, Opus from Anthropic, all these models are closed source models. And because they're closed source, even if there's optimizations in those Chinese models that would make their shit so much more efficient and so much better, now that it's in the Chinese model first before they implement it, they can't implement it even if they came up with it themselves. If it's the same tech, China can point to it and say, we created it first, released it under open source. Now they have to open source all their shit and give it to the world for free, which completely defeats their whole business models. So I feel like China's like, hey, we're taking all these optimizations we're finding around the world, whether we created it or not. We're realizing them as quickly as possible, open sourcing them and throwing them out to the world just to usurp all these huge AI companies from being able to implement that tech, keep it closed source, and continue to profit. It's like they're almost like cutting them off from all these, because there's tons of papers that are released open source every day about new AI optimizations, new ways to do weighting, new way to create these agentic clients that work with them, new ways to do quantization that preserve more of the data, ways to bifurcate the mixture of experts into individual experts and only loading that expert to like reduce the memory consumption and caching dramatically, splitting between your fast storage, your faster storage, and your fastest storage to optimize the size of model you can load in tokens per second. There's all these papers every day being written, which most of these are probably assisted by AI to advance the tech faster. They're just flooding all over the place. And what happens is China picks up these papers, They implement the shit rapidly and then just release another model. And now everybody else that tries to implement that same thing because it's released under GPL as the method published, because it doesn't have to be code. It can also be the idea, right? Publishing the idea. Anybody that does that now has to open source their entire project. Otherwise, they're in violation of the license. So to me, that seems like the play China's trying to do. China's trying to muddy the waters and fuck with all these big AI companies trying to gain a huge advantage on their little race towards, AGI but here's the thing. Do any of our models in the United States need to follow any of the rules of GPL? Probably not. And the reason I say that is because Donald Trump isn't enforcing any of the laws to any of these companies, any of the consumer rights shit, any of the anti-copyright piracy. He doesn't care. Anybody that agreed to be in his little Stargate AI program, which is like the government support and backing of like these AI creation. I think Apple, Amazon, Facebook, who has their own AI too, Chat GPT, Grok, they're all in this fucking Stargate program. Do you really think that if they integrate that technology into their closed source technology and then no open source their own shit, that Trump's going to hold them accountable or the Supreme Court's going to hold them accountable? Fuck no. So realistically, I mean, China, if that's what China's trying to do, the only thing they're going to affect are the little guys that are inconsequential that are implementing the technology. The big guys are just going to be exempt like they always have been. Hey, Anthony, how's it going, man? He said, how's it going? It's all right. I'm not feeling the greatest like usual, but I'm doing okay. It's good to be here. I'm kind of sad that Ox had to bail today because he wasn't feeling good, but I hope he gets to feeling better soon. But after only streaming once last week on Twitch and having a little bit of a breakdown at the end and then not streaming for the rest of the week, I was like, there's no way I'm missing a tech talk, even if I got to solo it. I made that decision as soon as I didn't hear back from Ox after like 45 minutes, and I thought that there's a good chance he might not show up. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna wing it. I'm gonna do it myself. All Trump cares about is $1 million a month membership. Very true. Oh yeah, by the way, to get into the Stargate program, you had to pay Trump $1 million. I didn't know it was a month. I thought it was like a year, one time or whatever. But no, it's probably a month. It's like, because if you remember at Trump's inauguration where he announced the Stargate program, everybody that was with him at the inauguration had to pay $1 million fee. That wasn't to the government. It was to him. And he claimed it was for his campaign, but he does that for everything. All the money he collects through his email scams, all the money he collects through his cryptocurrency scams, all that shit is all under the banner of, oh, this is for my campaign. How can it be for his campaign? He can't legally run for president again. He's already had 2 terms. I know he keeps saying he's going to run for 2028, and he probably is going to try to alter the laws and try to leverage the war to stop elections to keep himself in power till he dies. But realistically, according to our law and our Constitution and our founders, like the amendment's there. He can't do it. He can't have a 3rd term. So these hundreds of billions of dollars that are pouring into this fucking campaign fund, that's realistically just his. And the way his campaign's always worked before is any overages or any money that was donated to his campaign, he always had a byline in there that says that he can use it basically for whatever he wants. He can spend it on airplanes. He can spend it on fucking McDonald's, whatever he wants. Like, it's his money. He makes it sound like it's for the campaign and to help the Republican Party and to stay in power and to fix America. But no, at the end of the day, it's all just going into a big kitty that just gets handed to him that he can do whatever the fuck he wants with. Kenny the Dragon said, heads up, fellow people from Ontario, Canada. Got a line of storms moving off of Lake Huron. Sorry, Barnacules, for the interruption. No, never an interruption for shit like that. If you guys see bad weather coming where you're at, please, by all means, announce it. Like, we want people to stay safe. We've been having some fucking crazy weather all around the world lately. Like, I still think it's fucking crazy that people are, like, denying climate change. It's, like, it's so fucking obvious. It's like we now have the data to support it. It's like, oh, no, it's not a problem. It's really not a problem. It's like, no, it is. It's a big fucking problem. It's like, let's do something about it before it's too late. But everybody wants to just to kick it to the next generation and kick it to the next generation. And the problem with infinitely kicking it to the next generation is it literally never gets done. You're basically just condemning one generation at the end to total and utter doom. And a lot of pain and suffering along the way. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of shit I don't want to see gone, right? I mean, there needs to be a lot of compromises that need to happen to create our equilibrium with the environment. Like, converting our carbon back into fuel, shit like that. I don't think we need to get rid of gasoline. We just need to create a version of gasoline that recovers, cheap cheaply recovers the carbon from the atmosphere and converts it into fuel without costing more than drilling the shit out of the ground. Now, there will come a point where that becomes cost effective because there's only a finite amount of fuel in the ground and we're draining it at an alarming rate. So there will come a time where fuel just gets, well, it already is getting more expensive, but for other reasons. There will come a time where it's just keep diminishing returns. Pretty soon, gasoline's $400 a gallon. And now suddenly that $15 a gallon for the synthetic shit that pulls the carbon out of the atmosphere starts looking downright economical. So Nathan said, how to stop climate change? A lot of things have to change. We need to stop polluting so much. We need to create equilibrium with our environment. We need more solar. We need more wind energy generation. We need more nuclear. People are afraid of nuclear, but nuclear is some of the cleanest energy you could possibly get when you factor in how much energy is created per unit of fuel. Yes, is storing the fuel for fucking, 2,000 years until it cools off or whatever, is that inconvenient? Yes, but when you look at the amount of storage that you need to store the per unit of fuel created, it's some of the cleanest energy you can possibly get. It's like you actually, in theory, well, not even in theory, in practice, you create more pollution creating the solar panels over their operational life to recycle. You create more pollution from that than a nuclear power plant does with its minimalistic fuel that has to be stored in perpetuity for very, very well, not forever, but for a really long time. The amount of storage that you need for that pollution and it not leaching into the environment is like a huge benefit over having to regrind up the solar panels every 10 or 20 years and then reprocess them into new solar panels. The amount of energy that's needed there, the amount of materials that need to be mined from the earth that mix with the recycled materials, the limited recovery of the recycled materials and the waste that inevitably comes from each generation of recycling. It builds up. Now, it's still clean. Don't get me wrong. It's still clean and running. Like, we got to get rid of coal power plants. We got to get rid of natural gas power plants. Anything that burns fossil fuel, we need to stop, or we need to create a mechanism to create that fossil fuel that reclaims the CO2 from the atmosphere that it's creating. Better catalytic converter technology on cars, that's actually gone a long ways, actually. Like, if you think about like the amount of pollution that comes from just vehicles and you look at the catalytic converter and how much more efficient it's gotten over time, I mean, it's pretty amazing. Like, I remember back when catalytic converters took like 7 to 12 minutes to heat up. Now they can heat up in like 30 seconds. That's like huge jump. So that means your car is only dumping the worst of the worst greenhouse gases are coming out of your tailpipe only for like the first 30 seconds or a minute instead of like 7 minutes or 20 minutes into your drive like before. You're burning way less fuel because we figured out how to make engines more efficient to turn more of that fuel into actual heat instead of like dumping so much of that fuel out the back unburnt, or just running it through the catalytic converter and burning it up and gaining nothing but just a lot of heat, a lot of pollution. The other thing is catalytic converters are incredibly expensive too. That's another thing that kind of that holds back that technology, is you only use the bare minimum you need to meet whatever the current requirement is, because you're using rare metals like platinum and lithium and stuff. Well, not lithium. There's a lot of lithium in the world, but like platinum. Platinum is incredibly valuable. Although, remember when platinum used to be a lot more than gold? Did you know gold's worth like shitloads more than platinum right now? Like, platinum barely went up at all. Gold went through the fucking roof. Remember how it used to be gold records and then you go platinum? That was because platinum used to be so much more expensive than gold. Now they flipped. Now it's like they should do platinum record and then gold is the big one, because gold is worth insane amounts of money right now. Renewable fuels like biodiesel. Now, biodiesel's cool. Biodiesel's cool, but here's the problem with biodiesel. The amount of energy it takes to grow the crop and convert the sugars in that crop into the biodiesel still creates a lot of pollution. It's not as much as burning the fuel we take out of the field from the ground. It is technically cleaner, but not by much. It's still when you look at the process and the amount of energy and pollution involved in the vehicles to grow the crop and to harvest the crop and the machinery you need to create the heat to bring everything to a boil and extract the alcohol out after it ferments and stuff like that. It's a lot of work to extract that. That's why most biofuels, they only do partial amounts of it into the fuel, because it's just so much more expensive at the end of the day to process and create. Plus, it requires shitloads of land. That's the other problem, is the amount of land that you would need to convert the world to biodiesel is insane. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's just implausible. And the amount of pollution that you would create from that scale of converting everything to biodiesel into biofuels would be insane. Now, to be fair, biodiesel is more economical and less polluting than biogas, like ethanol, E85 or E100 or whatever. That shit's even more expensive because it requires extra steps. Like you have to get it to the diesel state and then further refine it down, which takes more money, more chemicals and stuff like that. So biodiesel is like the best medium for creating a biofuel. There's a town called Centralia in Pennsylvania that the coal miners there are still on fire. Oh, shit. I know what you're talking about. Is that the town they abandoned? Are you talking about that town that everybody had to be abandoned and it's been abandoned for like 10 or 20 years because there's literally a fire burning under the ground? Like you can go there and put your hand on the ground in the concrete and it feels like noticeably hot because there's just this massive fucking coal fire that's going to be fueled for like 100 years or something like that. I mean, I laughed. I shouldn't laugh because there's like literally smoke seeping out of the ground. They had to take everybody out of the town because the noxious gas levels were through the roof. Like it's not a place that can be inhabited very long. But yeah, that town, that's crazy. Yeah, I remember I learned about that town like 5 years ago. And I was like, are you shitting me? Like, how is this not like super news all over the place? Because I just heard about it from a YouTube documentary. And it's just this abandoned town. There's just all these buildings, all these houses just completely abandoned. Yeah, it's like Raccoon City. And I watched a YouTube video where they went there and they actually were like measuring the heat on the ground. Like on the, even when it was like a cloudy day and it was only like 60 degrees outside or 50 or 60 degrees outside, they were like taking thermal probes and sticking it into the ground and the ground was like super fucking hot. You know what's weird though, is why don't they install geothermal there? I mean, it's probably obvious, like, if you dig into the ground, they don't want to expose the mine because then more noxious gas and shit's going to come out of it. Like, if you start digging in holes or digging down there, they probably want to keep it sealed to starve it as oxygen as much as possible to slow the burn down. But imagine how much geothermal energy you could pull out of that system. It's expected to burn for like 80 or 100 years or something like that with the amount of coal that's down there. Imagine if you just went and dug like 3-foot deep trenches in the field and just ran pipes. Just ran horizontal pipes, just like you would for like heating a house or something. But because that ground gets so much hotter in certain spots, it would be able to boil the water over that range. And then just put in like turbines. You could now, granted, the people building the infrastructure and shit there would all have to be wearing respirators and oxygen and stuff. Like they're not going to be able to work there long periods of time without risk to their health. So they would need, but just imagine if you could go in there and build the infrastructure. So for the next 100 years that this coal fire is burning under the ground, you're at least extracting some of the energy and doing something with it instead of just letting it vent to atmosphere like they are right now. Coal seams were a lot when residents were burning trash. Coal seams. What are coal seams? That's it. Silent Hill Town, I meant. Oh, yeah. God, I remember growing up and burning trash. I cringe so hard at that now. But the truth is, garbage dumps do burn garbage. But here's the thing: there's a big difference. They burn garbage in an incinerator. An incinerator doesn't just burn the physical fuel into ash. It burns the ash into gas and then burns the gas into its foundational, like its constituents, and can filter them out and vent clean air to the atmosphere. So you can literally burn the trash without massively polluting the environment. There are some pollutants that you got to filter out and stuff, and some's going to get missed, but you can relatively burn it clean. When you're burning your gas at home in a burning barrel, like I did growing up, like every week when our trash got full, we'd take it out and stick it in the burning barrel and light it off. Anything that we thought would burn, like if it was organic, we'd throw it in a different thing, and that would go to the dump every couple of weeks. We'd have to drive the dump because we lived out on 65 acres. There was no garbage service. So we'd try to burn everything we could. But yeah, I remember every week we'd go out to that burning barrel and just stuff it full, bag and all. Not even dump it, just plastic bag, everything, dump a little lighter fluid on it or gasoline, huck in a match and just burn it. and it's like you'd see this black and blue and fucking purple and all kinds of colors of just smoke billowing off of this barrel into the sky, which is hilarious because now that I think about it, we lived 3 miles off the end of a runway at an airport. Like we literally lived 3 miles as the crow flies right off the end of the runway at Bremerton International Airport. So all day you just see Cessnas flying back and forth at 750 feet to 1,000 foot altitude. And so we're sitting there with our burning barrel, just having this massive fucking plume of black smoke go up in the sky. I'm like, that's probably not great for the airplanes and shit. But you know what? Nobody ever said anything. Nobody ever came up our driveway. The cops never came and said, "Hey, you know, the fucking pilots keep thinking that somebody crashed because there's, you know, a fireball coming out of your fucking property." But yeah, we burned everything, and it's just crazy looking back on that now. It's like back then, everybody we knew burned their garbage. Like back then, it's like I lived in a place where it's like everybody was in a rural area. There was no garbage trucks. There was no garbage routes. It's like when you got too much garbage, everybody'd have like 4 cans, and when they got full, you throw them in the back of your truck. You drive them to the dump, and whatever you didn't burn went to the dump. So burning would cut down your trips to the dump and save you money and trips. But now looking back on it, I'm like, God, we probably polluted a shitload, taking all those plastic bottles, fucking cartons with wax on the inside, even aluminum cans. We even threw aluminum cans in there. Because I remember the aluminum, if you got the fire hot enough, it would turn the aluminum to ash. It wouldn't just melt it into a blob of metal. It would take it to the next state and turn it into actual ash, like paper ash. And I remember sometimes it wouldn't get hot enough to burn the cans. It would just melt them. And so we'd run the burning barrel until it got about 50% full, and that was when it was time to break down the burning barrel and get rid of it. So you'd take the burning barrel to the dump, which was sometimes hard because the burning barrel by that point was so damaged, so oxidized and had holes in it that you'd go to lift it up and the barrel would just fall apart and everything, all the ash and shit would just go all over the ground. So sometimes we would just take it and spread the ash out on the ground. And that was it. Like, oh, that burning barrel is now gone. Take the rest that we could get and take that to the dump, but just leave the ash. And I remember that sometimes we'd dig through that ash and we'd find big ass fucking blobs of molten aluminum. They would just be in the ash, like amongst the ash, and we'd rinse it off with the hose and everything. And we got some pretty cool little patterns of like aluminum sculptures. And that was just because the fire would either be too cold at the start or not hot enough, and the cans would just melt instead of turning into. If you breathe it in too much, it could cause health problems. Oh, 100%, dude. 100%. I would get so almost everybody in my family has had cancer or died from cancer that's over like 60. Like, I'm starting to think that that's not genetic. Now, they also all smoked like a chimney. So I'm the only one in my family that never smoked. I've never smoked a single cigarette. The only thing I've ever smoked is one time I tried weed or whatever. I tried smoking weed. I coughed so hard and it burned my throat like a motherfucker. Because again, I've never had anything like that. Now, I vaped weed a couple of times. Not a big fan. Like, last time I used weed was probably 6 years ago. I tried it at a friend's house, laughed my ass off for 15 minutes, and then I was done with it. I've had too many bad experiences with it, not enough good experiences. But anyways, I digress. I did that the one time, burned the shit out of my throat. And I was like, yep, never doing that again. But yeah, it's weird because like everybody in my family smoked. And I'm thinking that between that and also just breathing in the burning barrel fumes nonstop, always working on cars and cutting the catalytic converters off of them and like being in a garage with the fucking car running while they're working on it. My dad did that all the time. And it's like the amount of shit that my family has inhaled and the shit I was forced to inhale as a kid. I used to drive around. My parents would just chain smoke in the car with all the windows up in the wintertime because it was too cold out. So me and my sister be in the backseat just hacking up a lung when we were like 3, 4, 5 years old. Just begging to open a window because we were coughing so bad, and they'd be like, "Quit being dramatic." Like, yeah, it wasn't. I didn't have the greatest childhood, honestly. And they would do that with cigarettes, and then they did it with weed, fucking smoking weed in the car, driving down the road. It's like, dude, if cop pulls you over, you guys are fucked. You know that? But we were kids, so they would just roll up the windows. Oh, we don't want the smell getting out of the car rolled up, and it's like me and my sister just be in the back seat, just getting hot boxed. Did you guys hear that? Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, crisis averted. Oh my gosh. That was scary. No, my wife sneezed. I walked out, I ran out in the loft, and I'm like, oh my God, is everybody okay? My wife's like, oh my God, I'm sorry, I sneezed so hard. That was like the loudest sneeze ever. I was like, whew. No, that was scary. That was scary because it sounded like she was screaming super loud, and my wife is not a loud person. She's one of those people where she only screams when the situation absolutely demands it. Like, I'm in danger, my kid's in danger. Like, the rest of the time, her version of yelling is just raising her voice to like my level I normally talk at. My son's the same way. I'll be like, Xander, yell as loud as you can. Like, we want to see how loud he can yell. Yell as loud as you can. He's like, ah. That's as loud as he gets. But when he's playing VR in the living room with his friends, he's like, ah, ah. So I know he's capable of being louder, but for some reason, he can't do it on the spot. Like, if you ask him, be as loud as you can. I want you to yell as loud as you possibly can. Like, don't hold back. Use all your energy. He's like, ah. That's all you get. That's all you get. So when I hear a loud noise in this house that isn't me, I'm like, oh shit, something bad happened, you know? Oh shit, Retro My Bits. Hola mi hermano, Jerry. Thank you, Retro My Bits, for the $5. Super appreciate that, brother. Oh shit, Dav. Dav, did I miss that? It looks like I liked it. I think I might have missed this. Dav264, thank you for the $10. Super appreciate it. Thank you. I need everything I can get. I appreciate you guys so much. I don't deserve it, but boy, do I need it. He said, thought I would send a super to see if it showed. We love you, Jerry. Thank you so much, Dav. Sadly, it's still not working. I don't know why it's not. I've left. I've had the bot leave multiple times now. I've had it come back multiple times now. It's not working. Like, what the hell is going on here? So I'm on Stream Elements. Go back to dashboard. Okay, at least it doesn't say I'm logged out this time. It says I'm logged in. And it says the bot is in your chat room, but it clearly isn't because it's not working. So I'm going to do remove from chat, add to chat, remove from chat, add to chat, remove from chat, add to chat, remove from chat, add to chat. Okay, I've now done it like a million times. I wonder if I can talk to it. Here, Stream Elements. Hello. Because here's the problem is YouTube API doesn't show you who's in the channel. It only shows you who has left a message. So if you don't leave a message and you're just lurking, you don't show up as a user. So if Stream Elements doesn't actually say anything, I don't have confirmation it's in the channel other than what the webpage tells me. But I'd imagine if it was in the channel, it'd be receiving the messages and it would be reacting to them, which it isn't. So I think the chat bot is having issues. All right, it says the bot is active in your chat. The commands, timers, and filters are running. So wait, oh wait, it says chat commands. Let me do a chat command. Let me see if it responds to chat commands. I'll do bits, Discord, donate, like merch, Steam, subscribe. Yeah, it's not in here. They're lying. Because these are all commands that are enabled. You know, bang tip. Let me see. Let me make sure it's logged in. Yep, it's logged in as Barnacules Nerdgasm. And it's logged into the actual YouTube channel. I checked. There's weather. Here, let's try weather. So weather. Yeah, none of that's working. Let me try on Twitch. Let me see if the bot on Twitch is working. So if I go to Twitch TV/Barnacules, let me go into the chat. Let's go to Creator Dashboard, chat, and let me do a bang weather. Yep, the bot works fine on Twitch. Yep, on Twitch, let me try tip. Discord. Yep, works fine. So Twitch, it works fine, but on YouTube, it's not joining the channel, even though it says it's joining the channel. So let's do this. Now that I know some commands we can type. So there's modules, timers, counters, spam filters, banned words, quotes, and settings. Let me go into settings. The bot name is English. The custom bot name, it says customize your stream element bot name to use any custom name you want. Oh, right now it says it's connected as Barnacules. I wonder if that could be the problem. So why is it connected as me? Here, let me disconnect. Oh, that's to Twitch. Okay, so Twitch, you authorize it as your name and then it becomes your name. Okay, never mind. So why doesn't it show anything about the bot being connected to YouTube? Stream Elements bot is currently active in your channel. The bot is up and running. Messages and receipts will be here. I can mute the bot or I can remove from chat. So I'm going to do mute, then unmute, remove from chat, add to chat. Now I'm doing this through the bot settings menu. I don't know if that's going to make any difference. Let's see here. I've got Twitch emotes. It shows a lot of stuff for Twitch. It doesn't show a lot of stuff for YouTube in here, which is weird. Because I am logged in under the Stream Elements YouTube account, so I don't know why so much of this shit is Twitch-centric. Let's see here. This makes no sense. So I can add timers. Socials, hydration break, Discord, start from scratch. Can I say where I want it on YouTube or Twitch, or is it just Twitch? It's just Twitch. So why is this bot? So their bot does not look like it's very... Oh, it says, the bot needs moderator rights to function properly. Mod the bot. Okay, bot modded. Stream Elements bot has now been granted moderator rights on your channel. It didn't do that before. Before, it already said it had mod. Okay, it says the bot has been modded successfully. And it says, okay, so now it says the bot's in here. The bot has been modded successfully. Let me try weather again. Hey, what's up, Graham? Let's see here. Weather, tip, Discord. I think these might only work on Twitch. These might just be commands that work on Twitch. I don't know if Stream Elements has any commands that work on YouTube. Let me see if it does, though. Here. Does Stream Element bot on YouTube accept any commands to make it say something in chat? Yeah, Stream Elements bot can say anything in YouTube chat, but only through custom commands and timers. Do the speak on demand. Do command add name and response to create it directly. Okay, it claims this works on YouTube chat, so I'm going to try this. Let's try this. Let me do command. So I'm going to do command add name, say hello, and then response is hi. Oh, what happened there? Oh no, that's Graham moderating for me. Thank you, Graham. Appreciate it, brother. Oh, it's good to have mods. Didn't even see what they said. Let's see here. Seriously, spent last week in SLC for work. Oi, what is SLC? That is not familiar to me. Macman said Jerry got a server crashed down and a broken bot. Better call Technician for a refund. Better call Technician. Got it. Technician. I got it. Let's see here. One person's pouring trash and set one of the coal seams on fire. One person was being poured. Oh, okay, I get it now. I get it, Anthony. It took me a second. Now I understand what you're saying. You're saying that the whole fire started because somebody was doing something with trash, was burning trash, and that set the coal fire off. Okay, I get it now. My bad. It took me a while. Grant said, wow, no, every comment is blocked. No, the moderators just block comments where you're being a dick. One of the rules here is literally not to be a dick. So just don't be a dick. It's that simple. Don't say shit that's insensitive. Don't attack other people. Don't attack me. Be nice. Or go somewhere else. It's that simple. Let's see here. Have you thought about the vertical mode on YouTube? The GIFs are a little more fun. I've never hit the little button to create vertical mode. And last week I tried to create my own vertical mode by streaming a vertical stream, but it never showed up because I think I have to flip that switch before I start the stream. I need to kind of experiment with it and see how it works first. I don't want to experiment again during a live stream because it didn't work last time. But I will try to get it going. Okay, I'm curious now because he says he doesn't understand he was being a dick. Let me see what the message was. Oh, it was just yawn? All right, Graham, we can let up a little on that. I don't consider yawn something that needs to be hidden. I appreciate you looking out for me, buddy, but yeah, let's just the people that are being like super bad and being super dicks or whatever. I don't care if people say yawn or oh my god or hey, can we talk about something else? Blah blah. That doesn't need to be hidden or banned. I appreciate everybody looking after me though. I love my mods. I love you to death. I know you guys know I'm dealing with shit right now. So you got to be a little bit more protective, but yeah, no, yawn's fine. That I don't take any offense at that whatsoever. but I appreciate it. And Grant M, you are totally fine saying yawn. Because here's the way I see it. If you're yawning and you're still here for a reason, because there's a lot of other stuff you could watch on the internet. So I appreciate that you're here. And if saying yawn makes you happy, hey, yawn your little heart out. Seriously, don't mind at all. But I want to Salt Lake City. SLC, Salt Lake City. Okay, I gotcha. Oh, you got to hang out in the Mormon epicenter. Did you get some of the sodas while you're there? I hear the soda shops in Salt Lake City are off the hook. Like, I heard that they make soda there that's like just fucking insane, which is another hilarious thing, considering that for the longest time Mormonism banned caffeinated substances. Like, literally saw them as evil and against your faith. And then they caved and they're like, nah, whatever. You can have as much caffeine as you want. You can have coffee. You can have soda. Knock yourself out. It's like they finally caved on the drug. But what's funny is because they're limited in the substances that they can use, as soon as caffeine became something they could have, boy, did they go off the deep end. Like, apparently the sodas they make are insane. I've never had one. I've never been to Salt Lake City. But all I ever hear from people that go to Salt Lake City that are not Mormons, the one thing that they come back and they're like, oh, we got to get that, is the soda shops. Like, I don't understand why those haven't really expanded beyond Utah and Salt Lake City, because I could see those businesses being like horribly effective next to Starbucks literally anywhere in the United States. Like, I feel like the Mormons are kind of missing out on an opportunity, because I feel like if they brought those soda shops to other states and other major cities, they would do amazing. Your boss drinks 200 ounces a day of soda. He's LDS. That's insane, dude. Yeah, I know the Moes love their soda. Like, as soon as the prophet was like, you guys, like, they got a prophet and he liked caffeine. So, of course, anything the prophet likes automatically becomes legal for everybody else, except for the stuff that would make them look bad. Then they just continue to do it behind closed doors while condemning everybody else for doing it. But yeah, that's the trick. I'll tell you right now, here's the trick. 'Cause half my family's Mormon. If you want to make something legal, like, let's say you want to make blowjobs before marriage okay, even though the kids are already doing it, because like, or in the butt, the loophole's the poop hole. Everybody knows that trick. But because Mormons take things very literal, so as long as it's not in the book, they think that they can twist it and make it right. That's why soaking exists, where you have like basically a threesome where your friend jumps on the bed to make you accidentally slip into the woman, and then you're technically not having sex because it's happening as a direct act of another person making you slip into them, so you didn't do it, therefore you're not violating the rules. No shit, this is the kind of shit Mormons get away with, right? It's hilarious though to me, so I think it's great that they're ingenuitive like that. Well, being so judgmental, that's the problem. But anyways, yeah, half my family's Mormon. They're hilarious. The only thing you have to do to get anything legalized in the Mormon church is you just have to get a prophet promoted. You have to get somebody promoted to a prophet that likes that thing. That's all you got to do. And the second that they're a prophet, now they speak for God, and now all of a sudden that thing's legal. It's that easy. Although technically you got to get a bunch of the prophets on board. But as long as you get one in and he's persistent and he starts calling out the other shit that the other prophets are doing and being like, oh, you might not want this public, then they're like, okay, whoa, okay, we'll make it legal. The Mac Geek is like, wait, what? I'm learning so much. The trick to the Mormon faith is they have prophets, like these direct prophets that speak to God. They're basically like the modern Joseph Smiths, only they can be visited by the ghosts of God, the hover people. But they basically speak for God. Like the prophets literally speak for God. But in reality, if you look at it, it's the structure of a corporation. They're basically the board of directors for God. And so whatever they decide goes. They get to decide where the money goes, how the money is collected, what temples get built. All that shit is all that God tells them, and then they tell the people what they're going to do. They decide if trans people are allowed to live or die. They decide if gay people are okay or not. They decide if black people get into the church or not, or can be. All that's decided by these humans that are usually wealthy white men in affluent businesses. Most of them usually start as lawyers because the church needs a lot of lawyers. So they find people that have skill sets and resources that fit with what they need in the church. And then they just say, oh, God made them a prophet, so here's your new prophet. It's pretty weird. It's really, really weird. But anyways, if you can convince the prophets that something is right, they decide for God. They say it's God saying it, but no, it's them deciding. That's why they even disagree on certain things. Why would God talk to all these people, but they still disagree on certain things? Makes no fucking sense. But anyways, it's like you can change a lot. You can change a lot by just, you got to get a profit, somebody needs to like sneak a profit in. Somebody needs to get somebody who is so committed to the bit that they spend like 10 years getting a ton of wealth, promoting LDS, tithing their ass off, doing something like being a lawyer or controlling a large business, Fortune 500, just something like Jeff Bezos needs to become Mormon. Because if Jeff Bezos became Mormon tomorrow, within a month, he'd be a prophet. Like God would talk to him and say, oh, Jeff Bezos is he's worthy of me, and I'm going to now put him on the board of directors of the Mormon Church. Anything that can improve the church's monetary situation and control and growth. That's all they care about. So somebody should commit to that bit, get in there, and then just poison it from the inside out. Figure out all the secrets, get all of them to fess up the molestation and all the weird shit they do at home, and fucking wearing undies on their head and taking off their Jesus jammies, when they're not around people. Get them to admit to all that shit and record it on a closed camera and be like, listen, we're going to change some things around here. Mormonism would completely open up and basically turn into another generic Christianity overnight. But you need that long game. You need somebody to play the long game to get in, because they do tend to vet the people pretty heavily before they give them prophethood. Maybe God doesn't want it to make sense. Right, MacMan? Maybe God wants it to all be confusing. Maybe God doesn't want to talk to us just because. Maybe God wants us to follow a book that's written by a bunch of contradictions from people from 2,000 years ago over a 400-year period where nobody ever saw any of the events that they're writing about, hence all the contradictions. Maybe that would be a lot easier than just building. We can build an instinct like how to breathe, how to eat, how to fuck, how to sleep, how to take a shit. All that can be instinct, but can we install the knowledge of Jesus existing? No, apparently that's beyond our capabilities. We'll have to save that for version 3.0. Sorry, today is a very weird tech talk. I would venture that today so far hasn't even been a tech talk. But I'll tell you what, let's split the difference. Let's do some tech. Let's do some tech. We've done the talk. Now let's do a little bit of tech. We got 156 people in here. More than I would have thought for a solo day, so I'm feeling very, very gifted and blessed. God equals goat herders on dope. No, God is dog backwards, and dog is man's best friend. See, that's the whole conspiracy right there. Maybe God is just God and wants us all to love each other and not prescribed a specific faith. Just saying. Graham, you just described the universe. If God is a being that has existed forever, that has zero interaction with humanity and wants us to have free will, and wants us to do whatever the fuck we want just with some random threat from other humans, only during a very specific of time, thousands of years after all the other religions existed and Christianity didn't, then it's basically the universe. Because the universe, you could ask the universe any question you'd ask God, and you'd get the exact same response and the exact same outcome. So, I am hereby declaring the universe as Jesus and Allah and Buddha and whatever the Shinto religion prays to, all of the dead religions, God with the big G, no Holy Trinity Jewish style, like all the Catholic shit, all the all the Mormon stuff, the spirit of Joseph Smith up there floating around with old Muhammad, like all of it is just the universe. When you distill it and you take all the human filth away, all the little deviations that make all these people want to kill and convert each other, and the only thing that's left that they all agree on is the universe is God. Bingo. We solved it. Today, here on Tech Talk on 8/22/2026, the year of the Barnacules, at 1:38 p.m. Pacific time, we have just broken ground and discovered that God is just a short name for the universe. Maybe it's an acronym. Like let's see here. Galaxy of Dissidents. Oh, there you go. We here. Hey, tell your friends. Everybody's going to remember this moment for eternity. 2,000 years, they're going to distribute a book about this in nightstands at hotels. The universe is God. If you want something, ask the universe. And the universe will reply exactly how the universe would have replied had you not asked anyways. Because at the end of the day, prayer, you always get an answer in the form of yes, no, or maybe. and you get that exact same response praying to an empty gallon of milk. So the universe is much greater than an empty gallon of milk. The universe is infinitely large. The universe is arguably omnipotent. The universe doesn't talk to us directly. It only speaks to us through the transfer of energy and our own neurons firing in our dreams. The universe is God. You heard it here today first. I don't think anybody's ever come to that conclusion. I think, am I the first person ever to come to the conclusion that God is the universe? And the universe is God? And it turns out that Allah, Jesus, God with the big G, all the prophets, Muhammad, Joseph Smith, fucking Jesus, Moses, it doesn't matter. All of them, all the dead people, the spirits, the people that weren't dead, the eternal, the not eternal, but now eternal. All of it can boil down to one thing: the universe. That is the one common link between everything. The universe right now wants humans to live, and the universe one day will kill all humans. That is a certainty. So the universe is trying to tell us that we should listen to the universe, and our actions directly affect how long we live and how good we live. So there you go. It's perfect. It's like, if you want to get a job tomorrow, pray to God. And by praying to God, which is the universe doesn't have to do anything for you, because you already, by praying to God, created that placebo effect of asking the universe for something, which is going to put you at ease, make you more comfortable in the interview, and then give you a better chance of getting the job. It's beautiful. It's like, and we've already proved the placebo effect is real. They've studied the placebo effect at nauseum. And it 100% works. Like, in every medical trial they do, the reason that they use placebos is because that shit actually does work. And that's why they have to do such a wide study across placebo, because a lot of people take the placebo, actually get the effect of the real medication. And so they need enough of them that they can rule it out, because it's like, your mind can do some crazy shit with the body. It's not a miracle worker. It can't do anything. But it's like, if first thing anybody at a hospital will ever tell you, if you're ever sick and you go to the hospital, they tell you, don't allow your pain to get to a super high level. Let's keep your pain under control and keep it low, because it takes less medication to keep your pain under management than to allow it to run rampant and then need to shock your system with more to bring it down. And therefore you heal faster when you're relaxed. Less stress keeps your blood pressure down, helps with healing. Less anxiety helps with healing. We've proven that all of these things improve your disposition towards healing from literally physical wounds, like surgeries and shit. So yeah, fucking, that's the trick, man. The trick is morale, placebo, whether you're praying to God or your family saying nice things to you, or you feel like you did a good thing, or all that stuff can add up over time and help you with your healing and help you feel better. So there you go. If you want to feel better, just be a good person. That's all you got to do. Although there's some people that are just doomed to have chronic pain for life, but you can have a little less chronic pain by doing some nice things and focusing on some nice things and treating your mental health to help your body translate that pain a little easier. It's like there's always something you can do a little bit. Bradley Smith's like Barnacules, preach, preacher, preacher. All indigenous people knew this. I'm sure they did. And I'm sure all the people before the indigenous people and the people 1,000 years before those indigenous people, they've all figured this out at some point. But the knowledge gets lost each generation as one society gets destroyed and replaced with another. Because at the end of the day, one of the things that humans do really, really good is take advantage of a previous power structure, tweak it to their own, and take the people from that last power structure, pull them over their side, recycle it, and use it to gain power for themselves. The selfishness of humanity is the reason why there's more than one religion. It's literally just comes down to selfishness. The only reason why there's 50 or 100, or I think they said there's over 128 different religions around the world that are recognizable religions. Only a few people know of because they're so big, but there's a lot of them, right? And the reason there's so many religions is if you look at the founding and the time when each one of these religions came into existence, it was a carbon copy of an existing religion with certain rules modified to benefit that class that was creating the new society and controlling the new society, to fragment it and pull people away to create their own, because they disagreed with the people and they didn't want the people having power in the other society. So it's like all these different religions are just a fragment in time where people disagreed. A person wanted power, they both didn't want to have power together. These guys went that way, these guys went this way, and now they were direct enemies of each other. Oh, just my wife update me on something. You drink gin every Monday night? Rock on, Blue Varo. Enjoy life, man, in moderation. Fun fact, I'm actually a minister of Universal Life Church. So am I, technically. True story, Graham. I was supposed to marry my friends. Not like me marry them, but like marry them to each other. I was supposed to marry my friends like 20 some years ago. And so in Washington, I had to be a minister to legally do it. So I did the same thing. I went to the Universal Church of Life. I think I paid them $20 and they sent me my like degree thing or whatever, my little diploma that said that I'm now I'm an official, representative of the Universal Church of Natural Life, blah blah blah. And then I used that to register with the state. So I'd have to find it. It's somewhere in my filing cabinet. But unless there's an expiration date on it and I have to renew it or something, as far as I know, I am still a reverend. Like I am actually a licensed reverend of the Church of Natural Life or whatever it is, a Universal Life Church for the explicit purpose of marrying people. And sad thing is I chickened out. I went through the effort to create it, and then as the time started getting closer, I started getting really nervous because the event started getting bigger and more people were going to be there. And this is a long time ago, and I was really shy. And I was like, oh, I can't do this. This is too much pressure. Like I can get up in front of a group and make them laugh and do stuff like that, but like actually getting up there when people are like recording and this is like their memory they want for a lifetime and everybody's putting all this money and effort into it, and I just didn't want to fuck it up. So instead, their brother-in-law went to the same church I did. He asked me where I got mine. He went to the same church, paid them $20. He became a reverend or preacher or whatever. I think it was reverend. I can't remember what the terminology is. I'm almost sure it was reverend, but it might have been like pastor or bishop or whatever, Jerry Berg or whatever. So he went and got the same thing. And then he ended up marrying him, and he did a fantastic job. And then after he did it, I was like, wow, that actually wasn't that big of a deal. I should have done it. And by the way, I was at the wedding. I did actually go to the wedding. I go to very few weddings. I try to go as few weddings and funerals as humanly possible. But this was, one of my best friends at the time. And so I wanted to be at his wedding, and he was at my wedding too. So I was like, all right, I'll be there at your wedding, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't be the minister. I'll tell you what, though, next time I go through the filing cabinet, if I find it, I'll show it to you guys. Caldera said, man, I love it when you swing the band hammer. Oh, did somebody get banned? Or are you talking about the ban I did at like the beginning of the show like an hour ago? Some people are really, really delayed. That's one thing I've noticed with YouTube. Twitch is like right on the money. Everybody's like, seems like they're within 10 seconds. On YouTube, some people that are on mobile and on iPads and stuff, or the TV app, sometimes that shit can be delayed by like a fucking eon. I don't know why either. Minister Barnacules. James Campbell said, religion is human civilization and alpha, Walking Dead minus zombies. Politics with cherries and whipped cream. I mean, to be fair, as far as we know, like this is humanity has come a long way since the beginning. Like we really have. But I do have to say that it's amazing that we haven't killed ourselves yet. I mean, the fact that we've had nuclear bombs for, half a century and we still haven't managed to blow ourselves up. I mean, we did a really horrible thing once, but the fact that we haven't blown ourselves up yet is actually remarkable. Although it's pretty terrifying that, Trump got caught, and Marjorie Taylor Greene leaked from her people on the inside that Trump was actually inquiring about the use of nuclear weapons in Iran. Like he literally was inquiring and asking, like, is there seriously a way that we could actually do this? Like, and get away with it, like use the nuclear weapons, like really just shock and awe them into submission. Because the truth is he's losing the war against Iran. No matter how many ships he blows up, their navy is still effective. They're still mining and closing the strait. They're still firing missiles everywhere and hitting our bases and hitting our allies and becoming an absolute nuisance to like everybody. So, and they're not going to stop. They're literally not going to stop. They're too separated and spread out. And there's too many fucking resources coming in, and Russia's helping them and China's helping them. There's no fucking way to shut them down other than to fucking just nuke everybody and just commit a massive genocide. In which case you would just kick off World War III, and then everybody's going to fire nukes, and then the mutually assured destruction doctrine kicks in, and we're fucked. Or I should say kicks out, because it was already kicked in. That's what was protecting us. That goes away when everybody starts firing and flinging nukes. The second one person lights off a nuke, you unlock everybody else to do the same. it will just be an absolute fucking shit show. And everybody has enough nukes to fucking wipe out everybody else and themselves 10 times over. So not a good idea. But we know Trump's a dumbass and he only cares about his life, and he knows that he has a bunker that's fully stocked, probably has its own McDonald's in it. Sadly, all the people that are creating AI right now, this is another thing. Did you know that like Jeff Bezos, the Chat GPT guy, whatever the fuck his name is, I forgot, Elon Musk, they all have doomsday bunkers now. And they didn't have doomsday bunkers 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Most of them have doomsday bunkers recently. And the reason being is because they know the threat AI could pose. And like, because they're developing so fast with no safeties and they're all racing each other to AGI, they really think in the back of their head that this could go horribly fucking wrong. Even multiple of them even said publicly they believe that there's a very good chance, not like a non-zero, but a very good chance that this could go horribly fucking wrong. They can all afford doomsday bunkers. So the people that are developing, just like with the nukes, the people that develop the technology that could go horribly wrong and fuck over humanity, they all make sure they have a safety net. That's how much faith they have in what they're doing. They create their own safety net to protect them when their shit goes rogue. Well, we all have to fucking deal with the aftermath. It's so fucking stupid. It is true, Bradley Smith, they do have multiple bunkers, not just one. But I know Bezos has like a really fucking big one. I think it's like here in Washington. Elon Musk, we know that he has at least one really, really big. And these are like big facilities. They aren't little bunkers that you're supposed to camp out in. These are ones that are supposed to support life for 5 or 6 years. Like, some of these doomsday bunkers are fucking, like, for these super wealthy people are fucking insane. They're absolutely insane. Literally, like some of them are designed for entire communities. Like wealthy communities of people that have come together. Some of them are even living in the doomsday bunker, like, right now. Just in case shit fires off, they can just close the doors and their shit's already there. And some of this shit is, like, 12 levels. With fucking growing, hydroponics, fucking swimming pools, a sauna, fucking computers with Starlink up above to stay connected to the fucking internet, even though the nuke would most likely take out the ground stations, so that network would be absolutely fucking useless. But yeah, it's weird. It's like, man, if all these fucking wealthy people are fleeing, but also remember that during the nuclear shit that was happening, like before the Cuban Missile Crisis, everybody was building bomb shelters too. Like that. So this isn't like the first time. It's not guaranteed shit's going to go sideways. It's just people get scared and think shit's going to go sideways when they see that something could absolutely kick shit sideways. AI definitely has the potential to do that. Graham said many of them went to New Zealand. Is New Zealand the country that has like more bunkers per capita than like any other country on Earth? I watched a documentary years ago on some country that literally has like more bunkers than people. Like they literally designed the place so that I think this is like it started back during World War II. They started doing this because their strategy was if Germany like invaded and they couldn't hold them back, they would all just like fucking go in their bunkers, close the door, and hide out. Like that was their strategy, just like literally. And then like these bunkers were like built into the side of mountains and shit. It was crazy. I'm not sure if that was New Zealand though. I think that might have been something closer to Germany. Let's see here. Jeffy's hedge might be big enough to protect him from a nuke. Oh, for sure. The truth is most of these bomb shelters can protect from a nuke within a mile. So like if the nuke hits within a mile of their complex, because a lot of these are also converted missile silos and stuff, but most of these are built to withstand a nuke within like about a mile. Like where if it hits anywhere closer than a mile, the ground shaking is going to fucking rip the thing apart and kill everybody in it. However, there's a couple bunkers that can survive a direct hit, and that is the one that's in Cheyenne Mountain Complex, the one that's under the White House. Apparently, the bunker under the White House can take a direct hit from a nuclear weapon, like a ground penetrating nuke. So this thing can somehow survive. I don't know how deep it is. I don't think if anybody's ever published how deep that bunker is that's under the White House. I don't even think it's directly under the White House. I think you can enter it from the White House, but it's somewhere else on the grounds and they keep it kind of secret. But it's so far underground and it's got such thick reinforced walls that apparently it can take like a direct hit from a nuclear bomb, like literally be the epicenter of the nuclear bomb and survive it. That's fucking insane. That's insane. I want to know how deep that thing had to be for that to be possible, because everybody else's fancy bunkers can only seem to handle a nuke within like a mile or something like that. They found the Stargate, didn't they? I mean, you never know. Graham said, I'm not worried about a nuke. I'm worried about the radiation exposure afterwards. Yeah, dude, if a nuke does hit, if somebody does target Washington with a nuke, which sucks, we are kind of a big target, because we have nuclear sub-base Bangor, we have Fort Lewis McChord, and we have the Naval Shipyard. That makes us a huge fucking target for a nuke. Especially since the B-2s that carry the nukes scramble out of McChord. So that's one of the big bases on the West Coast that we scramble those things out of. So we are a nuclear target. But here's the thing. If they do nuke us, I hope that I'm within the ring that's insta-death. Like, if a nuke hits, I don't want to be in the outer rings where it's like, get severe radiation burns and then die over 30 days in the most horrible way possible. I don't want to be in that big outer ring. I want to either be in the ring that's survivable with a high chance of not getting cancer, or I want to be in the ring that's instant vaporization. I do not want to be in the big ring in between. Fuck that. Like, if I hear a nuke's coming, I'm gonna pull out my calculator real quick and be like, okay, where am I gonna be if I run? And that's gonna determine which direction I go. I'm either gonna drive away from it if I can get to safety before it's estimated to hit, or I'm gonna drive as fast as I can right towards the epicenter of that bitch and try to get vaporized instantly. Oh, I thought I said Bangor. My bad. Did I not say Bangor? I thought I said Bangor, Fort Lewis McChord, and the Naval Shipyard. I might have missed it though. Yeah, I've actually been to Bangor. I've been both on the Bangor base. I've been on all the bases actually. I've been at Bangor multiple times. I've been to the Naval Shipyard multiple times because when I grew up, both my grandpa, my dad, and my sister all had the tags to go on to base, so I could go on as a guest. The bowling alley was awesome. They had the coolest bowling alley ever at the Naval Shipyard. I love that thing. Then to Bangor, I'd been to a couple of times because my friend's dad worked there. He worked at Bangor. He was a tech on the subs. And so we'd go with him there to, like, you know, they do parties and like company birthday parties and stuff. And so he'd take us onto the base with a pass. And, that was pretty cool. That was neat to see the sub, what do they call them? The docks where the submarines are, the dry docks. And, I've been to Lewis McChord because my stepsister's dad was in the military. He was active military, so he literally lived in base housing, and he was like high enough up that he had a whole house. Like sometimes, like depending on your rank, you get different accommodations. He had like a full 2-story house, so he was actually fairly high ranking. And so I remember I used to go with my sister to visit him all the time and her brothers and sisters. And I always thought that was pretty cool driving onto the base. I mean, it's scary though, man. You approach those bases, it's like zero fucking nonsense, dude. You have dudes with literally M16s at the fucking ready, and they will gun your shit down if you so much as think about stepping on that gas pedal while they have you stopped and they're inspecting your car and you. As a matter of fact, I've had guns physically pointed at me at the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. Because I was going to my wife's sister's house, which was right along the edge of the base, right along the fencing on the base with the Constantine wire or whatever up on the top. And so they have an alley where you approach where the entry is, the east entry to the base. You approach it, and then you turn to go down this little like side street along the fence to go to the backyard and park in the backyard of their house. And they had told me, they said when I pulled up to flash my headlights and put my hand out the window pointing over to the drive and then slowly approach it and turn in. And I didn't remember to flash my headlights. And so I put my arm out the window, but I didn't flash the headlights, and I don't think they could see my arm. So I'm like pulling up. These two guys come running out of the inspection thing with their M16s, completely drawn up, head down on the sights, pointing at me, screaming bloody murder at me. Stop now. And I slammed on the brakes, and I was like, holy shit. And I stuck both my hands out the window, and I was freaking the fuck out. I was like, oh my God, what'd I do? And they said, you know, why are you approaching the base? Because I didn't have the thing on the window. You're supposed to have like a little thing on the window when you approach to get on the base on your car. And so they were screaming at me. The guy's got his gun pointing at me. The other dude puts his gun down to check my license because he wanted to write down who I was. Even though I was like, no, I'm just going to the house. And they're like, what's the address of the house? What's the color of the house? Who lives there? They grilled me on all the questions. I was like, no, they're 3 houses down. Here's the house number. Here, I even got a fucking map thing that I printed out from MapQuest. And they're like, okay, they're like, from now on, you need to flash your headlights when you approach, and you need to not exceed 5 miles an hour and keep your blinker on, and then enter the alley. And I was like, okay, fuck. I was so scared. I about peed my pants. And the real reason I peed my pants was because not even like a year before that, there was a car that ran through that same gate. They just punched it. The car had like 3 people in it. They were going to try to blow through the gate. Who knows if it was like they were terrorists or whatever. I don't think they found anything in the car. But they ran the gate, and the 2 gate officers shot up, just emptied both their magazines into the car and killed all 3 people. And the car just rolled in, smashed into the barrier at the gate, and didn't get in. So they like open fired on the car before it even entered the base. Like just because of the speed it was going, they're like, oh, they're clearly not stopping. So they just opened fire. I was like, holy shit. So yeah, I didn't want to die. That was fucking wild. So yeah, if you ever try to enter the base at Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, either go during the day, pull into the line and slow down, but at night do not fucking exceed 5 miles an hour, and make goddamn sure you flash your lights if you're not trying to go onto the base. If you are trying to go onto the base, you're supposed to roll your window down, keep your headlights on, and you're supposed to show your base ID out the window, like hold it in your hand as you're approaching, or you have to have a sticker on the window of your car that has the Puget Sound registration order, so they know the at least the vehicle or the person inside of it has intent to be there. And then they relax a little bit so you can pull up, and then they check your credentials and your passengers before you're allowed onto the base. But yeah, that was a scary situation, man. Having guns, I've had guns pointed at me multiple times in my life, and I'll tell you what, I tell people all the time, it's like, you do not have to fire a gun to get somebody to comply. It's like most of the time you do not have to fire. If you point the gun at somebody, they're going to do what you tell them to do. Like, that's like, because I sure as fuck did. I've had cops point guns at me at least twice. Then I had the M16s pointed at me. Let's see. Have I had any other times where guns were pointed at me? No, I had to point a gun at somebody else, and that was effective. They left immediately when I did that. So yeah, it turns out guns, shit. You don't even have to pull the trigger 99.9% of the time to get the bad guy to fucking stop what they're doing, or to get the good guy to wet their pants that just didn't realize what they were doing was bad. Oh yeah, Graham, they have the nuclear. You know, they refuel the nuclear submarines at the naval shipyard. So banger, they park and they arm the submarines, but when they're actually changing out the core, every 8 or 10 years they change out the nuclear core and the submarines. I think it's a little bit different schedule for the boomers versus the smaller one. I forget the name of the smaller class. Louisiana or something. Not Louisiana. What am I thinking? Vermont? No. Oh, Idaho? Is it Idaho class? Or no, Virginia. There it is. Took me a second. Virginia class. So yeah, so the boomers and the Virginia class and the Seawolves or whatever, they have this giant lead tower. I watched them do it. It's pretty crazy. Like, you can go up to the fence and watch them do this. Like, it's in plain view of the public. Or if you're in a boat, you can see it too from a couple of miles away. But you can stand at the fence and watch. They have a crane drop this giant fucking lead tower. It's like a big rectangular looking tower. It looks like two shipping containers together, but it's all lead lined. And they take the submarine into the dry dock, and they flush all the water out, shut the doors, everything. They put this giant tower over it, and then they crack open the core, and they pull out the hot core by craning it up into this lead tower. And then the lead tower swings over a cask that's on a train car, and then drops it down into the cask and dumps it, and then they seal it up. And then you see some guys, they start welding the plug into it, and it's already like positioned on a train car, on a train track, and they just hook it up the train, switch it into the lines or whatever, and then haul it out wherever they go and bury it. I don't know where they bury them. I want to say they take them out of state somewhere, because I've never seen any of them like stop or bury them. I've never seen the casks anywhere except for coming and going. But it's pretty. The cask that they have to put that thing is it's huge. Like, the amount of storage that they need for just the hot material that comes out of that core, all the rods that they pull out, it's like, fuck, man, that's insane how much shielding it takes to, like, because not only does it have to hold all the radiation inside of it, it also has to survive a wreck. If the train wrecks or gets hit or derails, that cask has to be so strong that no matter what hits it, what it bounces off, or what falls on it, won't break containment. Hey, Graham, take it easy, brother. You have an amazing weekend, too. I'm off to do my gateway meditation. Enjoy, brother. Enjoy. I'm glad that shit works for you. James Campbell said, it's truly insane how many nukes there are in this world. When the fallout from 8 bombs detonated at the poles would kill everything. Yeah, I know we overdid it on the nuclear weapons. We definitely overdid it on the nuclear weapons. But that's because everybody was nuclear. It's just like with the AI shit. Everybody's overdoing it. No, nobody just wants to sanely develop AI. They're all worried that another country is going to develop AI first, because I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to, like, what is it, Anduril and Palantir and all these government contractors are all trying to switch to AI, unmanned AI, drones, ground units, smart weapons that you basically just send into a war zone pre-programmed to loiter, find targets, and attack them without human intervention. Like, that's the goal, is to get to the point where it's fully autonomous, where you basically just hand over production of the weapons, control of the weapons, and everything to the AI. And the AI just is pre-programmed to protect the United States, protect United States citizens. Anybody that attacks, instantly counter that attack, detect that attack, and counter it faster than a human could ever react. The goal is to have the AI be fast, because we're worried that another country is going to do that, because other countries have said that's their goal. So if another country has an AI that can coordinate a drone strike of like 5,000 drones all flying, evading radar with different payloads, all targeting specific things without any human involvement, it's doing all these complex maneuvers and everything. And there's no way to target and take these things down without our own AI to predict it and process in real time and take these down, to slow time down effectively. That every country, whatever country has that capability, is going to become the biggest threat. Even if they don't have the biggest bombs, they'll be able to put the smallest payloads and the most undetectable and covert ways into, like, the precision places without any human time. Like, nobody to choke, nobody to not make the decision fast enough. It's all just going to happen as fast as the hardware allows. And so everybody's racing towards AGI because they think AGI is going to be the thing that gives them that capability. And the scary thing about that is, once you have to hand over all the decision making to the AI because the humans can't make decisions fast enough, that also means that if the AI turns against you, or the AI sees you as a threat, or sees eliminating or hurting you and protecting itself as a means of carrying out its goal in an alternative way, remember, you designed this thing to outthink and outreact humans. So there's really no way for a human to fight it, because it's anticipating everything in real time, and there you can't. It's like you try to send a bomb there with a dude flying it with a fucking joystick. It's never going to get there, because the AI can see it come, track it, and shoot it all within 2/10,000ths of a second. You know, it can see it coming in and see its erratic flight path and figure out any kind of pattern, measure the weather, and then figure out exactly where it needs to position 5 different munitions in the 5 positions that thing could possibly move with its capabilities that it's analyzed from previous flight, and strategically place the munitions so the fewest munitions fired guarantee 100% kill. Once you start creating technology like that, it's like humans no longer can make decisions because they just slow it down. And if you have to make the kill decision, and two AIs are launching an attack against each other simultaneously, or one strikes and the other one counterstrikes, if a human even takes 5 minutes to make a decision to kill, that other AI doesn't require a human, that other AI can actually circumvent your attack and counterattack and kill all your shit, because that 5-minute decision made all the difference in the world. Because for the AI, that was an absolute fucking eternity when you're talking hypersonic missiles and ballistic missiles and all this shit, right? So my biggest fear right now is that AI, we're just seeing it grow as the gateway. But the goal is to get the AI to a point where we think we can control it, even though we don't fully understand our creation. We somehow have this arrogance that we think we're going to be able to control it when we put it into a theater of war where it can react faster than any human or group of humans can. Meaning that we're specifically creating this thing to outperform ourselves. Which means once we deploy it, we better hope that it follows our orders precisely and doesn't make many mistakes. There's always going to be collateral damage. There always is, even with humans. But we have to make sure that it follows its goal close enough, even though we don't fully understand it, because it thinks so goddamn fast and it comes up with things we couldn't even think of, which was the whole purpose of deploying it. But once we flip that switch, it's like, unless we're sitting there holding the power cord to the data center, you know, and we're sure that AI can't convince us that it's in our best interest to leave it plugged in by manipulating us or killing us through some mechanism or something that we didn't even consider before we can even make the decision to unplug it, You know, it's like we're betting a lot on shit we shouldn't be betting on. And robotics is scary as fuck right now. People are like, oh, robotics. They're not like, oh, fucking, I've seen Asimo. I've seen, you know, Honda Asimo and everything. Like, they're not going to outrun them. They've got fucking bipedal robots now that can run marathons faster than a human. They have bipedal robots that are 5.5, 6 foot tall that can do jumping spin kicks in the air, hitting targets reliably. And these robots can also be knocked down and get up within half a second, literally hit the ground, bounce right back up, actuate all their joints in different directions because their processing power. It's not even the capability. Like, we've had a lot of capabilities of the joints and stuff, but it used to be hydraulic. Now everything's all electromechanical. So we have these super high torque axial flow motors that we didn't have 10 years ago. And these things can like enable a robot to pick up like 250 pounds, like super fast. No more of this slow movement crap. And not only that, it's not even like servo movement. It starts looking more human because there's a neural network detecting how it's moving through its environment using vision, using hearing, using all these sensors to emulate humans, to look at the environment, and sensors that do shit humans never could, like LiDAR and stuff like that, to analyze the environment hundreds, if not thousands of times a second and anticipate every single thing that's going to happen in that environment, every movement before it even happens. The robot literally is predicting and modeling out every single possibility of what can happen before it even moves an inch through space. If a rock shows up, if a bullet hits it, doesn't matter. All those things, it's already predicted in some way or form and how it's going to counter that force to stay aloft or how to get back up if it doesn't. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Unitree was the one that beat Usain Bolt's record. And keep in mind, Unitree makes a robot that's $8,000 that you can buy right now. You can have in your house. For $20,000, you can buy the really, really high-end one that's taller, can lift more weight, move much faster. Has a longer battery life, too. For $100,000, you can buy the one that beat Usain Bolt. Might be like 20 or 30 now. The price actually... It's funny. The price on robotics is coming down. Well, the price on memory and compute is going up. But here's the thing. The robots rely on a lot of compute, which means they're now competing with AI because they're supposed to work with AI in the first place, right? So these robots are going to get astronomically expensive. But there was a little point where it's like the cost of robotics was coming down because the cost of the motors and the batteries were coming down dramatically. But sadly, the cost of the memory and the compute's going up so drastically now. And that's literally the brain of the robot. Like, you need those compute cycles. The more compute cycles you have, the more stable the platform is going to be and the faster it can react. So shit's going to get... So that $8,000 Unitree robot, I bet you if you go look it up today, it's like $13,000 now. Like, literally everything's going up. One of the topics I wanted to talk about today is the price of all tech across the board is going up now because literally everything has memory. And all the companies that sell the memory that gets built into the chips that go into these various different devices, all these different grades of memory like DDR, LPDDR, VRAM, all these radically different memory types for different applications, less and less of that is being created because VRAM and LPDDR5, everybody's retooling to make as much of that as humanly possible because data centers have bought out like 2 years of production. We're like literally every unit you can create for the next 2 years, except for like some stuff that they reserve to sell to the public at an enormous high price in a bidding war. All that production is already pre-sold to a company before they even make it. And if in every single fab that comes online, the AI start bidding them up. Here's what we're willing to pay. Highest bidder. We want to buy out your production for the next 2 years, 5 years. Now, they're making a big bet on that because they're buying something they might not be able to be alive in 5 years, but they still have to honor that contract. So that money is paid up front. They're paid at least half or in full before you're saying you have to provide this memory over the next 2 years. Even if they go out of business, they still get the money. So it's like they're selling to them instead of the customers. If more of these fabs convert and retool to move to AI memory, which as AI gets bigger and bigger and bigger, they're starting to realize that that's a solid bet. And the more that retool, the higher the prices go up for the less RAM that we have to fight over for the consumer cards, the shit that's not being used for AI. Might be used for local models and stuff, but I mean, just not used in the data center. And that's what fucking sucks, is because this is driving the prices of consoles up. Because it doesn't just affect memory, it affects anything that has memory chips. We're talking, this affects storage like SSDs, M2 drives, any solid state stuff. So even spinning disks have gone way up in price. Like a 2 terabyte spinning disk used to be worth nothing like a year ago, right? This was like the fucking 20, 30 terabyte spinning disk. This is nothing. Now I bet you that drive, I haven't looked online, but I bet you a 2 terabyte spinning disk now is worth over $100. Like, it makes no fucking sense. Like, the prices have gone nanners. I looked at the SSD that I have in my computer that I paid $250 for like 5 years ago, and it's $900 today. It was like 4 or 5 years ago. It's one of the Samsung, was it Samsung 990s or 980s, something like that. And I looked it up on Amazon. It was $900 fucking dollars for a 4-year-old SSD that was 2 terabytes. Like, or no, was it 4 terabytes? 4 terabyte SSD. Actually, here, let me see. I'm curious how much it is today. Let me go to Amazon. And you look at the price trend. You know how Amazon shows like the price trend thing? And it's like the price trend's like up through the roof. Oh, let's see here. Samsung 4 TB M2 SSD. Yep. So as a 990 Pro 4 terabyte drive. So this is a 990 Pro 4 terabyte drive. $949. Let me see if I can find the price trend. Where does it show that usually? Oh, right here, price history. I found it. All right, so it's giving me the price history. So this particular drive, 1 year ago, guess how much it was? 1 year ago, it was $350. And today it's $950. 2.5 times the price. A 4 terabyte non-pro. So this is the 4 terabyte Evo. $600. So that one's $600. This is the non-pro model. This is the Evo model. And here, let me see the price history. So 1 year ago, this drive was $200. Today it's $589. But here's the funny thing on Amazon. It says, oh, 44% off. This drive is 44% off right now. That's because at the beginning of August, it dropped down to $355 for like 2 days. And then it went right back up. You know what its peak price was? $769. Last month, this drive peaked at $769. So it did come down sharply and then went sharply back up again. So something happened, probably some speculative thing, that made it come down in price a little bit. Or maybe they were selling the stock that they still had. The stock ran out and they had to wait for like the next generation of hardware. But if it literally, these prices are just fucking nanners. They make no sense. And when you're thinking about consoles, like think about you buy a console, the pro model of a console that comes with like 2 terabytes of storage, right? Because it has a pre-installed 2 terabyte M2 SSD. At the old price of that console, you could buy that console, take out the hard drive from it, sell it, and you'd recoup the entire cost of the console. That's how much those things are worth now. So obviously, the price of consoles have to go up, because if they don't increase the price of the console, what are people that need these drives going to do when they can't get them elsewhere? They're going to fucking buy consoles, pull the thing out, sell the console on fucking eBay without a hard drive, or put a smaller little shitty old hard drive in it. And that's how they're going to get a hold of their storage that they need. It already happened with computers. I don't know. Did you guys hear about the data centers that were literally buying Dells? Buying Dells and just stealing the fucking drives and memory out of them and basically just selling them for scrap online. So there was like this period of time. I don't know if they're still doing it. I think Dell caught on to their shenanigans. But Dell had a lot of hardware in stock because they build computers. So they buy huge lots of hard drives and memory so they have them in stock so they can guarantee they can keep building their computers. So they were able to keep their prices down through one of these major price hikes. Somebody figured out that between the RAM and the storage and the computer, those two items sold alone were worth more than what Dell was charging for the computer, because they were still honoring old prices on hardware because they still had a bunch of it in stock. So a bunch of people in the data centers were like, well, why don't we just buy those? Why don't we just buy the computers, rip out the memory, rip out the hard drive, and then just have either give away the computer or just fucking throw it in the garbage, or sell it and recoup, a couple of $100. And now you're literally getting paid. Like, if you wanted to, there was a time where you could go to Dell, buy the computer, pull out the GPU, the memory, and the storage, just yank it out of the box, sell the box on eBay with none of those components, just this doesn't have a hard drive, it works, but it doesn't have this, it needs this. Sell it for, a quarter of its value that you bought it for from Dell. And now the components that you have in your hand, you can sell for more than the value of that Dell, and it's all profit. What you sold the motherboard for, the case, the power supply, that's all profit. So You didn't even have to be a data center. You could literally, if you had the money, you could just buy those computers, part them out, and recoup and make a profit by just reselling parted out Dells, brand new Dells. That's fucking crazy. So, of course, to combat that, what do the manufacturers have to do to the computers? They have to raise their prices. Because if they don't raise their prices, then they're eventually going to run out of their memory and run out of their... They're going to have to do another order, which is going to force them to raise their prices to keep their profit margin. But if they continue to sell what they still have, honoring their prices for the hardware that they have in stock, people are just going to buy that shit out and part it out. It's not even going to go to the people they want it to go to. It's not going to go to customers that are going to come back again. These are going to people that are just going to fucking rip this shit apart and part it out. And that's not going to help their brand. That's not going to look good. Talk to the big corporations, ask them to stop hoarding hardware, please. Yeah, that's going to happen. I mean, fuck, I talk to them. I'll talk to them, but they ain't going to listen. Because here's the problem is all these companies have more money than they could ever spend. Their stock value is based purely on speculation. It's not based on their actual earnings or like what the company's actually worth. They do a bunch of tricks to massage those numbers. They always have, especially Microsoft. Their value is nowhere near what the company's actually worth. But because it's speculative and detached, they have so much disposable income that they can just blow to just, even if they just burn it, if they burn just to keep them going while their competition gets so underwater that they have to sell themselves for pennies on the dollar. That's why all these startups that are like doing really good at some point, they always end up like fucking going downhill, and Microsoft ends up buying them. Amazon, it's like a bidding war. They come online, they do pretty good. They can't compete with the big guys who just decide to come in and choke them out, and they just ride it out, wasting their money just to burn these guys. Kind of like those people that do legal battles just to waste somebody's resources, even though the person wins every legal battle, they still lose everything. It's the same kind of thing, but at a corporate level. And so they just drain these corporations until they have to sell. Like they have no choice but to sell their corporation because they're underwater. And then all of a sudden, the companies that starved them out get in a bidding war over trying to buy them out to add them to their collection of companies. And I swear it's like idiocracy. I really do think we're going to hit a point in the not too distant future where every single company and brand that we know today, that we recognize today, all of them will be owned by one of the three big giants. They'll all either be owned by Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google, and maybe, let's see, what's one other really, really big one I'm missing here? I mean, Google would be Alphabet, like the big parent structure of all of them. But it's like those 4 or 5 companies are going to own everybody else. And they'll keep the brand names so it looks like there's diversity and it looks like there's choice, but there absolutely isn't. Not even a little bit. Literally, yeah, it's gonna be Carl's Jr. and what was it, Fuddruckers turned into, was it Buttfuckers or whatever? I love that. It's so funny. The kids are having like a birthday party. If you've never seen Idiocracy, highly recommend it. One of my favorite movies of all time. Hail President Camacho. We're living through a president. It's a documentary now. People, like, if you ever heard the joke that Idiocracy is now a documentary, watch the movie and you'll see exactly what people are talking about. Like Donald Trump is President Camacho. But it's fucking wild because it's like this restaurant used to be Fuddruckers, and then over time it kept changing its name and it eventually landed on Buttfuckers. But it has the same logo. I'm surprised the companies went along with this. It's hilarious. Like Carl's Jr. let them turn their symbol into a demon. Starbucks allowed them to use their brand and turn it into a whorehouse, and all the names of the drinks were different types of sexual things you could buy. Costco basically just turned into this mega corporation that was just every other store in the world under one giant roof that was miles and miles of store. But it's like we're like seeing this shit kind of happen. Like maybe not so much parody, but it is happening. It's like we're seeing these huge corporations gobble up all the small ones. We're seeing the somewhat big corporations that would have done good otherwise getting choked out by these other corporations just so they can force them into buying. Just like Elon Musk, remember? Look at Twitter. Twitter was struggling, but they were profitable for a while. Not very much, but they were getting there and they were building up. And then Elon Musk comes in and he's like, well, I know I can't make the platform profit and I'm just going to take money, but I have more money than God. And I'm not going to spend a single dime of it because I have so much fucking money that other people will just give me their money and buy the things for me because I have so much money on paper. They think it's a good investment to let me use their money instead of my own money. And then because I have so much money, even if my platform fails, it doesn't matter because I'm so rich and I can use the platform for so much political shit and putting so much pressure on people that they have to still invest, and I can keep taking money from them. And even though they lose their money, they don't care because I can use my platform, my influence to better their position elsewhere and give them back their money in some other way. So Elon Musk comes in and pays like 4 times the valuation of Twitter, forcing a sell-off. The board of directors did not want to sell the company, but there's actually a law. It's a federal law that says any publicly traded company has to do whatever action benefits their investors the most. So Elon basically put money on the table that nobody else would even come close to. Like, fuck you money. He put so much money on the table that it was impossible for them to refuse the offer because they couldn't show any other path of profitability under Twitter that would match the amount the stock would go up by selling to Elon at that value. So the conversion of the Twitter to X and the final value of the stock, every investor in that stock in that moment would have been super fucking rich. Like what they put in, they'd get back many times more out. So they had to do it. Were you thinking of Meta Facebook? It could have been. Yeah, actually, no. That you're right, Joey, I was totally is like the 5th company. Because the truth is, Facebook does rival Google now. Like, Facebook used to be just like a website, but Facebook now owns so much shit, it's not even funny. Oh, wow. Why do I have fucking curds on top of my coffee? Hope that creamer I put in there was okay. I dumped a shitload of heavy cream in here and like mixed it into my coffee this morning. I went to take a drink and there's like a fucking pad of like clotted cream on top. Well, we'll see if I drop dead here in a little while. Why is the fucking bot still not working? Joey, thank you so much for the $2, dude. Seriously, I'm gonna do this manually for every super chat. I'm just gonna read it and do it manually because this is fucking stupid. The bot is not working. It's like it says it's in here, it claims it's in here, it's ignoring all the commands, it refuses to talk. I've had it leave the channel and come back into the channel like fucking 10 times now. Here, let me refresh and see if it says the bot is modded. Nope, still says the bot's not modded, even though it's okay. Bot modded. Stream Elements bot has been granted moderator rights on the channel. You can close this tab. Okay, I close it. I hit refresh on the page, and it says the bot needs moderator rights to function properly. Remove from chat. Add bot to chat. Okay, now it's giving me a command to run. It said it modded the bot before, but it's saying it now. It says the bot's modded again. It says bot modded successfully, but it still tells me to do this command. So I did /mod stream elements. Okay, that clearly doesn't work on, that must have been for Twitch. It still says the bot needs moderator rights to function, even though it just claims it did it. You know what I'm going to do? I think there's something fucked up with the way they're synced to YouTube. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and see. Here, let me clone this window, duplicate this tab. Excuse me. Let me go into my channel. Here, go back. Go back to... How do I go back to my main thing? Here, your channel. Okay, there we go. I want to go into, let's see, settings. Under settings, I should have, let's see, where is it? Notifications, playback performance, downloads, privacy, connected apps. Let me go under account. I'm not seeing anything under here. I'm trying to find where you do the modding. Where is the modding at? I need to find where I can mod stream elements because I can't get it to type, so I can't right click on it, and it doesn't have a user list in here. So I have to go to dashboard, YouTube Studio. Then under YouTube Studio, I'm going to go to community. Nope, that's not it. Analytics, content. Oh, there's another settings button. Oh, there's 2 settings under YouTube. There's a setting under the control panel, and then there's a setting under the account, and they do different things. Okay, here, I found it. All right, permissions. I want to manage permissions. Okay, manage permissions. I want to manage user permissions. Okay, it's verifying that I'm me. Okay, I think. It's thinking. Okay. I want to manage permissions. Okay, it says I am the primary owner. So now I got to choose a role. I'm going to do owner, manager, or communication manager. I don't want to add a manager to the channel. Like, I want to just fucking mod a bot. Why is this so damn hard? Oh, Oh, community moderation. Here we go. User management under community moderation. God damn. Can we all agree that the fucking interface on YouTube fucking sucks balls? It's the most confusing shit ever. Like, some of these menus are like 8 levels deep. This shit needs to be redesigned. They just keep tacking more shit onto it. So, you know, Crimson said, how is your health? Not great, my man. Not great. I gotta go see my doctor in 2 weeks. To kick the tires, change some things. See if he'll hook me up with some Viagra. Cause I want to be able to like hold boners again. You know how bad it sucks to not be able to get a boner and be horny and then have it deflate on you? It's because I have constant chronic back pain. I looked it up. It's because it's the same nerve that goes down that transfers all the signals from your legs and shit. So it's constantly feeling pain, and that just keeps cutting it off. So sadly, erectile dysfunction comes with severe lower back pain. I'm like, God damn it. You just can't fucking win. But the good news is I heard that Viagra shit is money. I've never tried it before. But apparently you pop one of those pills and you even like fucking think of jerking it, and that sucker's like, pew, for like 3-4 hours. So I'm going to see if my doctor's down with letting me give that a try. I just got to make sure it doesn't conflict with any of my other medications. Jurite said, Idiocracy, where they were looking for dumb-looking shoes, found a recent startup selling shoes that fit the description, but what if they get successful? The shoes were Crocs. I remember that. Yeah, that's right. That's hilarious. Yeah, like Idiocracy is like, oh yeah, we're not gonna use the Crocs because what if they actually become a success? They totally did. Colin B said, so since October, I got my left eyebrow and ear pierced. Rock on, dude. If it makes you happy, go for it. Xeno Crimson said, I remember Viagra being bad for a heart. I mean, honestly, every single thing has pros and cons. You know what else is really bad for my heart? Not being able to get a boner and having that make me really frustrated all the time. So remember, in medical science, there's trade-offs, right? Everything is a trade-off. Sometimes those trade-offs are bad or worse. And in that case, you always take bad. Like, bad is always better than worse. They're not great options, but in the grand scheme of things, one is better than the other. However, I did look up Viagra might actually solve some of the other problems I have with poor circulation in my hands. Especially my right arm. My right arm and hand have horrible circulation ever since they did that deep vein thrombosis surgery. And apparently, Viagra is a vasodilator, so it'll make my veins larger, which can carry more blood, more oxygen. So I'm curious to see if that actually helps with some of the issues I have with the constant numbness, tingling in my right hand. So if it helps with that, I'll be like, fucking bonus. You run any AI superclusters? I wish. The hardware is too expensive, and I don't have anything that could even be close to considered a AI supercluster. It's funny, so many people ask me all the time, like, dude, TMI, like, how can you talk about shit like Viagra and getting boners and sex and masturbation so freely? It's simple. I'm not Christian anymore. I'm an atheist. I understand that we're humans. I understand we're animals, mammals. We have needs. We have the logic actually just takes over, and everything starts to make a lot more sense when you don't have a little book indoctrinating you into a child thinking that you're going to fucking burn in hell for touching your winky. So, no, masturbation is incredibly healthy. Look it up. It's very, very good for you, especially as a man. It helps you actually reduce your risk of prostate cancer quite dramatically, like proven. So, you know, jerk that shit, you know, empty the gun every once in a while. Let it fill up with fresh bullets. When are you going to start sharing screen? I mean, it's sad. Such a talented person. Can I have a basic setup for if he's afraid to leak something? I don't know if AI can have that on Cron. Interesting way to put that, Name Times. I'll leave it at that. Interesting way, but I appreciate that you think I'm a talented person. I do appreciate that. The screen sharing is actually more just because I don't have my virtual environment set up. That's something that I just keep putting off. Once the VM environment's set off, I can screen grab and share to my heart's content. The truth is, though, on Tech Talk, I do a lot of talking. I'm not doing a lot of stuff on the screen that you need to see right now. Twitch stream's been largely the same way lately. But no, when I start getting into like doing the AI stuff live on stream and like showing you guys demos and stuff like that, yeah, no, I'll eventually do that all under a VM. The two things I have to establish is the VM, and I have to get LM Studio set up on the host, but I have to use few enough resources, because there's a lot of testing that needs to go in this. I need to use few enough resources that I can still use the AI projects under Comfy UI that I want to show you guys, while still leaving enough resources to actually encode and broadcast the stream. I have another idea too. I may take another graphics card, because somewhere around here I have another like old graphics card that has a basic H.264 encoder on it. I think I may throw that into my PC and allocate that graphics card to doing the stream composition, and then I can take 100% of it. Like, it'll literally do the basic composition for the Windows desktop, and if I can, I don't know if I can do the Windows desktop composition on a separate graphics card than what the monitor is connected to, but if I can, I'll farm that off to the second processor, and I'll farm off the rendering for the stream, the video encoder and everything, so that way the computer isn't like locking up while I'm trying to do heavy AI tasks. And then what I'll do is set up LM Studio or Llama CPP, have it connect to the host to the VM, and then I'll be able to do full-blown Comfy UI, full-scale layout, show you guys everything. It'll be beautiful. But it just it takes a lot of setup and testing to get there, and that's why it's taken so long, because I just haven't had the time to sit down and go through it all. Is it prostate or testicular cancer? It's prostate. Prostate. But I'd also imagine that it would contribute to testicular cancer, too, because it's like working a muscle, makes it stronger and healthier, right? It's like you don't want your body constantly having to work to reabsorb that shit. Like, pump it out, get rid of it. James Campbell said, is there a harness for AI agents that works for Windows with LM Studio? Oh, lots of them. Tons of them. Hermes, you can run under WSL2. As a matter of fact, Hermes, I believe you can even run under PowerShell right now, but I wouldn't recommend it. Most of them are optimized to work under Linux, so WSL2 is the way to go. You can use, OpenCloud, although a lot of people are getting away from the whole OpenCloud and not OpenCode. What's the name of it? The agentic agent that everybody was using, the first one that everybody was super hyped about, the open source one. I thought it was like not OpenCode, but something else. I can't remember the name of it. But anyways, the thing that came before Hermes. And now apparently Hermes is even considered outdated. There's another one Network Chuck was talking about the other day. I can't remember the name of it, but there's another agentic harness. And they all work under WSL2 using Docker running under Windows. So you install Docker Desktop under Windows. You set up WSL2, you log in, you install it and run it under WSL2, and then it uses the Docker instance running native under Windows, and you just have that shit running in the background. Okay, Barney, love you, man. I'll keep watching. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. You still float in salt tanks? I wish. I can't afford it anymore, but my God, do I love me some floating. I would love to own a Epsom salt float tank, but the shit is so expensive. Oh, my God. It is stupid expensive. I looked up one a couple years ago. It was like $35,000, $40,000. I was like, are you fucking shitting me? But it turns out it's the system that's required to filter water that has Epsom salt dissolved into it to maintain the water and maintain the pH and prevent bacteria and all that shit. Like, that filtration system is super fucking expensive to build and to operate. And then not only that, you have to buy 1,200 pounds of Epsom salt to dissolve into 200 gallons of water. And you have to have a tank that all of the components and metallic components and everything are all plated in a way that doesn't create what's it called, where electricity oxidizes the metal. It happened to my hot tub. What is it called? You guys will figure it out in chat. It's a common word. Not oxidized. It happens to boats that don't use anodes to prevent the corrosion. Galvanic corrosion, that's what it is. God damn, it takes me forever to lock onto shit these days. I'm just getting old. But yeah, galvanic corrosion is something that you have to think about. So the whole filtration system and everything that's all in this Epsom salt laden water all has to be coated with materials that are completely inert, because you can't just stick like an anode in there for whatever reason. I think it's because you don't want it leaching into the water or causing a problem with the water. But yeah, so no, I looked up a filtration system, and it's like literally like $20,000 of the cost is the filtration system, and the other $10,000 is the actual pod. So, because the pod is like fiberglass sprayed down with some plastic that's unaffected by long-term exposure. But man, that would be cool. God, I would love to have one of those tanks. How fucking cool would that be to just every day go get in your perfectly body temperature matched float tank, and just, it's so cool because you don't feel the water line. Once it matches your body temperature perfectly, It's completely dark. It's noise isolated. You don't hear anything. It's like the Daredevil tank. And you don't feel the water line. So your brain starts to slowly be convinced that your body is floating and weightless. It's badass. If you've never done it, if you've never done a float tank, I guarantee, try it once in your life. Even though it's expensive, it might cost you $60 to $80 for a single session if you don't buy one of their stupid membership things. Just do it once and see what you think. But I'll tell you this right now, only do it if you can afford to do it again. Because if you do it once and you fall in love and then you can't afford it, you're going to be pissed. So this is one of those things where it's like blissful ignorance counts. Yeah, OpenClaw. Thank you, MacMan. MacMan got it. It's OpenClaw. OpenClaw was like the first major, it wasn't the first, but it was like the first majorly recognized open source agentic agent that you could run on your computer that you could give it a task and it'll just spend 24 hours a day, 7 days a week trying to carry it out. It has full access to your entire computer and everything on it. It can use messaging apps. It can send emails. It can talk to you on WhatsApp and Discord and pretty fancy shit, and not too hard to set up either. Hey, Joey, thank you for the $5. He said, Damn Drops got the Superman with the Insta-boner, but that's surgery. Also, you're thinking of OpenClaw, I believe, Rust. OpenClaw, I believe, Rust. OpenClaw was right. I don't know what the Rust thing was about. Damn Drops got the Superman with the Insta-boner. I've heard the name Damn Drops. Is that like a YouTuber or something? Then he got the Superman with the Insta-boner. But that surgery is also what you're thinking of? Oh, he got a surgery. Well, a surgery is not going to help me because my problem's a nerve. So, I mean, I guess they could give me like an inflatable Winky, but no, I don't. I don't want it just to be hard. I want to have like all the feelings and sensations. Like the problem is the nerve being pinched. So I need something to allow the flow with less signal. You're right. Said Fringe turned me off on floating in the dark. Actually, what is Fringe? I don't know what that is. Is that a TV show or a movie or something? Because I'll tell you what, it's awesome. It is absolutely awesome. And by the way, you don't have to be in silence and you don't have to be in dark. Like, if you ask them, they'll leave the light on and the tank. Because they do understand a lot of people are afraid of the dark. And they also let you listen to music. They have little earbuds. A lot of them you got to buy them because they don't want to share them. But like for $10, you can buy these little earbuds that you put in that are like watertight to your ears, and they can be submerged under the Epsom salt water. And you plug it in to a little wire, and then you can listen to music in your ears. Or if you don't have sensitive ears and you don't mind getting water in your ears, they actually have speakers in some of the tanks that can just broadcast the sound right through the water to your ear. Super fucking cool. Now I'm picturing Jerry as Homer Simpson with him and Lisa were in the tanks. I don't think I've seen that episode. Oh, Fringe turned me off. It's a TV show. Oh, I'll have to check that out. I like creepy TV shows. All right. So I remembered a long time ago I was trying to moderate the bot. My bad. I forgot. Okay. So standard moderators. Manage. Let's see. Oh, Stream Elements is already moderated. Hey, look at that. Oh, let me add it again. Adding Stream Elements again. There we go. I just added Stream Elements again. It was already modded. So I don't know why when I go over to Stream Elements page, it says the bot still needs to be modded. It's like, oh, the bot's in your channel. It's working perfectly. You got to mod it. It's like, I did mod it though. And every time I click on it, it just pops up a quick window and it says Stream Elements bot has been modded. You can now close this task. And it says it has on YouTube. Okay. It says, oh shit. Why am I logged into the wrong account? Here, hold on here. It logged me in under the wrong account. Reconnect. There we go. Click on that. Oh, this thing's doing some weird shit. It was trying to do a different account. Okay, now it says, okay, the bot is in your chat. Okay, remove the bot. Add the bot. It was weird. I clicked on where it said add the bot and you have to mod it, and it showed that I was logged in, like it opened another window, but that one was logged in under the Twitch Stream Elements account. So then I logged that one in under the YouTube account, and it said it wasn't connected. So then it reconnected, and then it kicked me back and reloaded the page. And now it says the bot is moderated. There's some fucking weird thing going on with Stream Elements where their code is mixing up Twitch and YouTube. Like if you have both a Twitch and a YouTube, both linked on the same account, it gets confused. So I wonder if that just fixed the bot. Like here, let me see if it'll respond to anything now. Mechberg said, how was your VR? Oh, the VR in the tank was badass. If you guys haven't seen that video, that's a really old video of mine. Definitely worth watching. We basically took a Google Cardboard knockoff and put a phone in it, with a custom VR experience that we created, a stereoscopic VR experience of floating in space. And a bunch of us took turns doing floats in the tank with it on. So it was like we were floating out in front of you. Could look down and see Earth. You could look and see nebulas. And there was like this music playing in your ears while you were doing it. It was fucking cool. Because not only did you feel like you were floating, like you normally feel weightless, but when you're watching this stereoscopic space and you have depth perception, you can see Earth with depth perception, and you're floating and you can look down and see your body because there's a 3D representation of your body on the same plane as you when you're in the VR. It's trippy. It is super trippy. I absolutely loved it. Hey, Blue Varo, thank you so much for the $1 super chat. Come on, bot. Come on, you stinking ass bot. Fucking do something. It's still not showing up in the action feed. Here, let me do clear all. Okay, not much happening yet. Yeah, nothing's showing up. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Stream Elements is a piece of shit. Do not use Stream Elements. Stream Elements is literally the biggest fucking piece of excrement ever. It is absolute dog shit to the core. Yeah, so okay, now I cleared the history, but yeah, it says the bot is, it says bot settings. Your bot is in the chat. Your bot is moderated. Remove from chat. Your bot is currently not in your chat. Add to chat. The bot is currently in your chat. The fact that it's responding to me so quickly tells me that it's not doing the action first and then reporting. It's just click button, tell it did the action, and then hope that YouTube did the thing. And I think that there's a bug somewhere in the back end where it's telling YouTube to do the thing. It's failing, but it already told me it was successful immediately, and it doesn't follow up and tell me that an error occurred. Because clearly the bot is not in here. Because if the bot was in here, it'd be receiving every single one of these fucking things. Doran said, miss you, Barnacules. Any videos with the 3D printer? I wish, man. It's been years since I've made a proper YouTube video. I haven't had a subscription to Adobe Creative Cloud in like 3 years. I really need to learn DaVinci Resolve. What I'd really love to do is my wife's going to help me work on the Nerd Cave because I'm having trouble getting this place back in order. We got to do a yard sale this year and take a bunch of stuff to the dump too, because we're just hoarders at this point. Too much shit laying around. A bunch of it just absolutely useless. But it's weird when you're struggling and you're like burning through your retirement early and you have all these medical problems and you're worried about your future going down the shitter and seeing AI just flood all the platforms. You start, the foresight stresses you, and then when you get stressed, that kicks in the hoarder mentality because you're worried anything you get rid of, you won't get back because of the price of everything is going up. Like, even if I sell it today and I need it in 6 months or a year or 2 years, it's going to cost 6 times as much and I'll never be able to afford it again. But at the same time, it's like, if I don't get rid of it, it could become absolutely just valueless and garbage and just get in the way like some of it has become. And it's just, you hang on to shit and it's not good. It's one of my curses is I can see the problem with everything. It's like, I'm not one of those people. I'm self-aware. I know I'm fat. I know I do unhealthy things. I know that my environment is a direct cause and effect of how I feel, both physically and mentally. I'm consciously aware of my hoarding. It's not like I look around and see something different than other people. No, I'm aware of all this shit. I'm acutely and hyper aware of it. I just feel powerless to change it. It's like I'm living inside of a body that I can't control. It's like I'm aware of everything going on, but whenever I try to steer the fucking thing, it doesn't do what I want it to do. And that becomes a problem. So yeah, it's kind of a curse, because sometimes blissful ignorance is a wonderful thing when it doesn't kill you, but blissful ignorance absolutely can kill you. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Or not uh-oh. Good. Something finally showed up. There's a single event. It says there was a subscription on YouTube from Zolby Karaki 25 minutes ago. So there was an actual, one thing did update 25 minutes ago. One thing showed up under YouTube. And then the last one was 7 days before that. But yes, 28 minutes ago, something did actually register under the activity feed. Here, let me replay the activity and see if it does anything on the screen. Hold on. I'm going to do a replay of the activity. Okay, let's see. Did anything happen? No. Hold on. Let me reload the Stream Elements overlay. Okay, refresh. Let me try it again. I'm going to do another replay. Nothing. What the hell? Out of everything everybody's done, all the super chats, everything, Blue Varo, only one subscription showed up in the activity feed, but it was 25 minutes ago. So that did actually come from this channel. I verified it. But it didn't trigger anything even when I fired it again. So it's like, wouldn't the bot have to be in here to detect that event to add it to the activity feed? Absolutely. So that should also mean it fires the overlay event. So here, let me go to the single presenter layout. Let me open it up here. I'm going to try to emulate an event. Here, I'll do a super chat event for $52,000 and 760, or I'll do $52,768 from username Mr. Beast. Okay, and the message is going to be okay, here we go. Let's see if it, oh, that worked.
Mr. Beast tipped $52,768.
Oh, yeah.
I fucked your mom with a double-ended dildo last night.
Wow, Mr.
Word.
Beast. Mr. Beast. Oh my God. Shame on you, Mr. Beast. Gosh damn. That guy and the shit that comes out of his mouth. Seriously, you'd think he has enough fucking controversies. Oh, wow. It actually showed up in my feed, too. It does show up as a replay, though, to tell you that it didn't really happen. Notice how it didn't change the goal. It didn't change. Oh, it did add him to the latest super chat, though. It didn't affect the goal because it wasn't real. It was emulated, but it did go in the latest super chat. This is Mr. Beast, $52,768. Also, wait a sec. Oh, it just has super chats over there. Okay, never mind. That seems to be working. That's hilarious. Maybe the bot is retaliating because Jerry is shitting on it. So that's interesting. So when I fire an emulated event, it works, but that doesn't require the bot. That does not require the bot. However, it did show up in the activity feed. So, but I think that's doing it all internally. I don't think that's out. But I'm curious now. The next person that does super chat, we'll see if something fires, because maybe we primed the pump by firing an emulated event. Because when I tried to replay the previous event, let me see if replaying the previous event now actually shows something. Hold on here. Replay activity. Okay, subscription from Zolby. And nothing. That should be showing up. Oh, no, never mind. That's a subscription. Fuck. On Twitch, a subscription is paid. On YouTube, a subscription is just follow. A member is paid. That's why it's not triggering an event. I don't have an event for subscribers because people subscribe all the time. Not really. I'm not too my own horde people. I got an old school large follow, or like my old school large following sticks with me, ride or die. I rarely pick up new users. I don't know in chat. Is there anybody in here new that's been watching the stream for a while? It's like, all right, I'll fuck with this shit. That's like that's never watched me before, or even knew I existed, and you just saw me in your feed. You clicked on it. You're like, what's this fat fuck on about? And you're like, okay, cool. I'm just curious if there's any new people in here, because I'm looking at like the number of people that are actively watching. It's right around the same number it always is. Whenever we stream, about 150, between 150 and 200, like right in there. Shut up, Lost in Space Things. You're not new. My ass, you're new. BB Junkie said, unlink it to Stream Elements. Remove Stream Elements from your Google account third-party access, then reconnect it fresh. Make sure the correct YouTube and brand channel is selected and read. BB Junkie, I tried to do that once, and they said I can't remove the account because it's linked to the Twitch account, and the only way for me to remove it from Stream Elements is to remove all of the accounts that are linked under the common ID. So if I remove one, I remove them all, which means I'd have to redo my Twitch account. I'd have to redo my overlays, all that shit I'd have to redo. Because in order to unlink it from my account, it effectively deletes it. So it's no longer, so now it'll just show the Twitch account. But they said that if I unlinked it, it'd unlink everything. So that's why I didn't do it. I'm too much of a chicken shit. However, I'm getting to the point now where I'm almost worth taking the risk. Like, I'm going to have to leave anyway, so I might as well just say fuck it and take the risk and do it. Yeah, and this is what sucks. Check this out. I contacted them twice. I contacted the Stream Elements guys through their support channel on X. I don't know why every company's using X as their tech support DMs. But anyways, I contacted them. They actually replied back. I gave them all the information. I'm like, listen, my account, it keeps delinking. It keeps saying it's not linked to the channel. It's not firing the events, blah, blah, blah. And I sent it to them. They replied back, and I said, could you guys just clear the connection on your back end? Can you completely just get rid of the fucking YouTube connection entirely And then I can go back in and add it back. And they're like, oh, sorry, we don't have the capability to do that. We have to delete the entire account, which will also take out your Twitch account and your other account that you have on there. And you have to start over from scratch. And I'm like, are you shitting me? Like, you guys own the infrastructure. You can't go in there. Sorry, in our current design, we don't have a feature to do that. We can't disconnect. So if YouTube fucks up the connection on their end for whatever reason, there's nothing we can do. And they're like, if you try to disconnect and reconnect the account, it's still going to be the old broken connection, because unless you remove the entire thing and start over, it just uses the old authentication that's cached. It will never let you just reset it, which is weird because it always says I'm disconnected, and then I click on it and it reconnects and I authorize it through the Google UI. So it does look like it's making a brand new fresh connection, but then it does shit like this sometimes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, which is really fucking weird. Why not create a new account? Because I can't create a new account because your account ID is based on your channel. So like when I go to, like, if I go try to create a new account, it's like, oh, what's your YouTube channel? As soon as I put in the YouTube channel, it says, oh, this YouTube channel is already linked to another account. So unless you delete the account it's previously linked to, you can't relink it again, even though the other link is broken and you're creating a new fresh link. It's like, nope, that broken link already exists somewhere in the system, so we can't allow you to do it again. Same thing goes with Twitch. If I try to create a new channel and try to add my Twitch account, it goes, oh, nope, your Twitch account's on another one. You got to delete that other account before you create this one. It's like, fuck you guys. Hey, Matthew Riley, thank you for the $5. He said, diagnostic super chat, best $5 I ever spent. I appreciate it, guys. I know it's not fun to fucking super chat and not get your name up here and shit. It's fucking stupid. It basically kills the stream financially for me, but you know what? I hate that it does this. This is bullshit. Stream Elements keeps leaving me hanging. I need to just, oh, fucking, where did the Mr. Beast thing go? All I did was refresh the fucking Stream Elements overlay, and now it's gone? The little Mr. Beast thing I did? What the fuck is going on here? And now we're back to 0 again. Oh, God, Stream Elements, I hate you. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go into Stream Elements. I got one more Hail Mary to do here. It's the last thing I know how to do. I'm going to go into the Stream Elements. Still says I'm linked. I'm going to say, remove the bot from chat. Add the bot. Remove the bot, add the bot, remove the bot, add the bot, remove the bot, add the bot, remove the bot, add the bot. I'm just going to keep fucking spamming this thing over and fucking over, hoping I can create some kind of error, some kind of fucking backlog in the system where I've exceeded the number of times you can do this. Hopefully crash it in the back end and cause it to fucking restart the process. There, die, come back, die, come back, die, come back, die, come back. I'm just keep doing this. I should write a fucking macro to do this. I actually used a cool program. I can't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, Auto Hotkey. You guys ever use Auto Hotkey? So in Auto Hotkey, you can just like write a script to move the mouse, like, you know, up this many pixels, click, down this many pixels, click. So anytime I'm on one of those AI websites where you want to clear your past history conversations, you got like 1,000 of them, but it doesn't let you do a bulk delete. You have to do each one intentionally. I just set up a macro that just goes click down, click down, click down. It just does, it goes all the way down the list till it gets to the bottom, and then I just hit a button and stop it. Works every time. And you can create different macros for different things to move the mouse around. So any repetitive like cookie clicker like actions where you got to click something, go down a menu, click another thing. It can be right click menu stuff to delete files individually out of a UI of some application. It just works great, and then you just bind it. Okay. So now I've removed and joined the channel 500 million gajillion fucking times. Now I'm just going to let it sit there for a second. I'm going to just let it sit there for about a minute. Don't anybody do anything. No more super chats right now. I'm going to let it sit out for a minute now after fucking spamming that action. And then I'm going to add it back to the channel after I let it spam. And the weird thing is it only shows that one subscription from that one person 35 minutes ago and only for an instance. It's like somehow it was connected for just a minute. I mean, it could be a system crash problem on their end, but here's what I hate about their coding. Who the fuck codes a program that tells the user the thing succeeds before it even tries it and gets back the response? The way you're supposed to do it is the user clicks the thing, you do the thing. If it's successful, then you tell the user. If it failed, then you tell the user. No, not on Stream Elements. What Stream Elements does to make it feel super snappy for the user is you click the button and the client-side JavaScript just instantly says the bot has joined the channel. Before anything has come back, any command has been run, nothing. The very first thing it does tell you it was successful. Like instantly, milliseconds. Even though that Google API call takes at least a second or two. Comes back instantly. And then you say, bot, leave the channel. Same thing. It just always tells you it was successful even when it wasn't. It tells you instantly it was successful. That's bullshit. That's fucking the stupidest code ever. Like, whoever wrote this shit, it's like worse than AI could do. Actually, that's not saying much these days because AI is actually a pretty competent coder these days. As your right said, so what would Tech Talk be if nothing went wrong? That is true. Here on Tech Talk, we do embrace our faults. Oh, you mean with my system? No, it can't be my system because my system has nothing to do with the thing popping up on the screen. So the way it works is Stream Elements on their server generates an HTML overlay from a web server. I then put that into an element in OBS, which I'm looking at right now, and it is rendering, and OBS is fine. It's running. Everything's rendering, and the test even rendered. So when somebody tips, the bot on Stream Elements on the channel detects it, and then the bot changes the overlay to have the little ding, the little pop-up thing, and that's rendered into it. And then all OBS is doing is just showing that web page with its JavaScript. And so when an event fires for that page, it gets pushed down to the JavaScript, and the JavaScript just shows it and renders it into the page. So none of this is happening on my computer. None of the compositing's happening on my computer. None of the activity, none of the bot detection, none of that is on my computer right now. So it's definitely not my computer. That I can tell you. I am sure it is not my computer because it is not anywhere in the chain of custody of the event happening, and we already proved that a demo event works just fine. So we know for a fact we've narrowed it down to the bot. The bot is either not in the channel, or the bot is in the channel and incapable of hearing the events. Or I guess there's one other option, which is the bot is hearing the events but incapable of firing them through the Stream Elements backend. Something in the Stream Elements backend isn't talking. Okay, now I'm adding the bot back. The bot has been gone for at least 2-3 minutes now after me spamming disconnect, connect 100 times. So now I just told it to join back. So I'm hoping that all those join, unjoins was causing all kinds of weird fucking state machine issues on the back end that I can't see since it doesn't give me any status or updates. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, I noticed that too. You're absolutely right. Yeah, LGR FBS made a good point. The chat is blank. There's normally a chat window under the video where you guys can see yourself chatting in there. That's not even updating. So that tells me that the Stream Elements bot cannot even see any of the chat messages. Because every chat message it's supposed to see is supposed to show up in there, and it's not. And I also noticed if I go under the overlays on Stream Elements page and open it up, chat messages should be showing up there too, because that is a live representation of the page I've embedded into OBS, and none of the chat messages are showing up there. So yeah, the bot is effectively just fucking broken. Like the bot is, if it's in here, which I doubt it is, it cannot see any events from the Google API right now. Maybe Google made an API change and they haven't, adjusted for it yet. Maybe their little thing isn't authenticated. What is this? NTDev follows you. What is this? Trying stuff so you don't have to. Oh, never mind. That's somebody I follow. I was like, what the hell's going on there? I don't recognize that. No, I totally recognize that. Yeah, Stream Elements just broke ass right now because we're not even seeing the chat messages, and I just updated it. Here, let me go here. Let me do another refresh. Not that it's going to make a damn bit of difference because it's not even updating on the back end. But here's the weird thing. If I cut the bot out of the equation and I just emulate an event, like here, I'll do a tip for $100,000 from let's see, who else there we go. All right, hold on here. I see a sub coming in. Let's see. Okay. Oh, what? Interesting. Okay, something is really fucking weird right now. I just fired an event, and I just watched it fire and render under the vertical view in OBS. But it did not fire under the view in... I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Oh, no, I see PewDiePie did show up, but no message showed up. There's no overlay. It just says over there, PewDiePie, $100,000. I think I might know what's going on here. I think I may know what's going on. I think it's firing the events on the multi-user overlay, but it's not firing the events on the because normally we do the 2-user. Hold on here. I have a theory. Let me go to the 2Presenter UI. Let me edit this. I have a theory. I want to test this. So let me do it. Let me emulate an event. Okay, I'm doing a random emulation. Okay, so that showed up. Did that render? No, it did not. So the question is, if I change it to 2Presenter mode, there it is. Interesting. And there's the chat. So for some reason, Stream Elements is not rendering the single presenter Tech Talk layout. It's only rendering the 2Presenter layout. It should be rendering both. That's the weird thing. Why is it rendering one but not both? Let me see here. Let me do a reset. Your reset session. Yeah, I should do a session reset because nothing got saved. We can see the real subscriber that happened over there in the replays I did. But it's not showing. Oh, hold on. Oh no, never mind. That was a fake one. Madeline was a fake tip. Do you want to reset your session? Yes, I'm resetting my session. Okay, now I'm going to do refresh. Do preview. Okay, open in tab. Okay, so now I have a preview overlay up. I need the bot to generate an event and see if anything animates with the two. Because you notice, this is what's weird. Watch, when I switch to 1Presenter, no chat. There's no chat. But when I switch to 2Presenter, there's a chat, and those things are populated on the side. You can see the events that did get caught. So what is going on here? This is fucking weird. This doesn't make sense, though. This doesn't make sense because on Stream Elements... God, could I have grabbed a dirtier shirt today? Jesus. What happens on Stream Elements is every overlay is supposed to fire. Like, regardless, you'd have 100 overlays. They all get the same events from whichever YouTube channel is attached. I just tested on the Stream Elements page. The 2-person layout gets the chat, gets the things. Like, the things that do show up are showing up. Like, the bot is clearly getting it. The single-person overlay gets dick. Like, nothing shows up at all. It's a ghost town. And we know I've done this single-user layout before multiple times, and it works just fine. So... for some reason, Stream Elements is not allowing me to use the single layout and get events. And I don't know why. That makes no sense to me at all. So we got properties, copy URLs, duplicate. Here, I'm going to try to duplicate it. I'm going to duplicate, let's see, YouTube, Barnacules Nerdgasm. I want that one. Submit. Okay, so copy of YouTube single presenter. So all I did, just so you guys know, is I took the single presenter layout in Stream Elements. I just said duplicate it. That's it. I just duplicate it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the duplicate now that it's a new instance. I'm going to copy the link. So let me grab the link, copy the clipboard. I'm going to go over here to Stream Elements overlay. I'm going to punch it in. Hit OK. Now it's a brand new URL, so it should clear everything. Oh shit! I just broke the 2Presenter thing. I'll have to fix that next time. So now we're at single presenter. Let me go to single presenter. Let me change the overlay. There we go. Click that. Overlay. Save. All right. So now we're on the duplicate. I don't know if this is going to make a difference, but this is the duplicated overlay. Let's see. Let's see if anybody typing anything in chat starts showing up here. If it does, then we know the duplicate works. If it doesn't, then we know the duplicate made no difference at all. Let me close that. Close that. Got to close some of these windows. I got so many windows open right now. Okay. We got a test. Irene said, why don't I get notifications when the stream starts? I have no idea. I get so many messages from people after the stream that say that they don't get anything. Oh, Bradley, no, I know where the logs are. There are no crashes though. I have OBS up on my window. It is not crashing. I promise you this is not an OBS issue. I've already isolated it and triaged it to the Stream Elements server. I'm confident. I bet money on it. And I've already localized the problem to the specific URL too. Like one overlay works and the other overlay doesn't work. Not in OBS, through the actual web browser on Stream Elements page. I can literally open up both overlays side by side. One is picking up events and the other one isn't, when they all should be getting events. So this is very weird. So the vertical overlay is getting events. The 2 presenter overlay is getting events. The single presenter overlay is not receiving events. However, if I go back to the 2 presenter mode, here, I got to go back and fix this one. I don't want to leave this broken. So let me go into 2 presenter mode. I'm going to copy the link. So this is the link for the 2 presenter overlay. I'm going to change it. This is going to make me turn back into 2 person overlay. There we go. And if I'm right, some chat messages should start showing up here in a second. Let's see if it works. So this is the 2 presenter overlay. Let me check my activity feed. All right, check browser terminal and see why the URLs do not work. Matt has been having trouble with the OBS on his stream lately. That actually doesn't surprise me. I mean, OBS isn't the cache, not crash. Oh, do you mean cache as in like C-A-C-H-E? Like caching stuff? So you want me to see if it's using a cache? Well, here's the thing though, is I already ruled it out. Like I said, I already opened it on Stream Elements, completely outside of OBS, where the overlays are in a tab in the browser itself, completely separate of OBS. And now on Stream Elements, this overlay isn't receiving messages either. And I have it open. I have 2 tabs open that do not include OBS, completely out of the loop. So this is isolated. This is a Stream Elements issue. This is 100% a Stream Elements issue, because for a time there, one of the 2-person overlay was generating events, and now it's not. And the single presenter overlay is generating dick. Even when I duplicate it, it's not receiving events. So something is severely broken. At least we know the bot's working. So the bot, Stream Elements bot, is in the channel. It is mod, and they are getting events. But for something in their back end is not forwarding those events to some of the overlays. Because I can even open up like an old Tech Talk overlay from like way back in the day. Like, this is a super, super old one. And let's see if shit shows up under here. So I'm going to open this, refresh. Here we go. Totals, reset. Like that. Go over here. Labels, session data, reset. All right. I'm going to see if chat messages show up under this one. He's not getting feedback. The monitor has been showing him the feedback. Go show that the audio is working right. Time to fire up the AI and describe the symptoms. Go to copilot.microsoft.com and ask it what's going on. It's actually been pretty good for troubleshooting OBS stuff in the future, or in the past when I used it. Checking another browser, the overlay link. That's a good idea, Bradley. That's actually a good idea. Let me do that. Let me grab the new one that we just created. So I'm going to edit that one. Let me grab that. So got that. Now let me open it up under Zine Chrome. Okay, grab that. Oh, it's bitching about the authorization token because I'm not authenticated. Hold on here. Let me see if it'll authenticate easily. If it doesn't, I don't want to have to go through all the trouble. Okay, here, YouTube. There we go. Oh, it looks like it's going to authenticate. Okay, and then click that. There we go. Okay, now we're in a dashboard. Accept all cookies. All right, here we go. Let's do. No, I'm not setting you as my default dashboard. We go to the element overlay. All right, so now I have the overlay open under Chrome, and we'll see if chat messages start showing up there. Here, let me do it. Here, I'll help it along. Nope, deader to mackerel. Nothing. Shit. All right, let me go back to the main overlays. Let me look at the double overlay, because that one did work for an instance. The 2 overlays. Stream elements. Come on, streamelements.com. All right. Okay, I'm logged in. Let me go to activity feed. Streaming tools, overlays. Let me look at the 2 presenter overlay, because the 2 presenter overlay did work for a tiny fraction of time, but it doesn't. Okay, so I opened that one up, and it still shows me the 1 subscriber, the Zolby Karaki, which was the real subscribe that happened. So now I'm going to copy that one. I'm going to open in Chrome. All right, so now I have the one that's actually showing something. It's at least showing something. But let me see if it shows chat messages. Hold on. It's dead again. So yeah, Stream Elements definitely has a problem going on. Like for 100%, this is a Stream Elements problem because we saw it intermittently work for like just like a minute 2 times. Like an hour ago, it worked for like 1 minute. And then like 10 minutes ago, it worked for another minute. And that's it. And this is literally just looking at the overlays in the browser. And I tried 2 different browsers. So yeah, this is Stream Elements is just a liability at this point. I think it's time to just cut bait and run. I think this upcoming week, I'm going to have to do some work on switching over to StreamerBot. My biggest problem that I hate about StreamerBot is I spent so much time configuring it once upon a time, and then I lost the configuration like a dumbass. So, but now I have nightly backups via Macreon Reflect, the old version that I got working. So I think it's probably worth investing the time again to do all the StreamerBot stuff again, because the StreamerBot stuff is directly connected to the API, like directly connected to Twitch, directly connected to YouTube, cuts out Stream Elements entirely. And all these events and all these little animations and stuff, I can with a little help from AI, I can recreate that shit really quickly. And you know, and I can whip up some graphics and some animations and stuff. Actually, I've got fucking Minimax H3 video generator now running locally on my computer that can create some insanely good shit. Like the video it's capable of creating is pretty fucking amazing. So I bet you I could leverage that to create a lot of like the animations and the backgrounds that I can then incorporate into like overlays. The only difference being is I have to host them on my own HTML server and then have StreamerBot, you know, generate the events and fire them and then use that as an overlay. Actually, I don't even know. Has StreamerBots has evolved a lot since last time I used it. Like I opened it up and it looks completely different. So Barnacules bot is writing in your name. What does that mean? Doran, Barnacules bot is writing in my name. Let's see, Barnacules bot. I don't see anything from Barnacules bot. Bradley says to DM me and I'll get you images and graphics. Bradley Smith, let me take a shot at doing some of the stuff myself. If it doesn't work out, I'll hit you up. All right. Did Brewboss get Brewbot to where it can work for YouTube? Not yet, but I bet you if I hit him up, he could add that functionality. I can't figure out running Minimax locally. James Campbell, it is a little bit tricky, but it's not super difficult. So all you do is open it. You know where the Comfy UI page is on GitHub, right? So you install Python. You create a Python virtual environment for 3.11. It can be under Windows. You don't have to run it under Linux, but you can if you want. You run it under WSL and it works too. But honestly, I did get it working better under Windows, which surprised me. So install Python, create a virtual environment, sync it using GitHub. So do the git clone and put in the URL. Then once it's cloned locally with the virtual environment, do the pip install -r requirements.txt, install the requirements. Go to PyTorch. Grab the URL to install PyTorch for whatever version of CUDA you want to use, which I think I did 13.1, which was the middle one. You install that after you install the requirements. You may have to uninstall, like if you want the graphic acceleration, you might have to uninstall the torch that gets installed with the requirements before you install the PyTorch version. Otherwise, it'll say, oh, it's already installed. And then once you do that, then all you do is Python space main.py, and that's it. Boom, pops up. Once you're inside of Comfy UI, you go to the template manager. And under the template manager, you do a search for Comfy space, not Comfy, Minimax space H3, and you're going to see a bunch of tiles show up. The one that you want is the one that doesn't say API. You want the one that just says Minimax H3, text to image, or image to image, or reference to image, but not if it says API in it, it won't work because it needs an API key for their server. The local versions are the ones that don't say API. So grab the non-API one. As soon as you select it and you open it, it's going to open up the template that looks really fucking like blows your mind. You're like, oh, this is complicated. And then it's going to pop up a little thing on the side that says you're missing dependencies. And it'll usually say you're missing 3 dependencies. Just click download all and then wait. Once they all download, all the little red boxes will go away. And now you have no red boxes. Everything's good. Type in your description of your video and hit the play button. And it should just work. And it's 100% free. If it asks you to pay or says you need to put in an API, you clicked on the wrong one. So that's the trickiest part of it. Like the trickiest part, once you open the template and you download the text encoder, the VAE, and one of the other weights files, I think it's for the audio. You download those three, but it'll even say Comfy UI is actually really good now. Now it tells you which dependencies are missing that it needs for the default selection. And then once it downloads those, everything, the red boxes will go away and then it's ready to hit play. And you can even just leave the test prompt in there and hit play just to see if it generates anything. If it generates, you're good. And depending on your graphics card, it can take long. It depends. And also, here's the other thing. Your graphics card, you really need 24 gigabytes of VRAM to run it smoothly right out of the box. If you only have 12 gigabytes, I don't think you can go any less than that. But if you have 12 gigabytes, you do have to tweak some settings and fuck with some shit to get it to run. It will run. Like, there are people doing it on 12 gigs of VRAM. But it does take some tweaking, and it does make it about a quarter the speed. So expect that it's going to take 4 minutes to generate 1 second of video. Whereas normally it's 1 minute per 1 second of video on a 4090. Hopefully that clears that up. And if any of you guys were listening to me or following on there, hopefully you can use that information to help you install Comfy UI and try Minimax H3, which is literally a AI video generator that can do image to video, first and last frame to video, and reference to video, meaning you can use images, video, and audio all coupled together along with the text prompt to generate a final video. And it's remarkable how good it is for something that can run locally on one GPU on a consumer computer. It's insane. It can literally, like, I won't say that it can super compete with like DeepSeek or not DeepSeek. What's the new one? DeepSeed or something Seed. Fucking whatever that new fancy one is, like fucking $300 a month to create like a couple 20 minutes of video or something. That stupid expensive one that people use for making like fucking like feature films on YouTube right now. It's not going to compete with that. But if you take a little bit of time, by your second or third generation, you'll be able to create a video that'll fool your mom. Like, I mean, literally will look absolutely realistic if you're doing like stuff with humans. Or if you're doing like, you know, anime, cartoon stuff, graphics, effects, stuff like that, it just does a phenomenal job. Sea Dance, thank you, Sea Dance. Yeah, that's the big one right now. That's the one that's like ahead of the curve. But I'll tell you what, Sea Dance takes a shitload of resources and is super fucking expensive to run. I want to say it's somewhere in the order of like $1 to $2 per generation of 10 or 15 second video. It's a lot. Whereas this thing can run locally. So if anybody's selling it in the cloud, you should be able to create literally unlimited videos for like $50 a month, if that. Like, it's really, really efficient. I'm trying to install Comfy UI through the CMD, but it just refuses to install. How are you trying to install? Are you doing pip? Are you doing like pip install Comfy UI, or are you doing the git clone from GitHub? Because the git clone from GitHub is the only way that I've ever been able to get Comfy UI to work properly. And you have to make sure that you have the right version of Python installed. Use Python 3.11. Comfy UI will work with 3.13, 3.12, and 3.10, but a bunch of the acceleration shit will be disabled. A bunch of the nodes will be broken. It's just a pain in the ass. So Python 3.11, create a virtual environment, which is like Python -m venv and then venv. And then go into VMV scripts, run activate.bat. That'll open up the environment. So now it'll say, instead of // whatever, it'll have like a little thing at the beginning that says venv. Now you're in the virtual environment. So now it's isolated with whatever version of Python you created the environment with. And then you clone the project. You run do the pip install command for PyTorch to install the PyTorch for your version of CUDA and all that stuff that you get from the pytorch.org page. And then you do pip install -r requirements.txt to install all the requirements for the Python project. And then Python main.py, and boom, you're in. GTA 6 is overrated. Well, I haven't played it yet, but I'd imagine GTA 5 is a hard thing to beat for sure. Oh my God, Daniel, why did it take you so long to get in here, bro? Shit, you slacking. Here, go create another account. That's your punishment for taking so long to get in here. Daniel seriously waited till 3:23 to come in here. How disrespectful is that? He's my troll. He's supposed to be in here right off the bat. Go grab your other account, Donnie. We know you got more than one. Come on, brother. You slipping. Yeah, I saw the GTA 6 leaks. Honestly, they look okay. But I heard they're old renders. I heard that like the renders are from like 2025. A lot can happen in a year. Remember, when you do the fit and finish and the polish on a program, at the very end, that's where it changes the most. Like you get the foundation built up. You don't really focus on the graphics. You don't really focus on the animation. You focus on the engine and getting everything to work and all the features to work. And then at the very end, you put the effort into really polishing it out. Because you don't want to polish it out while you still have to do major changes under the rug, because then it requires a lot of expensive graphics work to be redone. So, Alinity Studio for photo and vector graphics editing is free. I'll have to check that out. Affinity Studio. I haven't heard of that one. I'll have to check that out for sure. But yeah, GTA 6 has had a ton of leaks this last week, and apparently the person who did the leaks is claiming they're doing it because they're mad that they're not creating media for their video game they're going to sell $100 version of at launch. And I don't. But here's the thing: they're lying. The hacker that did the leak, they're just claiming that it's because of the media thing. That's just their front, knowing that Rockstar's not going to budge on anything. What they're really doing is a crypto scam. Like all the leaks have this, go buy this cryptocurrency on this market. Go buy, the cyber hacker or whatever coin. It's all just a cash grab for the dude. So he's a fucking scammer. Just ignore him. GTA 6 is going to be a cash grab? Well, yeah, it is. I mean, honestly, that's what GTA 5 was. GTA 5 Online was a cash grab. GTA 5 Online made more money than any other game in history. I think it was like any other game in history combined. James Campbell said, is it okay to use the Comfy UI Windows app? I would not use any app, because if it's an app, that means it's compiled. That means that it may not have been Comfy UI that created it. Now, I don't know. Comfy UI may have an installable app. I haven't tried that, but I would never use that. I'd always clone it from the official repro and run it from the official repo. I would not run it as a standalone application. That's me personally. I just wouldn't do it. So the Comfy UI desktop app through the GitHub is fine to get right. I've never used the desktop app. Honestly, until you mentioned it, I didn't even know there was an app. Let's take a peek and see what's going on here with that. So go find Comfy UI. So Comfy UI. Okay, it does say they do have releases. Let me see. So release for... Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, if you want to run the Comfy UI Windows Portable pack, you can. The one that's like 2 gigabytes or whatever. Yeah, you can. You're fine with that. You can run the portable version. Make sure you get the right one, though. If you have an Nvidia card, get the Nvidia one. If you have an Intel, GPU, get the Intel one. If you have an AMD GPU, get the AMD one. And then the Nvidia CU126 one, I think that's specifically for if you want the Tensor X acceleration. Because only one version of CUDA is compatible with it right now, an old version. But if you want the latest version, yeah, just get the one that says portable NVIDIA 7Z. Now, I just choose to run, because I like to run the project directly and not have anything compiled into an executable. I just run directly through Python. So I sync the repo locally, and I just run main.py myself. That's how I prefer to do it, just because I'm comfortable with doing Python in virtual environments. But I can see a lot of people struggling with that. So yeah, if you want to just run the standalone app, go for it. Just make a note of where it's installing the files, the VAEs and the models and stuff for the nodes, because you're going to need to know that if you ever want to like download a model from Hugging Face directly and put it in the right folder. You're going to want to know where the models folder is. So when you install the app, go figure out where it's putting that, whether it's under your app data folder, whether it's under program files. Actually, it's not going to be under program files because Windows pretty much locks you out from doing that without admin access. But yeah, it's good to know. Whereas if you sync the repo, then you always know that the models are under the models folder under the GitHub repo root. So wherever you sync it to, the models are right off the model folder there. But yeah, I didn't even realize they made a compiled version. That's kind of cool. Yeah, it says right here, yeah, local desktop application. Easiest way to get started. Available on Windows and Mac OS. Says get the latest commits and completely portable. One of the nice things about Comfy is it can upgrade itself too. So if you go into settings under Comfy UI, you can click update all and it'll go find the new update, download all the update. You don't have to wait for another distribution and install and upgrade. You can just upgrade it in place as you go. because they're making changes to this shit like nightly. I mean, not on the main build, but they do make frequent changes. But the way, like I said, the way I like to do it is just sync it locally. But it looks like it works fine. It says the Windows portable right here. It says there's a portable standalone build of Windows that works running Nvidia GPUs, or for running CPU only. Simple download, extract the zip to Windows Explorer on a recent Windows build. For smaller models, you normally need to put in checkpoints, the huge CKPT and tensor files. It even tells you to put it under Comfy UI models checkpoints. But many larger models have multiple files. You can put them under models. If you're having trouble extracting it, do right-click, properties, unblock. Oh, because sometimes when you download files in Microsoft Edge, it locks them in NTFS, and you have to right-click in properties and unlock. I mean, it's just a safety precaution. Let's see here. There's all the portable builds. And then it says if you want to install Comfy UI, so if you want Comfy CLI, you can just do pip install Comfy CLI. And is that for like running shit from the command line? That's interesting. And then you do comfy.install. So you can install and start Comfy UI using Comfy CLI. So pip install Comfy CLI, and then you do Comfy space install, and that installs Comfy UI. So that's a third way to install it. And then they tell you how to install the version. Oh, it looks like you still have to install the PyTorch version that you need after you install the portable version. Yeah, I mean, they give you all the different install methods. It looks like they have fully documented on Comfy UI, so it should be pretty straightforward. Especially if you're using the portable package, because I imagine the portable package is also installing its own version of Python that it needs. Because they wouldn't they wouldn't just use whatever Python's installed on your computer, because there is radical changes in how well that shit works, you know? Let's see here. You think GTA 5 will stay more successful than GTA 6? Dude, this Rockstar GTA we're talking about, the guys with realism is on another level, but hey. I mean, I think GTA 5 is almost an impossible act to follow. I think GTA 6's value is just going to be in the characters in the campaign. Like, which could have easily just been added on to GTA 5. Because if you look at GTA 5's graphics at launch, when it originally launched on consoles so many years ago, you look at it then versus like the latest version on PS5 or the latest PC version, it's like they're completely different games graphically. And even some of the stuff that you can do is even different. Some of the stuff, the new cars, new weapons, all that stuff, it is completely changed. Like, you can literally like kick cats walking down alleys and shit, and that didn't exist in the original game. So GTA 5 grew tremendously, and then after the mod support for GTA 5 kept the graphics engine right at cutting edge, adding ray tracing, adding real businesses, all this shit that GTA 6 is kind of embedding right out of the gate. It looks like GTA 6 is going to have real businesses in it instead of made-up ones. I don't know if the car models are still going to be fake or if they got real licenses for cars. Judging by how much money they spent, it'd be nice if they had real cars now, but I have no idea. The graphics in GTA 6 should be at least on par with some of the higher-end GTA 5 mods. If GTA 6 drops and the graphics are only marginally better than GTA 5, like in its core configuration, that's gonna suck. That's stupid. Like they had plenty of time to completely revamp the graphics in this game, like to a whole new level. I want to see better driving mechanics. Apparently, there's a fuel mechanic. Somebody leaked that there's a fuel mechanic, like you have to stop at gas stations and actually fuel up your cars. I think that's pretty fucking cool. I've always wanted that. To add like a dynamic to the chase scenes and stuff, having to ditch a car and get another car because you ran out of gas and shit. I think that's cool. They implemented the 6-star wanted system from the previous game, so now you can get like the fucking military like straight up coming after you. I think that's pretty cool. The fight mechanics didn't look like anything special to me. The getting in the car and the driving from the leaked footage didn't look like anything special to me. It more or less, from what I've seen leaked, it just seems like GTA 5 with plus mods. That's all it really seemed like from what I've seen. I didn't see a whole lot, and plus some of this footage was really old. But from what I was able to dig up that didn't get deleted or banned by the time I got it, it truly just looked like it was just a heavily modded GTA 5. And here's the problem. Rockstar created a nearly perfect, infinitely moddable game right out of the gate with GTA 5. And that game has grown so much, with the only thing not really growing is the campaign, because the only real campaign changes and stuff were like in the online version of the game, which I didn't enjoy. I didn't like the lag of online play. I didn't like the cheaters. I didn't like the pay to win mechanic. And all that's going to come to GTA 6. You can bet your ass that GTA 6 is going to be the most pay to win GTA ever in the history of GTAs. But the campaign is where the value is at for me. I have played through the GTA 5 campaign so many times because I love the characters, I love the missions, I love the tongue-in-cheek shit, I love the seriousness and the both the seriousness and the unseriousness of the characters. It's a near perfect campaign that I've played through so many times, and I fucking love it. I absolutely love it. So if GTA 6 only delivers GTA 5 with even slightly better graphics, more cars, better car control, better just mechanics, fighting, shooting weapons, stuff like that, better diversity of weapons, but mostly for me, new characters and new story, and at least and more than what the original game was. I want to have at least a couple more hours of play than I did through the campaign in the original one, because it was kind of short. If they do that, if they give me that, I will be happy. I'll be more than happy to. I'm only going to give them like $60 though. If they're asking like fucking 70, 80, 90, $100 for the base model, they can suck it. Like, I'll feed them my dick. I'll wait and buy it off some third party site that gets like Chinese gray market licenses or whatever. And I'm not giving Rockstar fucking any more than like $60 for this fucking game. If they charge any more than that, I'm out. Honestly. And I only care about the campaign. I don't care about online play. Unless they revamped online play where it's lag free, no more of this pay to win shit, then I'd be interested in getting back online. But GTA 5, my online experience was horrible. I had 2 characters deleted and banned, claiming that I was hacking and modding when I absolutely was not. And they wouldn't allow me to even show them the evidence. I literally showed them the evidence and showed exactly what happened and showed them the stack and everything because I connected a debugger to it. And they were not having it. They're just like, nope, you're banned forever. So no, fuck them. If they charge more than $60, I'll just pirate that shit. Like, I'll pirate it and play through campaign because I don't care about the online shit. And the online shit's the only stuff that they can protect against piracy. Seriously, especially with AI. AI can sniff out and fucking disable any DRM on any game like fucking within minutes. But anyways, if they're reasonable and they sell it for, I'll say 69. I'll say my upper up's on 69 because I know some games are $69 now. 69. If they ask a fucking penny more than $69, I'm just not going to play that shit. Not until it comes down. Definitely not buying the $100 version. But the campaign is what I want. The campaign is what I want. I want to sit down. I want to install that game, preferably on PC, if it launches on PC. But if it only launches on PS5, then I'll get it on PS5. But I just want to sit down, get immersed in the campaign, get immersed in the characters, enjoy the stories, enjoy the surprises and the twists and the acting and the vocals and the mission. That's why I play GTA. I don't play GTA for like the fanciest graphics in the world and the best car control in the world. No. I play it because I love the fucking stories. It's like me playing Uncharted and those other games where it's like unremarkable mechanics, but amazing story. That's why I play GTA. That's why I will pay and play GTA 6 if Rockstar doesn't get like super fucking greedy. Are you shitting me? They want $80 for it for pre-order? They want fucking $80 for the base game for PS. For $80, this thing better suck my dick. Like seriously, for $80, my PS5 better unplug its power cable and walk over to my bed and physically unzip my pants and pull them down. Like seriously, that optical drive is gonna get a thrashing like it's never seen for $80. That's ridiculous. $80 for a game? What? What's the name of that fit? You know what? I'm starting to feel a little bit like a fit girl coming on. Do you guys in chat follow? Does anybody in chat feel a fit girl coming on? A couple days after launch? I don't know. I'm feeling like a fit girl over here. How about you guys? Little fit girl action? I ain't paying $80 for that shit. No, Rockstar can fuck off on that. And yes, did Rockstar spend like fucking over $1 billion creating this game? Yeah, but they didn't spend $1 billion creating this game to give everybody the most amazing experience ever. They spent $1 billion to try to create a machine that can make more money than GTA 5 since they know that when they release this thing, it's going to hurt GTA 5 because they're competing with themselves with a project that's ever growing. So 3D printing and coding said, Jerry, you got plenty of cash. You can do the 80. Oh my God, you don't know me very well. It's not on PC. You can't crack it. Oh, that's true. On launch, it's only on PlayStation, huh? Yeah, I'll be waiting a little while. Yeah, I'll be waiting. You're right. There is no fit girl for console. That's why these games launch. If you guys ever wonder why a lot of these games launch on console first, even though they're developed and tested on PC, it's literally because of the DRM. It is a lot harder to jailbreak a game on a console because you have to mod the console to root it, to get past all the certificate shit, and you have to mod the game data, create it, and get the two to play together with the right updates and everything that are compatible. It's a fucking nightmare. That's why I stopped like rooting consoles a long time ago. Oh, I know you very well, Jerry. So you know I'm literally living off of 401k right now, right? I just want to make sure. I didn't know if you really knew or not, or you were joking or not. But no, it's like I definitely do not have plenty of cash, and if you know me well, you know that. Maybe you know the Jerry from like 5 years ago. Not even 5, even more than that. Maybe you know the pre-2018 Jerry that had plenty of cash. that guy doesn't fucking exist anymore. Now I'm the 401k guy. Oh, you've been watching me for 10 years? Oh, I appreciate that, man. Awesome. I appreciate it. I wish I was still making videos. I haven't made a video in years, but I'd like to get back to it eventually. That'd be pretty sweet. Did you get a new account or something? Because it said I only show 3 messages in the message history from you. It says this account has never spoken to me before. Is this like your first time chatting? I'm curious. Just stopped watching a bit when you went from gaming and tech to politics. Oh no, I'm still full on politics. Until Trump gets the fuck out of the White House, I am all about politics. Actually, we even talked about it at pretty great lengths earlier. Oh, never mind. It's Daniel. Nice one, bro. Daniel, good job. That was actually way better, dude. I suspected, but not at first. That was actually pretty good. I have to give you credit. That was one of your better attempts. You didn't count on me going back and looking at the history though. He usually is way too lazy. I didn't notice because the icon was so small. I didn't realize it was Joe Rogan in UFC. Otherwise, I would have picked up on it immediately. But I pretty much, he gave himself away the way he was talking. So I was like, oh, okay, he gets the Daniel inspection. And sure enough, he failed. The account was literally just created today. And the account just says there'll be no 2028 election. Stop resisting. The fight is over. We won. And the funny thing is, he's not, just so you guys know, Daniel, we already know who he is. This has been ongoing for a while. He hasn't made any illegal threats or anything. He's just a troll to the channel. But it's funny because he's like not even a huge Trump supporter. He just likes trolling and he likes attention. He's just a younger guy that likes trolling and likes attention. So he just says whatever and I'm not the only channel he trolls either, but it's like he just says the adversarial thing to try to get attention. And it does work, but it also helps progress the conversation sometimes when he does it tactfully. Sometimes he can't help himself and he goes a little too strong out of the gate and gets the account banned instantly, and then he's got to go through the whole process of creating another account, coming in, waiting for the timeout, and then doing it again. But to his credit, I mean, he's been pretty reliable troll for a very, very long time. He doesn't seem to get too discouraged. You know? It's like sometimes he gets, you know, he misses a show here and there, but you know, for the most part, he hangs in there. He really does hang in there. But the funny thing is, this time, usually he's really lazy with the account creation. He doesn't take time to put in an image or a bio or anything like that. And for the longest time, he was putting in, like, he'd just get banned instantly because he was putting in pictures of Hitler and, like, Nazi swastikas and stuff. And it's like, that wasn't working for him because he'd just get banned immediately after his first message. So then he started getting a little more tactful. At least now he's actually using, like, names like 3D printing and coding as the name of the channel. When he said he's been watching me for 10 years and I have plenty of money, immediately I knew he was lying about that. So, and that triggered me to check the account. And sure enough, it was just created today. So, oh my God. And he's like, I stopped watching your channel because of politics, which is ironic because that's the other dead giveaways. He only watches the channel because I talk about politics. Had I never talked about politics, he would not be a viewer on this channel. And he has to keep recreating accounts to come back and watch the channel, which is actually really helpful because that shows a unique person watching the video coming in, multiple unique people. So in my stats, it shows way more organic people because it thinks each new account he creates is a new person. So every time he joins, it's actually like boosting up. It's like, oh, this stream, you had, 15 or 20 new people come in that has never watched the stream before. It's interesting. But yeah, I still got to make him work for it a little bit. Every once in a while, I let him stick around for a while. But every once in a while, I got to make him work for it because I feel like he's getting a little too comfortable. Fly me out to be your personal assistant for a week to make videos again? Oh, it's a sweet offer, dude. Irene said we're in the same boat. I don't have a PS5, but I do have a working Xbox 360, and Xbox Series X, but I prefer to play on PC. You know what? I never got an Xbox Series X. The last console I bought from Microsoft was an Xbox One. Like the OG. Now, it's weird. It's like the naming conventions are so confusing now. But yeah, like the Xbox One, like the one that came after the 360, that's the last one I bought. Never again. TMR was my handle. Says, I feel like I'm not being heard here. Give me attention. I'm the new Daniel. We're all Daniel. I mean, I get it. It's like these days, there's a lot of people. COVID fucked up a lot of people. A lot of people don't really know how to go out and do shit and interact with people in real life. A lot of people struggle to have friends through that. It's rough to watch people go through it. It was rough to watch my own son go through it. It's fucking rough. So a lot of kids, spent really important parts of their year just being on the internet and trying to get attention on the internet and try to create friend groups on the internet and stuff. And a lot of people just they never were monitored by their parents. Their parents didn't give them any attention or care what they were doing on the internet, and they just picked a bad path. But I'm confident that a lot of them will grow out of it eventually. Like, it's not something that they're going to keep up forever. It's just they need some attention and they're going to get it. And I'm not above giving it to him either. It's like as long as he stays civil for the most part, I don't mind letting him stick around. But I'm not going to let him just come in here and act like he's not the person he's presenting as, acting like he knows me and shit. It's like he doesn't. He all he knows about me is that I don't like Trump. And even though he's not even a huge Trump supporter, he just knows that that's an easy route to attention. But it also gives me a great excuse to talk about very, very important things, which is also helpful. It's a good kicking off point. COVID was only hell for extroverted people. I mean, that is true. That is true. But I will even say that even as somewhat of an introverted person myself, I know that's hard to believe. But being shut in for COVID, didn't really hurt me too bad. I was already fucked up from going downhill from all the medical shit, which obviously didn't help. Like, I wish I had got outside more and did things, but it wasn't like I was doing a lot of shit outside anyways. But the people that it did affect was the kids, big time. I will say this, though, VR, I am forever grateful for VR. My son plays VR for 3 to 5 hours every single day, and he's playing these really high intense, high impact energy games. Like, he already burned through one set of controllers. I had to give him another set of he's on his third set of controllers. I keep giving him my controllers. I don't even have any controllers for my headsets because I keep giving them to him. And he plays every day for 3 to 5 hours, and he works himself up to an absolute sweat playing these fucking monkey games where you're climbing through trees and shit. What is it? Something gorilla tag. And there's a whole bunch of weird ones that are even more intense and backroom situations and stuff. But he has so many friends. He has so many friends in VR. It's every time he gets in there, at least 3 or 4 of his friends are online playing. And it's he made that his outlet during a time where we were kind of locked in. And he's carried it forward, and it gives him tons of exercise. He's super healthy. I mean, the doctor said he's fucking amazingly healthy, which to me is just, shocking that me and my wife created that. But we did. And it's because he really, through all of it, he was super intensely working out, constantly doing shit. You couldn't slow him down. He's got infinite energy. And then when he's not playing VR, he watches his iPad. But does he lay down and watch it or sit on the couch and watch it? No. He walks up and down the hallway, and he's always moving. He doesn't like being stationary very long. He's always got his iPad, and he's playing videos and running up and down the hallway and shit. It's awesome. He's just he found a way to keep himself super, super active without even trying, and I love it. And I attribute that to VR. I attribute that to being able to have access to entertaining content that's mobile that can move with you instead of a 300-pound TV you can't move. It's when used properly, it's actually a huge gift. but sadly to a lot of people can become an anchor. Are there any VR units that can use iPhones? Yeah. There's actually some Google Cardboard frames you can put like iPhones into, and there's a couple like little VR apps, because all you need for a VR app on an iPhone is access to the accelerometer and stereoscopic view through two viewports on the phone. So any phone can do it. Doesn't matter, Android or iPhone, any can do it. But you have to find an app that actually does the split display with the perspective and uses the accelerometer. It's not really good though. Honestly, Dav, if you want to experience VR like properly on the cheap, just go find yourself a Meta Quest 2 headset. In my opinion, that's out of the three, that's like one of the best. It has better color saturation and better brightness than the Quest 3. Has a little bit of screen door effect, but it doesn't really matter. Great controllers, great tracking, relatively cheap. You can usually find a used headset and controllers for like $150. I mean, it's and the cool thing about it is you can do it wired to the PC, wireless to the PC to play all your PC VR experiences, and there's a lot of on headset experiences that you can play. And since a lot of the games that were upgraded to work with Oculus 3 to use some of the better performance and graphics features, most of those games still have a Quest 2 version that works perfectly fine. So I think it's awesome. Nerd One Elm Street said, Jerry, it's a trait of autism, not being able to sit and needing to be active. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. No, I actually agree that can absolutely be a trait. But you know what? It's a trait that's keeping him super duper healthy. And it's like me too. I do not like being still. Even when I'm laid up in bed, I am constantly moving. It's been written off as restless leg syndrome, but I move my arms, I move my legs. I don't like being constrained. If I have to sit still, it drives me absolutely fucking batshit crazy. I've never been tested for autism, but I've always suspected. So, autism presents in different ways in different people. You know, that's why they say it's a spectrum. It's like different traits and stuff. They don't know that there's no like perfect root of, there is just, they tried to bucketize it at one point, but that just didn't fucking work, because you get thrown in a bucket and it's like no bucket fit anybody perfectly. But I do not consider myself neurotypical at all. Like I have a lot of what do they call it? Tics, you could say. And they tend to get really bad when I get tired. I have anxiety and hard time controlling my emotions in certain situations, especially when I'm tired. Sorry, I meant that as a question. I wasn't trying to tell you something about autism. Oh, you were asking if that is a trait. Oh, my bad. No, absolutely it can be. It doesn't mean it's a trait of autism, but it absolutely could be. Because a lot of people that are on the spectrum have a hard time staying still. They like my son, for instance, does not like to be constrained, not even lightly. If you pin him down at all, like if you're wrestling and you pin him, he'll panic. So he doesn't like that. But in other ways, people would just see him as being like, when he's well rested, completely presents as neurotypical, very outgoing, very social, even loves contact, which he didn't when he was younger. He didn't like contact, but after he went through therapy and everything, now he loves hugs. You know, he loves getting his feet massaged. He is a super, super outgoing kid that, I mean, he loves cuddling up to you. When he's tired, he'll come and put a blanket over himself, cuddle up to you while I'm watching TV. He presents super neurotypical, but when he gets tired or he gets hungry or he gets trapped or he gets pinned down or he feels like his movement is in any way constrained, you can tell it bothers him on an extreme level. So we do everything we can to like make sure that, you know, we don't constrain him, but he doesn't have not a single violent bone or tendency in his entire body. So there's no reason that we have to constrain him. The only reason we'd ever have to do it is for his own safety. If it was in a situation where moments mattered and we couldn't tell him to stop or something, we had to grab him or something like that. But, was that restless leg thing is almost definitely because you don't burn your energy from food you eat. That's what makes you restless. Not necessarily because I still have the restless leg syndrome even when I don't eat very much at all. There's days where when I take my Adderall, there's days where I only eat once the entire day. And I still have just as much leg syndrome as when I eat way too much. So can restless leg syndrome be a symptom? Yes, but it's not definitely. It's definitely not definitely. And I've also talked to 2 doctors about that, including my pain specialist and my general practitioner. So it doesn't. Here's the thing. On the internet, I get it that everybody is like, oh, I know exactly what it is. It's definitely this. Is definitely. No, it's never definitely. Everybody has different biology. Everybody has different physical and mental traits. A lot of my restless leg syndrome is actually because of my nerve damage in my SI joints and my nerves going into my legs. I tend to move my legs a lot to actually promote the circulation in them because it's actually painful for me to hold them still. The longer they sit still, the worse they hurt. So, but I do appreciate you like throwing that out there. But I'm just saying the whole definitely thing never ever works out. Because people are like, well, that was the problem with me, or that's what I thought the problem was, that what I read about. But every single person's different. That's one of the hardest things in medicine to approach, is everybody has different reactions to medications. Everybody has different reactions to different stimuli. Everybody has different genetics. Everybody has different metabolisms. It's a whole thing. But yeah, no, I totally get it if that's what you go through. Like, I'm glad you narrowed it down and figured out what it is, because restless leg syndrome sucks ass. It going to sleep and waking up to your leg jumping around, or waking up to your leg cramping because you were flexing your leg constantly in your sleep, fucking sucks. I hate it. Hey, what's up, Vader's Luxurious Loins? How's it going, my brother? AKA Vader's Luxurious Nuts. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing better than when I started this morning. I'm hanging in there. I'm going to wrap it up here in a little bit, though, because it's almost 4 o'clock. And I soloed today because Aux had to bail. He's not feeling good. Cryptosky said PSVR 2 is amazing with its OLED lenses, but you need something to render it like a PC or a PS5. Oh, dude, the PSVR 2 is amazing. Oh, my God. So PSVR 2, its downsides are it uses conventional optics that have a tight sweet spot. So you do get some God rays, you do get some fringing. But I will say the depth of the color from those OLEDs literally just overshadows everything. It makes everything like all the cons. The other nice thing about the PSVR 2, super light. It literally, you pick it up and you're like, what did I buy? It feels like an empty plastic Fisher Price toy. Like, you feel like you're gonna break it if you drop it on the floor. And truth are, you probably will. It's not very well built. But as long as you handle it good and you're not beating it on it all the time and everything like that, the PSVR 2 is light, so you can wear it for a really long time comfortably. And the screens are just fucking amazing. So yeah, I recommend that if you can get a PSVR 2 on the cheap, and you can afford, you can buy the PSVR 2 adapter or whatever for the PC, because you don't have a PS5 or whatever. It actually ends up being an extremely competent PC VR platform. I will say this, though. If you have large hands, the controllers aren't the greatest. I am not a very big fan of these controllers. I feel very claustrophobic in them, the way they touch the back of my hand. They track really well, very, very well, because they have the ring around your wrist here. It can track in a lot more positions around the side of your back and stuff. And the controllers do work good, and the feedback in them is decent, but they just feel small. They feel like they're for a child. The way your finger goes over the trigger, it like touches way up here. So I'm not a big fan of the controllers. I'm going to be honest, not a big fan of the controllers. But if all you care about is the experience, like you're playing flight simulators and racing simulators where you're using joysticks and steering wheels, you're not using those controllers, PSVR 2 HMD, fucking badass. Love it. Irene said, stroke recovery finally allowed me to type again, so I'm back to writing. That's fantastic, Irene. I'm so glad to hear that. Dav said, I used a percussion massager to help alleviate restless leg. It helps a bit. Yeah, actually, I have my wife run a impact massager on my hips all the time, because where the nerve runs down along the side of my hip and through my lower back and into down through my butt cheek, she runs an impact. We have a Theragun knockoff called it's actually a good one, though. It's like a really high one. You'd recognize the name if I told you. It's like the next best one to Theragun. And we've been using that thing like every day for like years. And it's been just cruising along, and I love it. It's fantastic. Can't say enough good things about impact massagers. I also use a shoulder massager, one of those shoulder massagers that you put over your shoulder. I take one of those and I put it around my lower back and push it into the pillows and lay back on the bed and let it work at my lower back, like right above my butt cheeks. And oh my God, that helps a lot too. Oh, is Daniel back already? Daniel, did you give yourself away that quick? Let me check. Oh my God, dude. Using a hacked account this time too. Let's see here. He doesn't always use created accounts. Sometimes he uses old accounts. But they're like really old abandoned accounts with like nothing on them. So they must be getting them off some dark web list or something. Let's hear. The Quest HMDs are some of the best strobe tuned LCDs ever made. Their motion handling is close to that of the Dell P110. I will say this, the Quest, I love the Quest 2. The Quest 3 is okay. I actually prefer the Quest 2 screens personally. But the Quest 3 is actually good. The Quest 3 is a really, really good, like, if you want an all-around VR experience that gives you the most versatility, best bang for the buck, you can't go wrong with the Quest 2 or the Quest 3. Honestly, I still have a Quest 1, and I love the color saturation in it. Like, I absolutely love the colors. It's not very bright, but the color saturation, like, if you're watching movies and stuff, it's amazing. The Quest 1 still has a lot of life left in it for just watching movies and videos in VR. Not very powerful, not great for playing games, not the best refresh rate in the world, but if you just want to, like, watch movies and, like, 3D movies or regular movies in VR to have that big screen experience, or you got a significant other laying next to you that's sleeping that doesn't sleep well with the TV on, and you just want to watch videos and a headset, just put in some earplugs or headphones and pop on your HMD, and you're sitting there in a theater watching a movie as loud as you want, as big as you want, while somebody's sleeping right next to you. It's amazing. VR has a lot more utility than just playing games. And don't even get me started on VR porn. VR porn is like, holy shit. Like, I'm surprised everybody on Earth doesn't own a VR headset just for that. Like, seriously. Don't get me wrong, though. It's really fucking weird. The first time you watch it, it's really fucking weird. You're like, whoa, that's not my dick. That dick looks an awful lot bigger than mine. Well, I don't remember having a six-pack. This is weird. Usually I only see a belly when I look down. What's this shit? But it is pretty shocking. Like, it's like, holy shit. And then you start to think, like, wow, how did they make that? So is there, like, a dude literally wearing, like, a giant fucking rig with, like, stereoscopic cameras hanging over his eyes like this and a fucking audio array of microphones around his head? And he's like, all right, we're going to do this. Take one. Eggplant said, I have a thyroid condition where I don't get enough energy. I always feel low on energy. Doesn't matter what I eat. Doesn't matter if I take my Adderall, don't take my Adderall. I am constantly low on energy. And they thought it was fatigue, but I will tell you what helps with it. When I'm very careful with my blood sugar, I do actually start getting more energy and I start becoming more alert. Like, being diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, the metformin helps, but when I stray from my diet and it's like the stress causes me to want to eat things that I shouldn't be eating, I do notice a degradation in energy. And the weird thing is when you have diabetes, like you eat something with sugar in it that would normally give somebody energy, it literally puts me to sleep. It's like taking a fucking sleeping pill. You know, it's like when your blood sugar's out of whack, everything gets fucked up. So this last week I've been trying to be a little bit better, and coming in this upcoming week I'm going to be a little better because I got to go get some blood work done at the doctor's office. So I figured I'd clean up my act a little bit more. The thing with diabetes, you have a tendency to test less and less and less when it's type 2 and you've got medication having it under control. You go from like testing a couple times a day to one time a day, then one time every 2-3 days. And it gets to the point where it's like you start acting like you don't have diabetes. It's like the best thing to do, like seriously. And I need to practice what I preach, but again, it's like my curse is I'm cognitively aware of things and I still feel powerless to change them sometimes. But it's like, take your blood sugar at least once a day, no matter what. Even if it's the medicine's had it under perfect control, your diet hasn't changed. Just continuously take your blood sugar, because I'll tell you what, that reading being a little out of whack or and you start feeling bad, or you see that number moving, your brain starts subconsciously seeing that pattern, even though it sucks pricking your finger and having to do that. Everything, you get used to it, but it's like you start seeing that pattern, and it does subconsciously affect like how you act, how you eat, and your blood sugar will stay in more alignment. It's weird. It's like, you know, what they say, a watching pot will never boil or something. It's like the opposite of that with that. It's like prick your finger and look at your blood and pay close attention to it, and all of a sudden everything starts acting different without you even trying. So Dev Legion said A1C test shows how your blood sugar has been over the last 3 months. Yeah, I get one of those twice a year. One of those tests from my doctor. My blood sugar was through the fucking roof before I took metformin though. Like when they caught my diabetes, it was already like 360. I was like pushing 360s daily. That's fucking insane. My doctor was like, holy shit, that's really, really bad. But luckily, it had only just started recently doing it. It wasn't like this happened over a long period of time. It's like my blood tested perfect during my last physical. And And that one actually, the last physical I had did have that A1C on it because they were wondering if diabetes could be attributed to my fatigue. Nope. Passed the test flying colors. Year later, I'm blowing 360s. It's like, holy shit. They didn't do an A1C for my intermediate 6-month test, so it could have been anywhere between that first one. Over the course of the years, somewhere in there, something happened where I became insulin resistant. Or my pancreas isn't keeping up with my body weight. That's the other thing, too, is I went from, like, fucking my peak weight was like 414, and I'm down to 380 right now. So I have lost a significant amount of weight. But I need to keep losing more because the blood volume requires less insulin. So losing weight actually can dramatically change your ability for your body to control its blood sugar. So was I eating a lot of sugar? Fuck yes, I was. Yes. During the year since my test, yes, I was eating a lot of sugar. And that absolutely could contribute to it. Yeah, like I said, I'm not delusional. I very much understand these things. Let's see. JP said, hey, Mr. B, asked you a question off-topic channel on Discord a few weeks ago. The question offer still stands. I'll have to go back and look at it, JP. Did I look at it before? I have not seen it yet because I haven't been in off-topic for a while. But I'll take a look at it and get back to you. Ever thought about doing combat sports? Yeah, when I was younger, I used to do boxing. I did Hapkido, which is like a weird martial art most people don't know about. I even did Arnie stick fighting a little bit. But you know, I loved it, but I can't anymore. My back's too fucked up to do the shit anymore. I mean, I literally cannot stand because my SI nerves are pinched. I can't even stand in a place for more than 3 minutes without experiencing extreme pain in my hips and my back and down my right leg. So, and my left leg's even been hurting lately. Like even sitting here, both of my legs are numb. And the second that I get up from this seat, I'm going to have extreme pain in both of my legs. So just kind of sucks, you know, and the pain doctor's like, all we can do is manage symptoms because no surgeon's going to touch that at your age because the risk is too high for paralysis. Tai Chi would be cool to try out. I've heard some shit about Tai Chi. I couldn't do the breathing exercises for Diamond Dallas Page's program thing, sadly. I wish that had worked out for me. Nope, they can't burn the nerve because of where it's at. They said above L4 they could burn it all day long, but below L4 they can't. I don't know why. I never like I should ask him why are you guys afraid to fucking burn the nerve down? Like, why does it matter? Just burn the nerve wherever and you don't feel anything past that point, right? And they're like, nope. It's only certain points that we can access it safely without, like when they do my steroid injections with my SI joint, they are scared shitless of touching the nerve. Like they use a fluoroscope, which is like an X-ray video machine. And it's like creating a 2D video of me as they're sticking the needle in, like at high refresh rate to position that needle just perfectly where they're in the joint, but not touching the nerve. Because apparently if they touch that nerve with that needle, they could paralyze me. So every time I got that steroid injection, there was like decent risk there that they could paralyze me if they weren't on their game. But they do that procedure many times a day, every single day. So it's like they're really good at it and they haven't paralyzed anybody yet. So I'm like, all right, rock on. I honestly wish I could still get the steroid injections, even though they were only effective about 50% of the time. When they did work, it was like a miracle. It was like a month and a half of like having the leg that worked work again and not have extreme pain all the time and actually be able to lay in a position that's comfortable or find a seating position that's comfortable. And I could do that for about a month and a half. But the downside of the steroid injection is steroids are really hard on your system, even when they're localized. They're not good for your organs. They're not good for your liver. So it's like everything is pros and cons weighed against it. It's like, do you want quality life? Because here's the thing. If I can be out of pain, then I want to move and do more stuff. When I move and do more stuff, it increases my general health. So does it increase my general health more than the steroid hurts me? Then that's the better than worse option, even though neither is great. You know, it's like a lot of my decisions have to be along those lines. And I fucking hate it. I think it's stupid. I wish that wasn't the case. Nobody wants to be this way. Let me tell you that. One thing I've learned throughout my life, going up and down in weight and health and my genetics fucking me and everything, is nobody likes being dealt a bad hand. Nobody likes bad genetics. Nobody likes fucking big ultra bendy spines and fucking messed up bone spurs growing on their vertebrae and shit. Like, nobody wants the genetic baggage they get or even the damage that they get from being in accidents and everything. Nobody wants that shit, right? It's like nobody wants to be fucking 380 pounds and fucking struggling to breathe and shit. People try to treat that as the cause when that's literally the side effect. That's the symptom of the underlying issue. It's like people need to stop going, oh my God, you just need to lose weight. And they need to start going, holy shit, how did you gain 100 pounds in a year? Like how is that even possible? They need to look at the root cause and diagnose the root cause. Otherwise, losing the weight won't do shit, but just cause extreme trauma. And then it just comes back twice as much. But nobody wants to do that. Everybody just wants to go, oh, lose the weight. That's the part where I get to say, oh, I told him to do that, or I insulted him and motivated him to do that. Therefore, I get to take credit for it. But then when they gain all the weight back because they didn't address the root issue and all they did was cause a bunch of new trauma, then they're like, oh, I'm washing my hands of that. I already took credit for the good shit. Fuck all the bad shit that I caused. That's why I don't listen to people online anymore when they just throw the whole, oh, just lose weight. Oh, just work out. Just eat a salad. It's like, no, those are all the generic responses that everybody says because they don't fucking understand because you've never walked a mile in my shoes. And if you walked a mile in my shoes, you'd be just as fat and fucked up and broken as I am. That doesn't solve anything. You know what I mean? It's like I wish more people would focus on trying to find fixes for the underlying problems and ways to improve quality of life. That's the most important thing, by the way. The most important thing for people by far is increasing their quality of life, because quality of life and comfort promote healing. If you can't do those things, everything else you do is going to be for nothing. Putting somebody through extreme pain to lose weight won't benefit them one fucking bit, because if they could have done that before, they would have. All you're doing is putting them through a lot of pain, raising their expectations, and not fixing the underlying problem, which is still there and still festering, and they're only going to be able to hold out against it for so long. You got to find a way to fix the underlying problem, even if it's just get the pain management. I know, SNX girl, I've been through that a million times. Keto totally solves everything, or, oh, just smoke weed, it'll fix everything. It's like keto fucked me up bad. I should write a book about my keto stories. My doctors fucked up, didn't talk to each other, didn't talk about the uric acid problem that I had, and they end up putting me on aggressive keto for like 6 months. I lost 48 pounds. I ripped all the cartilage in all my joints throughout my body, but from uric acid crystal buildup. They ignored all of it, claiming, oh, you're just losing weight, your body's changing, you'll get used to it. It fucked me up so bad that I gained back almost 3 times the weight I lost in the next year and couldn't do anything comfortably ever again after that. Like, they wildly fucked me up. And that was after a deep vein thrombosis surgery that went horribly wrong and permanently damaged nerves in my right arm and fucked it up like permanently. And then at least they didn't make my insurance pay that bill. They let them out of the $70,000 bill because they were afraid of getting sued. It fucking sucks. And then you go to the doctor and they're like, oh, we could have just given you blood thinners to fucking till that clot just went away on its own. It's like, okay, so you put me in and put me under this emergency surgery, fuck up my veins for 3 days, put me through the most traumatic experience of my life I still have dreams about today. And you never even presented that you could have just put me on fucking blood thinners. Oh, but they're like $500 a month and your insurance wouldn't have covered it. It's like, fuck you guys. Like, eat a dick. Oh, yeah, because my insurance will cover an emergency $70,000 operation. That's the one you pick. Whereas if I had good insurance, you would have just given me the $500 Eliquis right off the bat and I would have been fine. Just take a fucking pill once a day for a year and I would have been okay. Anyways, I'm still mad about that. It's like fucking, that's medical malpractice what they did to me. And I should have sued, but the problem is once I sued and I went through all the 5 years and everything, the lawyer would have got 99% of it and I would have been left with a couple $1,000s. It wouldn't have been worth it. Vader's Luxurious Line said, end up changing my degree program to accounting and analytics. Got a couple more years ago. Got an opportunity in Finland. Here, the laws company. I can learn the ropes of the company. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. I'm happy to hear that, man. I'm so happy to hear that. Insurance is just hoping you can afford it and drop them before you have to foot the 70K bill. Yeah, right? Michael Weasel said, is it completely inoperable? Yes, at this point. Technically, they could go in and cut away some of the bone, but they said, one, it would just grow right back because I have aggressive bone spurs that are growing everywhere, and that's what's pinning the nerve and closing down the joint. They said they can technically go in there, but because of the proximity to my sciatic nerve, there is a very high probability that they could, one, make me a paraplegic. Like, I'd lose if they nick that nerve, I'm done, my lower half. But they said even worse, there's even a worse scenario than that can happen, where it causes phantom pain. If they nick the nerve and paralyze me, they can also give me a burning sensation where it feels like my legs are on fire for the rest of my life. And they said all they can do is if that happens, all they can do is give heavy amounts of pain medication. We're talking like fentanyl for the rest of your life to cope with the burning pain in your legs, and then your cognition is just toasted. You're just a fucking vegetable for the rest of your life. I was like, nope. They're like, if you are already wheelchair bound and you can't move around and you're older, like 60 plus, then they're more willing to do a risky operation like that. But they do not want to fuck with it when I'm still ambulatory, can move around and do things. Even though I'm in pain, I can still do stuff. I can still drive a car. I can still walk around. So they're not going to fucking touch it until I'm literally in a wheelchair, unable to stand. Then they'll risk it. But even then, I'm like, I don't know if I want to risk it in a wheelchair if there's even a 5% chance that I'm going to feel like my legs are on fire for the rest of my life. You know, that's the kind of shit that makes you want to, like, you know, unlife yourself. You know, if you can't live because all you do is you can't sleep because you're just in constant pain of somebody like pouring acid on you or setting on fire. I can't believe there's people that actually live with that. Like, I'm like, how? Like, I mean, literally they described it as you have this pain where your leg, like if they nick that nerve, everything below it feels like it's physically on fire. Like your skin feels like it's burning. Like there's a fueled flame on the surface of your skin. Like they said, it can get that bad. I'm like, are you shitting me? And that's for life? Like, can they just cut the nerve after that? Can they just, no. Because apparently once this fucking thing happens, there's no repairing the nerve. Like once that happens, the damage is done. Your brain is just convinced that you're on fire. I'm like, I don't even want to know what that feels like. Scary shit though, man. Like I don't like it. But I can tell you this much. I mean, losing weight definitely would help me. But the problem with losing weight is you have to figure out how to diet without losing the muscle. To keep the muscle, because the muscle wants to go first, what little muscle I have to support my core. Because if I lose that muscle supporting my core, which I already did once, that fucked me up really, really bad. I have to figure out how to create enough activity level while I'm losing the weight to keep the muscle, lose the fat, without losing that core support, but also doing it through all the pain, without any additional pain relief than I already have, which is barely sufficient to even function when I'm laying down. That's the trick, is learning to completely push through a pain that just keeps getting worse and worse and worse when you already can't really stand it. That's the demotivator. That's the thing that shuts me down. However, when I go see my doctor in 2 weeks, I'm going to ask him for some Viagra, and if that ends up working and combating the pain-related fucking elevator up-down syndrome, then old Ms. Barnacules is going to turn into my gym really, really fast, and you're going to see me drop some poundage, because if you have to be motivated to fight through pain, I do know one thing in the human condition that can fight through any pain without any medication, and that is dopamine. Every medication you take for pain produces dopamine. Dopamine and serotonin. And you know what creates a shitload of dopamine and serotonin? That's right. So hopefully my doc will give it a try. Because that can make a huge difference. That can make an absolutely huge difference. Guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up, though, because my back is fucking killing me right now. I'm not as tired as I was, though. I thought I would be, shit, I don't know, it was good coffee today or something. It's got a lump of curdled cream on top of it, though. I got to check the date on that fucking bottle I poured the cream out of. Other than being chunky, it tastes good. But it does feel like it's helping. Backman said, if you perpetually felt like you were on fire, maybe you could be one of those guys who walks barefoot on the coals and make millions. Here's the problem, though. If they nick the nerve where you have the burning sensation, apparently it also makes you paraplegic. So I wouldn't just have the burning sensation, I'd be paraplegic. But I guess they could just like set me on the burning coals, and it'd be barbecuing, smoke would be coming off, and I wouldn't notice. And I could be like, hey, look at the cool trick I can do, guys. Until I get like, you know, they turn into massive bed sores and I die. That's another thing that scares me about being like paraplegic or quadriplegic, is you can't feel sores from being laid up or sitting in a constant position. And so if you don't have people every day like rolling you around, checking your body for sores and constantly repositioning you and stuff, you can get bed sores that can literally kill you. Like, I knew a guy who was a quadriplegic, and his caretaker was out for like a week, and they sent in another person who wasn't diligent about checking him. And literally after like 4 or 5 days, the other caretaker came back, rolled him over, had a massive fucking bed sore on his back that was like, after just like a week, there was a bed sore so bad that they had to like take him to the hospital and like get it like dressed and fucking antibiotics and shit. It was bad. And you don't feel it. That's the thing, is you don't feel it. You literally have like this infection on your back that's growing, fucking consuming your body and shutting down your liver and organs and shit, putting toxicity into you. And it's like you don't even know it's there. It's completely off the radar. Barnes said he couldn't find me on Discord, but Discord is TMRW Gaming. Don't forget the Discord thing, Mac Man. Oh, is that the unban thing you were talking about last week or on Twitch or whatever? Isn't that the thing that started my meltdown on fucking Twitch? Not that it was your fault. I'm just, that's, for some reason, I'm having a memory of that being like the seed event, is trying to chase that around and figure out how to unban you on Discord. What's the number after your name? Like your name has like a number after it too. What is the name? What is the number? Because when I type in your name, it does not come up. TM, TW, TM. Anyways, I'm not going to do it again. No, we're not going down that again. If MacMan can figure it out, MacMan can unban you. Because I have a MacMan now. So we'll let him do it. Don't worry. Hey, no shade at UTMR. Just please, after you get unbanned, please behave yourself. I don't want to see you just get banned again after going through all that shit. So let's just not do that. All right. I think I am going to go and try to find some food, since I did not eat any breakfast. I didn't have any time. I was trying to get up here on time like a good little boy. But you guys have a wonderful, fantabulous weekend. Thank you, everybody, for the support. I'm sorry that the little overlays didn't work today. I am going to directly address that. Also, hey, DeWolf Stenyo, thank you for that $10 earlier. You said hopefully the bot uprising is not over soon, so we can see the super chat goal updates. Always love you live, my friend. Oh, thank you so much, man. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back here. Let me look at the dashboard on YouTube, because I want to make sure everybody gets acknowledgement. You guys are the only reason I still survive. Like, you guys are offsetting the burn of my 401k, and I really do appreciate it. So Blue Varo, thank you so much. Pro DVDI, thank you so much. Pele, thank you so much for the 200 sexes earlier. Dav, thank you for the $10. Retro My Bits, thank you for the $5. Joey, thank you for the $2. Joey, thank you for another $5 on top of that. Blue Varo, thank you for the $1 earlier. Matthew Riley, thank you for becoming a member for 41 months. And also thank you for the $5 super chat. He said diagnostic super chat, best $5 ever spent. And DeWolf's Den Yo at the end, thank you for the $10. You guys are awesome. Your super chats are hugely appreciated, and I love you guys a long time. But please do yourself good and have yourself a wonderful weekend. And take care of yourself. Try to have fun while you can. Don't take life too seriously. And oh wait, chat's back. Oh, it's working. Oh my god, did the Stream Elements bot literally just come online as I'm leaving? Fucking ghost figures, right? Go figure. Oh, hold on, we got a Discord ID. Here, can I unban a Discord ID? Mod. What's the command to unban? Is there an unban command, or? No, there is not. So you gotta like type in their name. I don't know. MacBan will deal with it. There we go. All right. You guys have a wonderful, fantabulous weekend. Stay safe. Enjoy life. All the good stuff. If you see me in Forza Horizon 6, honk your horn. Bradley, I'll look up Affinity Studio when I got a little bit of time. I do need to get some sleep, though. I'm literally days behind on sleep. There's a lot of nights I haven't slept that I've just stayed up through and only napped the next day a couple of times. So I am definitely not caught up on sleep. But I'll get there. Sorry if I seem a little bit flighty today. I didn't expect the solo today, but I'm glad that I got through it. Aux should be back next week. He's just not feeling great today, and totally understand. I've been there myself many times, but I'm glad that we got to stream today. That was a lot of fun. All right, guys, peace out, and I'll see you next time. Laters. I'm gonna push that button. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna push it. Ron Gal. I'm doing it right now, Mr. Toft. S-Nexager, I'm gonna do Eggplant. I'm doing it. Cryptopsy, I'm doing it. LGRFBS, I'm doing it. It's happening. You ready? Sucks that just started. The overlays just started working too. Oh my god, I wish I had more in the tank, but I just don't. We'll try to do more than one stream on Twitch next week. I gotta figure that out. We will though. We'll get there. All right, love you guys.